Simon & Schuster Audio presents And Never Let Her Go, Thomas Capano, The Deadly Seducer, by Anne Rule, read by Melissa Leo.
It was after midnight on June 30th, 1996. But even so, there was a yellow glow behind the sheer curtains framing two small windows on the top floor of 1718 Washington Street in Wilmington, Delaware. That was unusual. The young woman who lived in the third-floor walk-up was known to be an early riser, the first one to arrive at her job, and was almost always in bed well before the 11 o'clock news flashed on the little television that sat on the radiator near her bed. If the 60-watt bulbs behind the lacy curtains were whirling red and blue lights, they could not have signaled more alarm to those who knew her patterns. Silhouettes moved past the windows. There were people in the room, pacing, staring out at the dark street below, drinking yet another cup of black coffee. Sleep was not an option for any of those who waited there for a knock, a call, anything that might reassure them that the burgeoning dread they felt was only the result of their overactive imaginations. Fear often begins with the slightest niggle that something taken for granted can no longer be trusted. It started that way for the brothers, sister, boyfriend, friends, and co-workers of the young woman who lived in that apartment. There was nothing dramatic to go on. She had failed to return a few phone calls. She wasn't home when her boyfriend had called with a last-minute date idea 2 nights earlier. But gradually they realized that no one had seen or heard from her for at least 48 hours. Anne Marie Fahey was 30 years old. She wasn't a teenager who had to be checked on. Why, then, did her sister and her friends feel such a sense of urgency? Anne Marie, Annie to those close to her, led a busy life, both professionally and socially. She was Delaware Governor Thomas Carper's scheduling secretary. She was so efficient and dependable that she'd worked for Carper since the time he was a congressman. Anne Marie had more than a dozen close friends, a devoted family, and after many disappointments, she believed she had finally found the love she had looked for so long. The day before, Friday, had passed without any real concern, although even Mike Scanlon, the bank executive she told friends she hoped to marry, couldn't seem to catch up with Anne Marie, and he was puzzled and a little hurt when she stood him up for a dinner with her brother Robert's family on Saturday night. He searched his mind for something he might have said to offend her, and couldn't come up with anything. He called Robert to say he hadn't heard from Anne Marie. Those who gathered to wait in the strange quiet of Anne Marie Fahey's little apartment knew Annie never stood anyone up. If there was one true thing about her, it was that she never tried to worry or offend anyone. Even if it meant that she herself suffered, she thought always of the other person. If she could see how frightened her sister, her boyfriend, and her friends were now, she would have apologized over and over for scaring them. Mike had surmised that Anne Marie had been home earlier in the day because he'd driven by her apartment and her car was there, and yet she hadn't returned any of his calls. At 9 p.m., Mike called Annie's older sister, Kathleen Fahey Hosey. Kathleen told Mike she would call him right back, and then she called her sister's friend, Ginny Columbus, who was a co-worker at the governor's office, to see if she knew of any plans Annie might have had. Ginny was instantly alarmed, too, and she called Jill Morrison. Ginny and Jill lived closer to Annie's apartment than Kathleen did, so they volunteered to go over and check on her. When no one answered their knocks at Anne Marie's apartment, the 2 women asked her landlady, Teresa Oliver, if she had seen her. Teresa hadn't seen Anne Marie for a day or so, but that wasn't particularly unusual. Anne Marie's step was so light that she could come in through the front door and be up the closed-off stairs to her apartment without anyone hearing her. Now, on Saturday night, Teresa walked up to the 3rd floor and found Anne Marie's door locked, with the deadbolt in place. She unlocked the door and called Anne Marie's name, but there was no answer. Jill and Ginny immediately called Kathleen back. She said she would be right over. Kathleen then did something that might seem an overreaction. She called the Wilmington Police Department to report Anne Marie as a missing person. The detective on duty told her she would have to come down to the station or call from her sister's apartment. The moment she called Mike Scanlon back, he said he was on his way to pick her up. Both of them felt such a sense of urgency, although they had nothing tangible to go on. When Kathleen and Mike arrived at Annie's apartment and spoke with Ginny and Jill, they learned that Annie apparently wasn't with anyone they might expect her to be with. With a dull sense of acceptance, they realized that since Thursday night, June 27th, Annie hadn't been in any of the places or with any of the people who made up her world as they knew it. With Kathleen beside her, Teresa Oliver unlocked the door to Annie's apartment again. Kathleen called her name softly. There was no answer. A gush of fetid air washed over them, and they involuntarily held their breaths against the rancid odor of garbage and something rotting. Kathleen rushed first toward the bathroom. All she could think of was that Annie had fallen in the shower and had hit her head on something. She flung the door open, clicked on the light, and pulled back the curtain. The shower was empty. Everything in the bathroom was spotless. Kathleen moved next to the single bedroom. Annie's bed was made. The little television set that Kathleen and her husband had given Annie one Christmas sat in its usual spot. There was a new air conditioner in the window, and it was turned on. That was why there was such a chill in the apartment on this hot summer night. Annie's jewelry boxes were lined up on top of the radiator, as always. Her blouses and dresses hung in the closet from hangers that were all pointing the same direction. Most of her shoes were in the original boxes, where she always kept them, but some of the boxes were scattered on the floor now, as if she'd been in a hurry to change her shoes and intended to put things back together when she got home. The U.S. Open T-shirt Annie had worn when Kathleen last saw her on Wednesday night now lay on top of the clothes hamper, and there was a long, floral-patterned Laura Ashley summer dress folded on a small settee. A small thing, but it was unusual for Annie not to have put it on a hanger. A red oblong box was on the floor. It was from Talbot's, one of the Wilmington area's better women's shops. It hadn't been opened. Kathleen slid the ribbons free and opened the box. Inside was an expensive, taupe-colored pantsuit, the same one she had talked Annie out of buying a week earlier because it cost far too much for her budget. They'd had a little argument about that. When had she gone back to buy it? There were 5 people in Anne Marie's apartment: Kathleen, Mike, her friends, Jill Morrison and Ginny Columbus, and Ginny's mother, Virginia. They respected Annie's privacy, but they had to look around for some clue to where she might have gone, even as they knew it was an intrusion. Annie didn't own much, and the furniture she did have was second-hand or the kind of inexpensive stuff that had to be assembled after purchase. But the way she had decorated her place was her, and it was charming. There were photographs, family pictures with her brothers and sister one Easter, a candid shot of Anne Marie and Mike taken at her surprise birthday party at Kathleen's in January, and on the wall a picture of their mother, also named Kathleen. There were Annie's scruffy old stuffed animals wearing women's rights buttons, a motley collection of knickknacks that pleased her. Anne Marie had always kept her kitchen almost antiseptically clean, but the whole room smelled of rotting food. The counter was littered with fruit and vegetables long since grown overripe and mushy. A garbage can with its plastic liner pulled up was next to the kitchen table, and it, too, was full of decaying food. Mike shook his head. He knew that Anne Marie hated to keep any garbage in her apartment. When he picked her up for a date, she invariably carried a neat bag of garbage to put in the cans outside. There was no way she would have left her kitchen in this condition. Looking into the refrigerator, Kathleen found 2 doggy bags of leftovers from a Philadelphia restaurant, Panorama. The food inside wasn't spoiled, but it looked dry, as if it had been there for a few days at least. Kathleen looked at Mike questioningly. Had he and Anne Marie been to this restaurant? He read her mind and shook his head slightly. Perhaps most frightening of all, Anne Marie's purse was there in the kitchen, along with her wallet and all of her credit cards. There was about $40 in bills in the wallet. The day runner that she used to keep track of all of her appointments was also there, but her keys weren't. She kept her house and car keys on a ring attached to a leather pouch that held a little canister of mace. There was some unknown component in this puzzle that they couldn't grasp. They questioned one another and themselves, looking for some clue that would reveal Anne Marie's whereabouts. Surrounded by her things, all the funky, sentimental, humorous, silly possessions that made this apartment so special to Anne Marie, this first real home of her own. It seemed to the people who waited there that at any moment the door downstairs would open and they would hear her voice calling up to them. Their Annie had a lovely, pansy-eyed face, but her voice could carry a mile when she chose to shout. She could make people laugh with that voice, a beautiful woman who could bellow like a fishwife and then giggle. Every creak of the old semi-detached house made them hope it was her hand opening the door, her feet on the steps. They felt her essence around them wherever they turned. Annie was the most alive person they knew, and still, the more they willed her to come home, the farther away she seemed to be. For everything they found that seemed normal and safe, they discovered something else that was totally atypical of Anne Marie. The disorder alone would be an anathema to her. Above all else, this told them she was gone. The fact that Anne Marie's green 1995 Volkswagen Jetta was parked in its usual spot across the street frightened them too. That meant if she wasn't off on some errand of her own, she had to be with someone else. But who? With each passing moment, the fear and apprehension of Anne Marie's family and friends grew more palpable. Kathleen couldn't wait any longer to take action. On Sunday, June 30th, 1996, at approximately 12:15 a.m., with the full support of her brother Robert and of Michael Scanlon, the man Anne Marie had only just begun to love, she called again to report to the Wilmington Police Department that Anne Marie Fahey was missing. "I called the police," she said, "the Wilmington City Police. I waited for what felt like an eternity, and they didn't come, so I called Ed Friel." The Friels were almost like family to the Faheys. Ed Friel was the Secretary of State for Governor Carper. Kathleen called him at O'Friel's Pub, an Irish tavern owned and operated by the family. I told him what was going on, and within a couple of minutes there were 2 state policemen here. Once it was official, it seemed all the more terrible. Kathleen had spent the time as she waited for the police looking around the apartment to see if there was a note or maybe something Annie had jotted down in her day runner. The little blocks in her sister's calendar were mostly filled, but with prosaic notations, birthdays, baby showers, lunches. There was nothing there that looked even slightly ominous. But Kathleen was soon almost as shocked as she was worried. She had found a number of notes and cards in Anne Marie's drawers, and they weren't all from Mike Scanlon. There was an envelope marked personal and confidential. Kathleen opened it, and inside was a long and complicated letter from a man who clearly knew her sister very well indeed, a man who appeared to know all of them and seemed intimately acquainted with their family relationships and plans. The first letter ended, "All I want to do is make you happy and be with you. I love you." That letter wasn't signed, but it didn't really have to be. All the letters and notes in the envelope were written on the letterhead of the law firm of Saul, Ewing, Remick, and Saul, from the desk of Thomas J. Capano. Thomas Capano. Kathleen's thoughts flashed back to the previous fall. Her friend, Bud Friel, who was a Wilmington City councilman, had mentioned something to her about Tom Capano and Anne Marie. He'd heard a rumor that they were dating. It was so preposterous then, and now, that Kathleen had dismissed it from her mind so quickly that there was no time for a solid memory to form. Anne Marie had never talked about Capano to her family. How could she be involved with him and not mention it when they were all so close? They had banded together when they were only children, the 6 of them against the world. It was impossible to believe that Annie might have held back such an important secret from her sister and 4 brothers. Kathleen had casually asked Annie about Tom Capano, and she had laughed and said they were just friends, that he sometimes stopped by the governor's office on business. That had been enough for Kathleen. She knew Tom Capano. Everyone in Wilmington, probably everyone in Delaware, did. The whole Capano family was legendary, and Tom was a political power hitter, wealthy, older, and married. Kathleen had met him sometime in the early 80s when she worked as a waitress and bartender at O'Friel's, through Bud Friel, whom she used to date. Kathleen hadn't seen Tom Capano for a year, and that was at the closing of Bud's other place, Buddy's Bar. She stared at the letters in her hand. They seemed to suggest that Annie hadn't told her the whole truth about a hidden place in her life. Kathleen knew she had to tell Mike about the letters and notes from Tom Capano, but, first, they had to talk to the police. They had to do everything they could to try to find Annie. Perhaps then they could sort out the secrets of her life. Wilmington Detective Robert Donovan joined Lieutenant Mark Daniels and Officer Stephen Montague of the Delaware State Police at Anne Marie Fahey's apartment. The investigators listened carefully as Kathleen Fahey Hosey, Mike Scanlon, Jill Morrison, and Ginny Columbus reviewed their last contact with Anne Marie. What it came down to was that no one had actually seen or talked to her since Thursday afternoon. Jill and Ginny said that Anne Marie had worked in the governor's office from 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. She had an appointment with her psychiatrist at 5, Jill explained, and she was going to take Friday off. Jill recalled that Anne Marie had been in good spirits and was looking forward to Friday. She was going to have all day to herself, be babied with a pedicure and manicure, and then take a book to Valley Garden Park and just relax. If Anne Marie had special plans for Thursday night, none of the witnesses knew about them. Lieutenant Daniels played the incoming messages on Annie's telephone answering machine. Maybe the answer lay there, although it seemed an intrusion once more into her privacy, the privacy that meant so much to her. There were 16 saved messages. The majority were from people in the room, and the rest from other friends and family. There was one hang-up caller. The messages had begun on Thursday night, June 27, 1996, and the last call had been only 2.5 hours ago. Wilmington residents like to say that everyone who lives there is connected by only 3 degrees of separation, and it's true. If everyone in town doesn't actually know everyone else, they are at least related by marriage, employment, or coincidence. It would seem that keeping a secret in Wilmington would be akin to whispering it to a tabloid reporter, and yet deep and complicated clandestine relationships have survived Wilmington's sharpest eyes. Although Dover is Delaware's capital, Wilmington is its heart and blood supply, laced with waterways and dotted with swaths of parkland. Brandywine Creek divides the strata of society in Wilmington, with everything west of the creek, north of Wilmington, considered far more desirable. This is the chateau country, where the DuPonts have their estates. The Irish and the Italians contributed greatly to the abundant traditions that make Wilmington such a remarkably alive city, full of celebration and mourning, passion and rumor. The annual St. Anthony's Festival in June attracts almost everyone in the city. There they eat meatball sandwiches, drink beer and wine, listen to music, and catch up with old friends. The Friends of Ireland St. Patrick's Day dinner is another big draw, although it's considerably more sedate. In the 50s, Lucy and Walter Brady and their friends wanted to change the stereotyped image of the Irish as mill hands and blue-collar workers who spent St. Patrick's Day sitting in bars and getting drunk. The Bradys initiated the grand St. Patrick's Day dinner, an opulent feast in the gold ballroom of the Hotel DuPont. One of the couples who faithfully attended the St. Patrick's Day dinner was Robert Fahey and his wife, Kathleen. Ex-mayor Bill McLaughlin, over 80 now, recalled how the Faheys met and fell in love. Sitting on his favorite stool at O'Friel's pub, McLaughlin smiled as he remembered. Robert Sr. was a handsome young man, a salesman for IBM, as I recall. Kathleen was working as a secretary at DuPont in the chemical division, and he saw her there, and he thought she was the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. He asked me to introduce him, and I did. They were married in 1953, and for a while there were abundant and happy years. The Faheys bought a new house in North Wilmington. It was a little over 1,600 square feet, but it soon seemed to shrink as their children came along. Robert switched to selling insurance. Kathleen stayed at home, as most young wives did in the 50s. They had 6 children in a dozen years, Kevin first in 1954, Mark in 1956, Robert Jr. in 1958, Kathleen in 1960, Brian in 1961, and the baby, Anne Marie Fahey, in 1966. Anne Marie was a beautiful baby, with huge blue eyes and a rollicking laugh that seemed too big for such a tiny girl. When she was born, her mother was almost 36. The two of them were very close, partly because Kathleen's older 5 went off to school every day, and she and her baby girl were home together. It was natural that Anne Marie would form a special bond with her mother. For the Fahey children, their mother was the center of their lives. Theirs was a safe, warm circle. And then everything changed in 1974. Kathleen Fahey became ill with symptoms that seemed innocuous enough at first, but which got steadily worse. Unbelievably, tragically, she was diagnosed with lung cancer. She was just in her early 40s, and she still had 5 children at home to raise. Only Kevin, who was 20, had left. Anne Marie was 8, and too young to understand how sick her mother was. She knew that she went to the doctor a lot and sometimes was confined to the hospital for a day or 2, but her mother always came home, each time a little thinner and paler. Toward the end, Kathleen Fahey was in the hospital for almost 2 weeks before she was allowed to come home. And then she lay in bed all day, forcing a smile when her children tiptoed into her room. Of all of them, only Anne Marie seemed unaware that her mother had come home to die. No one realized that their little sister was worrying in silence. On the gray day of March 16th, 1975, Kathleen Fahey died. Whether she grasped it or not, Anne Marie had just suffered a loss so profound that it would change the course of her life, casting a shadow over a future that had held so much promise. The changes would be subtle at first, at least for a 9-year-old girl, but the pain was already deeply ingrained. All the Fahey children grieved for their mother, then watched their lives metamorphose from a secure, middle-class existence to desperate circumstances in which they would often go hungry. Robert Sr. was bereft without Kathleen. She was the one person in the world who might have been able to keep him from drinking. The hold alcohol had always had over him grew more tenacious. He was bitter, sure that life had been so unfair to him that no one could blame him for finding solace in a bottle. He worked less and less. He didn't have the heart to convince other families that they needed to prepare for illness, death, and loss of wages when his own family had been shattered. The older Fahey children ranged in age from Kevin at 21 to Brian at 13. With their mother gone, their grandmother, Catherine McGettigan, did her best to help. If only she could have, she would have taken them to live with her. But she had been a widow for over 20 years and had to work hard for her own living. She always had. Catherine grew up on a hardscrabble farm in Ireland. In America, she had gone to work as a maid and a cook. Catherine lived in Media, Pennsylvania, and she came down to Wilmington once a week to clean and cook for her grandchildren. The Fahey children called her Nan. Nan wasn't the cuddly kind of grandmother, and it was just as well. She taught her 6 grandchildren how to survive in a world where they were virtually on their own. She taught them to be doers who would get out there and make a place for themselves in the world, whatever fate or luck handed them. There always seemed to be someone who tried to help the young Faheys, although their new existence was a pale imitation of the home that their mother had made for them. Things at the Fahey house continued to crumble. Their house was the first thing to go, but with help from friends they found another one. Robert Sr. had come to a point where he wasn't working at all. Their only real income came from insurance payments and pension plans he had purchased in better days. Those would not last forever. Concerned friends and family members continued to help out, thinking that surely he would get himself together before he lost everything. The Irish middle-class community in Wilmington had burgeoned in the 50s and 60s, as had the Italian. It was a splendid time, with opportunities for everyone willing to grasp them. Louis J. Capano, Sr. was a few years older than Robert Fahey, a family man, too. But fortune had been kinder to him. As the Faheys faltered, the Capanos were thriving. Louis Capano was an apprentice carpenter when he met Marguerite Moglione, the girl who would become his wife. In the early days, Wilmington's Italian community was almost a city unto itself, and everyone in the Little Italy neighborhood knew everyone else. In those days, children had to be Italian to get into St. Anthony's grade school, and St. Anthony of Padua the high school. This was the background that Marguerite and Louis came from, and their values were similar. Their lives were wrapped around St. Anthony's Church, and they expected that they would have to work hard to get anywhere in the world. The couple was barely 20, and poor when they married. Deeply devout Catholics, they looked forward to having as many children as God sent them. Their first child was a girl, Marion, born in 1944. 5 years later came Thomas Joseph, named for his 2 grandfathers. Louis Jr. was born 2 years after that, and a year to the day later, Joseph. Although all of the Capano boys had October birthdays, they looked nothing alike, nor were their personalities similar. They were, however, very close to one another. When Marion was 3, Louis Sr. went into business with Emilio Capaldi. They formed the Consolidated Construction Company and specialized in store and office renovations. But all that changed with the tremendous demand for housing after World War II. Consolidated Construction became Capaldi and Capano, and they began to build homes for the influx of young professionals who flocked to Wilmington to work for the DuPont Company. Capaldi and Capano built good, solid houses, and almost overnight new neighborhoods sprang up in the north end of Wilmington. Louis Capano drove himself hard, chain-smoking all the time. He expected his boys to work just as hard, and he was a strong patriarch in a typical Italian family. All 3 sons did their turn with a shovel and pickaxe, working summers for their father. They dug ditches, moved bricks, and drove trucks. Their father wanted them to understand the construction business from the bottom up. Even so, they never knew the hard times that he had. The Capano children grew up in a magnificent gray-stone colonial mansion Lou built for them. Marguerite never worked outside the home, and she knew nothing at all about business affairs or keeping books. She was a wife and a mother, a strong woman who felt her husband and children could do no wrong. Lou and Marguerite's boys didn't resemble one another in looks or personality, but Tommy, Louie, and Joey all had dark hair and their father's charisma. Tommy was clearly the most scholastically adept, and was also the son who did the dishes and washed the pots and pans without complaint. Louie was charming and funny, and Joey was arguably the best-looking and the rowdiest. Marguerite and Lou were almost 40 in the summer of 1962. Marion was in college, Tommy was in the 8th grade, Louie in the 6th, and Joey was 10 years old, when Marguerite found she was pregnant. This baby was a surprise, and somewhat worrisome because she had never had easy pregnancies, and she was a decade past her last baby. She was confined to bed throughout this pregnancy, and her boys, especially Tommy, waited on her and did the chores she could not. Gerard was born healthy on May 25, 1963, and Marguerite recovered to full health. Still, it was a bad year for the family. Lou, only 40, had a serious heart attack and had to stay in bed for weeks. Gerard, Jerry, was taken care of as much by his older brothers and his sister when she was home as he was by his parents. Not surprisingly, he was soon spoiled rotten. Lou Capano recovered from his heart attack and went back to chain smoking and working long hours as a builder. High on his agenda was the education of his sons. His own education had been rudimentary at best. He vowed that his children would go to the best schools. From the 9th grade on, Tommy attended Archmere Academy, a Catholic prep school a dozen miles north of Wilmington. He was not only a superior student, he was student council president and a star on Archmere's football team. He was undeniably his parents' favorite child, quiet and conservative like his father, hard-working and disciplined. Tommy always seemed to do everything first and best, but Louis, 2 years younger, didn't resent his big brother. Rather, he idolized him. Tommy was good to him, someone he could always go to for advice. Louis was a charmer who could work a room full of strangers and leave with a bunch of new friends. He already had the attributes that would one day give him the Midas touch. For some reason, perhaps by their own private agreement, Tommy always drove a black sports car and Louis had a white one. When the Capano boys, tanned, good-looking, and sure of themselves, drove around in their new cars, young female hearts beat a little faster. Tommy Capano was just under 6 feet tall, not as handsome as Joey or as dynamic as Louis, but he did have the full lips and classic nose of an Italian statue. More than that, he was such a nice guy with a wonderful soft voice. No one ever said he was less than kind to everyone. Joey, 3 years younger than Tommy and a year younger than Louis, was the huskiest of the brothers and the least academically inclined. But he was an outstanding wrestler in high school, competing in the 185-pound class. During the time that his big brothers were in high school, Jerry Capano was still a little kid in kindergarten when Tommy was about to graduate from Archmere in 1968. Tommy, Louis, and Joey were like 3 extra fathers to him, and he adored them. He still got pretty much everything he asked for. Nobody saw any reason not to spoil Jerry. Tom graduated from Archmere in 1968 and was accepted at Boston College. Tom would remember his little brother, Jerry, sitting on his chest and begging him not to go away to college. It was a wrench for him, too. He considered himself as much Jerry's father as Lou was. The situation in the Fahey household had continued to deteriorate. While her 5 siblings were old enough to work, Anne Marie was not. Providing her with clothing and food was haphazard, according to her brother Brian. We tried to look out for each other as best we could. We all just sort of hung in there together. Most teenagers responsible for a 9-year-old could not have managed as well, but all of the Faheys were bright and resourceful and devoted to family. In time, the older brothers and Kathleen moved out, managing to attend college on grants and scholarships, until finally just Brian and Anne Marie was still living with their father. As young as she was, Anne Marie had a fierce pride. She never wanted anyone to feel sorry for her because she didn't have a mother, or a nice house, or new clothes. She developed a persona that hid her insecurities and her sorrows. Her laugh boomed louder than ever, and she was clever and full of mischief when she was with her friends. But she always went to their homes, because the Fahey children had long understood they couldn't bring friends home. Their father underwent a complete personality change when he was drunk. Anne Marie was the only one who bore the brunt of the rage that swept over him. She was, perhaps, a reminder that he still had responsibilities and he could not simply abandon his life. Although she told herself that the man who shouted insults and obscenities at her wasn't her real father, his words did more damage than a physical blow could. He told her she was fat, that her legs were fat, that she was ugly, that no one would ever want such a fat, ugly girl for a wife. Sometimes he called her a slut. Terrible words that evoked terrible feelings. Why Robert Fahey told Annie she was fat and ugly is part of the mystery of the human brain on alcohol. She was neither fat nor ugly. She was growing into a tall, willowy, and transcendently beautiful young woman. Despite living in an almost Oliver Twistian situation, she was a talented and bright girl, lovely as a flower, with friends, good grades, and hopes for the future. She wore a happy mask when she was at school. All the hurts and pain were hidden behind her laughing facade. Brian Fahey was a freshman in college when the inevitable happened and there was no house for them to live in. Anne Marie was almost 15 and a sophomore at Brandywine High School. She had done a lot of babysitting for the cousin of one of her girlfriends, and when the woman, whose name was Carol Creighton, found out the Faheys had lost their house, she told Anne Marie that she could come and live with them. Anne Marie wanted desperately to stay in Brandywine High. She talked it over with Nan, who thought that it would be best for Annie to accept Carol's offer. As grateful as she was to have some place to live in the area, underneath, Anne Marie would always feel that she didn't belong in Carol's home, that she was only an interloper who was living on somebody else's charity. Carol certainly didn't feel that way, and the rest of her extended family considered Anne Marie one of them. But Anne Marie felt especially guilty about eating Carol's food because she was in no position to buy any groceries herself. She began to worry excessively about leaving her room or any place in the house messy. While most teenagers clomp around and leave a path of destruction through a house, Anne Marie tiptoed, figuratively wiping her footprints clean behind her. She had never been obsessive about neatness or about food before, but now she was. She kept her room spotless so that Carol would never have to clean up after her, and she often left the table while she was still hungry because she didn't want to eat too much of her benefactress's food. To make herself less and less of a burden, she ate less and became compulsive about being neat. It was the beginning of a lifelong pattern of behavior. She lived next in an apartment with Brian and her father, and in her senior year, Anne Marie's brothers, Kevin and Robert, told her she could have a home with them. They'd bought a house together near Brandywine, and they had a bedroom for her. Anne Marie was determined to go to college. During this time, her father rallied and helped her find financial aid and college loans. When she graduated from Brandywine High School in 1984, Anne Marie was headed for Wesley College in Dover. While the Faheys gritted their teeth and made it through a tough decade, everything the Capanos touched turned to gold. In 1970, with a great deal of trepidation, Louis Sr. decided to diversify his company. He had been building luxury homes, but the bottom was falling out of that market. People were looking for apartments within easy commuting distance of Wilmington. Lou bought land along I-95 and planned to build a large apartment complex there. He wanted to have a steady cash flow that he could count on when he retired, but the project meant borrowing more money than he had ever imagined. The Cavalier Country Club complex was the biggest construction venture ever attempted by a builder in Delaware. There would be 900 units, apartments first, and then 96 townhouses to be sold outright. Louis Jr. got his real estate license so he could help his father out and start selling the townhouses. Tom was away in college in Boston studying law and wasn't interested in the construction business anyway. Slowly, the Cavalier project began to generate cash, and then, with Louis's natural gift for real estate, their fortunes grew exponentially. They had pulled off an almost impossible venture, son and father standing shoulder to shoulder. Joey dropped out of college, too, and Louis Capano and Sons Incorporated was in full swing. Lou still believed that a real builder turned his hand to fine houses. He bought a chunk of oceanfront property in Stone Harbor, New Jersey, and built a beach house for his family that demonstrated his vision. It rose majestically from the white sand and sea grasses and was over 5,000 square feet, with skylights and walls of windows that faced only the sea beyond. Lou had given his family a mansion in the city and a paradise on the Atlantic Ocean, but he still always felt humble next to someone who had a formal education. Louis had proven that he didn't need a degree to carve the Capano name in Delaware real estate history, and Joey was in the business too. But Thomas was the scholar. At Boston College, Tom had met Kay Ryan, a pretty, half-Irish, half-Italian nursing student who was a year younger. She was a sweet-tempered, capable girl from Connecticut. Tom was quietly brilliant, capable, and thoughtful. While he was sometimes moody, she was steady and a natural caretaker, a good foil to him. They dated all through college and were married in Fairfield, Connecticut, on June 17th, 1972. When she graduated, Kay found a job as a public health nurse. Her work took her to some of the shabbier and more dangerous streets in Boston, but she enjoyed it. Kay didn't have to work. Lou and Marguerite supported the young couple and paid Tom's tuition. But she wanted to work, and she loved her job. When Tom graduated from law school in 1974, his father was so proud that he cried. His oldest son was a lawyer. It was the realization of all of his dreams. Kay and Tom Capano moved back to Wilmington after he graduated, but he didn't look for a job right away. He studied that summer of 1974 for the Delaware bar exam. In the fall, Kay enrolled in the University of Pennsylvania to work toward her master's degree. She saw no point in studying so long to be a nurse and then never practicing her profession. Marguerite approved of Kay as a daughter-in-law. She had seen how all of her sons had their eyes out for women, and there were any number of females she would not have chosen to join the Capano family. Kay Ryan Capano was pretty, smart, and strong, but not at all pushy. She adored Tom and waited on him hand and foot, just as Marguerite had always done. Tom studied for the bar exam all summer, and he passed. But in Delaware, that didn't mean he was officially an attorney. He still had to serve 6 months as a clerk. After his apprenticeship in a law firm, Tom's first job as a lawyer was with the public defender's office. He enjoyed it. He had always been more interested in public service than in high-powered business. For a year, Tom defended the indigent. It didn't matter to his father where he worked. It was enough that his oldest son was officially a lawyer. Tom moved from working as a defense attorney to being a prosecutor. For the next 2 years, he was a prosecuting attorney for the Delaware Attorney General's office, assigned to Newcastle County and working in Wilmington. He hadn't made much money as a public defender, and he made exactly the same as a prosecutor. But he was excellent in his prosecutorial role, and he was very popular around the courthouse. Tom still had the natural ease with everyone he met that made them all feel special, that he was truly focusing on them. He was friendly with everyone, and it didn't matter if it was a judge, a court reporter, or a janitor. Women around the courthouse were captivated by his sex appeal and by his voice. By bringing Louis into the Cavalier Project, Lou Capano had assured not only his fortune, but a fortune for all of his family. Still, Tom was the golden son. It was a fact that they all appeared to accept. There was no overt jealousy among the brothers, and probably no jealousy at all. There was so much to go around, so much of everything: money, love, social standing, and wonderful houses. After 2 years as a deputy attorney general, Tom decided to take a job in the private sector. Although he figured he could never hope to equal his brother's income, he needed more money. Tom's new position was with Morris, James, Hitchens, and Williams. It was a general law firm, nothing exciting or particularly challenging, but a good, solid spot for a young family man. Now, with his new prospects, he could afford to buy a house. Tom and Kay Capano wanted very much to have children, but after 5 years of marriage, Kay had still not become pregnant. All around them, other couples were having children so easily, but they weren't. They decided to apply to adopt a baby through Catholic Children's Services. Knowing that they would have children, one way or another, Tom and Kay went house hunting. They finally settled on a home that would have enough room for a dozen children. The Catholic diocese was selling the place that had been a residence for a succession of local bishops. The huge white stucco house on the corner of 17th and Greenhill covered over half a city block with all its additions and annexes. Tom moved steadily up through the ranks at Morris, James, Hitchens, and Williams, his salary now far more than he had ever made as a prosecutor. He and Kay had a circle of friends, other young lawyers and their wives at Morris James. They went to the shore in the summer and to Boca Raton in the winter, where his father had a vacation home. At Christmas 1979, Kay and Tom had exciting news to share with the family. There would be no need now to arrange for an adoption through Catholic Children's Services. Kay was pregnant, due in August. Maybe life was too good. In 1980, when Tom was 30 years old, his father suffered a massive heart attack and died. He was 57 years old. Thousands of people came to pay their last respects to Louis J. Capano, Sr. at his funeral services. They were people who lived in the homes he'd built, worked for him, went to church with him, or had just heard of his reputation as a humble, hard-working Italian immigrant who had made his fortune in America while still keeping his humanity and honesty. It was the end of an era, more than anyone could realize then. Marguerite Capano was totally unprepared to lose her husband and hadn't the slightest idea how to manage her life without him. She was certainly too devastated even to begin to cope with a teenage son, and Jerry wasn't nearly as easy to raise as his 3 older brothers. Tom stepped in and took over all of her bookkeeping and household worries. He was there every day for his mother, paying her bills, explaining the will, handling everything that his father once did. Marguerite didn't know what she would ever have done without him. Louie and Joey were there to run the business, and Tom was there for his mother. Among them, they rode herd on their baby brother. Somehow they would all have to find a way to go on without the driving force in their lives. Kay never resented all the time Tom spent with his mother. She was a strong woman who could take care of herself even though she was pregnant, keep on with her job as a nurse practitioner, and comfort Marguerite, too. If Kay had any weaknesses, there was only one. And that was her husband. Her world turned around Tom. In August 1980, Kay gave Tom his first child, a little girl they named Christy. The baby made up for a lot of pain that everyone in the Capano family had felt that year. Debbie McIntyre Williams was 27 when she met Tom Capano in 1977. Her husband Dave was a partner in the law firm where Tom worked. Debbie wouldn't have recalled having felt any special attraction to Tom Capano when she first met him. He seemed to be a nice person and a very friendly person. He did not, however, impress her any more than the other men who worked with her husband. But later on, when he began to take a special interest in her, that mattered a lot. "I wasn't happy in my marriage," she said. "I didn't know how unhappy I was for a long time. My relationship with Tom wasn't the reason for my divorce, but he fulfilled something in my life that I wasn't getting in my marriage. He actually paid attention to me. He appeared to genuinely care for me, to like me, to be interested in me as a friend, and I was very flattered because my husband didn't seem to do any of those things." Although Debbie came from one of Wilmington's finest families, her childhood had been as desolate as Anne Marie's. From the age of 3, she had no real mother. Debbie's mother was often institutionalized because of her mental illness. Like Anne Marie, Debbie grew up looking for someone to love. Debbie was pregnant in the fall of 1978 when she and Dave went to a lunch that Kay and Tom had at their house. We all became friendly. We all had similar interests in young children, Debbie said. There was a group of us that became more and more involved socially. The wives were all attractive, well-educated, and fun. Although she no longer believed that she was particularly attractive, Debbie was very pretty. She was slim and blonde, with her hair styled in the blunt short cut that skater Dorothy Hamill made famous. But she was definitely not a femme fatale. Her attitude was not that of a woman who was sending out signals. The group of friends from the law firm grew much closer together in the late 70s and early 80s. We were all affectionate with each other, Debbie said, and flirtatious, I guess. We hugged each other and kissed goodbye. Tom wasn't any more or less flirtatious than anyone. None of it meant anything. Debbie really liked Tom because he was so much fun and so charming, and because he seemed like such a good husband. He was openly affectionate to Kay in a way she had never known in her own marriage. It was New Year's Eve of 1981, at a party for the firm's younger set, when everything changed. Debbie was headed down a hallway when Tom grabbed her and pulled her into a bathroom. He leaned me up against the sink, she remembered, and said, "I cannot control myself anymore. I am madly in love with you." "You couldn't be," she stammered. "Of course I could. You are the most natural, the most loving, the most giving woman I've ever known." Tom had just told Debbie exactly the things she had longed to hear for most of her life. I hadn't heard things like that from any man, ever. I was literally starving for affection. My marriage was empty, but I wasn't dealing with it. She looked at Tom and laughed and said, "You're crazy," even as she wanted to believe what he was saying. "I was so guilt-ridden the next morning," she said. "Even though nothing happened, it was my own response that made me feel guilty." Tom called Debbie later in the week and apologized, but he was also opening the door a little wider, and he continued to call her. He knew what to say, and he knew how to flatter her. "He hooked me," she would remember. "I think he looked for a person like me. I think he was such a good reader of vulnerable women." Debbie did not begin a physical affair with Tom right away, but she might as well have. She thought about him all the time, and if she forgot for an hour or so, he was on the phone, complimenting, persuading, cajoling in his soft, deep, and ultimately compelling voice. She knew her marriage was in serious danger. Up until the stolen kiss on New Year's Eve and Tom's declaration of his love for her, she had coasted in her marriage and looked for appropriate ways to fill her time. She had never allowed herself to think of divorce. Certainly, she had never considered having an affair. Now, with Tom importuning her constantly, she could think of little else. Debbie had married with the full intention of being married forever, seeing Dave Williams not only as the love of her life, but as a haven and a protector. 9 years later, she knew the marriage wasn't working. She was as desperate to be loved as she had ever been. That made her a sitting duck for Tom Capano's blandishments and protestations of utter devotion. It never occurred to Debbie that she was probably not the first woman Tom had focused on. "He made me feel that I was so exclusive, that I was the woman he had never had and always yearned for." Debbie's feelings for Tom were all mixed up with the fact that she and Kay Capano had become friends. They exercised together, talked about babies, and formed playgroups for their toddlers with the other young mothers in the group. She had no idea how Kay and Tom got along together, however. Debbie was chatty, and Kay was not. She never spoke of her marriage in any intimate way. In the end, her fondness for Kay made Debbie feel a great deal of guilt, but she didn't seem able, nonetheless, to stop what was happening. It took almost 5 months. But Tom was finally able to convince Debbie that it was all right for them to be together, and they made love for the first time in late May 1981. He suggested that it would be kindest to everyone for them to keep their relationship secret, and that was, of course, the only thing they could do. The place Tom selected for a regular sexual rendezvous was as trite and predictable as a B-movie. The Motel 6 on Route 9 near the Delaware Memorial Bridge. I told my husband that I was taking a course once a week at the University of Delaware, but I was really meeting Tom in a motel, Debbie recalled. Once the affair began, Debbie felt even greater guilt and regret for what she was doing to people who trusted her. It never occurred to her how much she might be harming herself and the poor self-image she already had. When she was with Tom, he said all the words and phrases that soothed her conscience and made her feel like a valuable and beloved woman. But as soon as he was gone, the terrible doubts and yawning emptiness came back, worse than ever. Debbie finally realized she couldn't go on with the affair, and she told Tom that she had to try to salvage her marriage. Kay was pregnant for the second time, and there certainly was no real future for Debbie with Tom Capano. She vowed to try harder in her marriage, and it seemed to her that giving Dave another child might bring them closer. She became pregnant almost at once, and her pregnancy was a welcome release. She didn't have to worry about Tom's persuasive arguments that they were meant to be together when she was heavily pregnant with her husband's child. She and Kay continued their easy friendship, much easier now for Debbie. They walked together, talked about babies, and she tried to forget that she had betrayed both Kay and her own husband. It was over. In February of 1982, Kay Capano gave birth to a second daughter, Katie. Tom was ecstatic with his olive-skinned baby girl. A few months later, Debbie and Dave Williams had a chunky blonde son they named Stephen. Although Dave was thrilled to have a son, a new baby wasn't the answer to a failing marriage. Nothing between Debbie and Dave had changed, and it wasn't long before Tom was back in her life. In June of 1983, Debbie finally confronted her feelings and knew that she didn't love her husband. They no longer spoke, and they lived separate lives. A man she could never have kept telling her constantly how much he loved her and needed her, while the man she lived with apparently found nothing valuable about being with her. When Debbie tried to discuss her feelings with her husband, he told her that she was obviously disturbed and needed help. He suggested that she go to a psychiatrist. The therapist suggested that her marriage might have deteriorated to a point where a trial separation was needed. Sometimes a separation can show people they really do care for each other. I looked at it all as a temporary situation, Debbie said. I really didn't think that this relationship I was having with Tom Capano was impacting my marriage. That was so foolish of me. And when she suggested the trial separation to her husband, he agreed at once. Only, he said that it was over. No trial separation. It would be a divorce, just like that. And it was. Debbie's marriage was irrevocably broken in October of 1983. She and the children remained in the little white Cape Cod home where they had lived since May of 1979. Her daughter Victoria was almost 5, and Stephen was 18 months old. Tom had been very supportive of Debbie's decision to confront her husband. He had listened to her worries and fears and reassured her that things would be fine. It was a shock to me when it ended so quickly, Debbie recalled. But it did. I wasn't scared because I could support myself and the children financially. Emotionally, I had support from my family. I had Tom Capano, and I thought I actually had someone in him who cared for me quite a bit and whom I could talk to. But I knew he would never marry me. I never even considered that he would. I knew I would be fine. But now she needed her talks with Tom. She felt like a complete failure, full of regret and sure that the impending divorce was all her fault. Shortly after their divorce, Debbie's ex-husband married his secretary, whose name was also Debbie. To avoid confusion, Debbie took back her maiden name, McIntyre, and started to look for a place for her and her 2 children to live. She would have to find something to do with the rest of her life. She would never blame Tom for the failure of her marriage. She was simply grateful that she had someone as kind as he, as passionate in her defense, someone who made her feel special and cherished. After Anne Marie Fahey graduated from Brandywine High School in 1984, she and her friend Beth Barnes spent the summer on the Delaware coast. They found jobs and were young enough to survive on little sleep. "We would stay up all night partying," Beth recalled, "and go to work the next morning. I think that was the happiest time of Annie's life." It may well have been. Anne Marie was legally an adult, and she had made it through a tumultuous childhood. She was enthusiastic about going to college, and for the first time in a very long time, she had a place to live that was just like other girls her age. She was free to have fun. In the autumn, Anne Marie moved down to Dover to go to Wesley College, where she planned to major in international relations. Dover was not nearly as large as Wilmington, and the college itself was small and welcoming. Anne Marie lived in one of the 2 dorms at Wesley and successfully completed the 2-year program. Robert Fahey Sr. had moved to live with Kevin and Robert at their house. His health wasn't good. Years of drinking had aged him before his time, and his heart was in bad shape. He had also been diagnosed with leukemia. Robert Fahey Jr. came home on the evening of March 24, 1986, and found his father dead on the floor. He had succumbed to a heart attack. He was 64. At the end of October in 1986, Anne Marie transferred to the University of Delaware in Newark so that she could get a 4-year degree. The first semester at the university was a bad time. Anne Marie felt alone and isolated and fell into a depression. It grew harder and harder to paste on her perpetually happy mask. She stopped going to class, and the darkness of winter and the holiday season fraught with remembrances of better and worse times found her almost immobilized. She didn't return to the University of Delaware for a second semester. She dropped out and moved in with her brother Brian. Her depression lasted about 6 months, and she sought professional therapy to help her out of the black hole that trapped her. Nan was still there for her, too, showing her, as she always had, that people didn't quit just because things got a little tough. Gradually, Anne Marie worked her way up out of her despondency. She realized that she really missed Wesley College in Dover, and she decided to move in with friends there. Her decision worried her brothers and sister because she didn't have any firm plans about finishing school or getting a job. It took Anne Marie a little time to pull things together, but she did it, and they were all relieved when she found a job as a waitress. Wesley had become a 4-year college, and that worked out perfectly. Anne Marie re-enrolled, and it proved to be a good decision for her. Anne Marie had a gift for friendship. She had friends that she had known since she was a girl, and she made more in college. One of them, Ginny Columbus, had a brother named Paul. Anne Marie began dating him, the first serious boyfriend she had ever had. Anne Marie got her degree in political science from Wesley College on May 9, 1992. She had broken up with Paul Columbus in the summer of 1991 after a 3-year relationship, but they were still good friends. She got another waitress job to see her through while she looked for employment that would enable her to use her degree. A friend from Wesley encouraged her to apply for an internship with the OAS, Organization of American States, in Washington, D.C., and she was accepted. Washington was an exciting and somewhat intimidating spot for a young woman. Anne Marie's internship was funded for only 4 months, but it would give her an up-close look at national government. With her degree in political science, Anne Marie was a natural on the political scene, and she did well in Washington. But being able to return to Wilmington on weekends helped to keep her grounded. When the OAS job ended, Anne Marie learned that one of the representatives from Delaware, Congressman Tom Carper, had a job opening in his office. She arranged for an interview and was hired as a receptionist for Carper. Anne Marie was the perfect employee for a congressman. She was intelligent, meticulous about details, and always smiling. She was also beautiful and hard-working. Carper was very impressed with her capabilities. Her job with him, however, looked as if it might be short-lived. After 3 or 4 months, he announced to his staff that he had decided to run for governor of Delaware and moved back to Wilmington. Anne Marie was hired to work on his campaign. It was late fall of 1992, and she was 26 years old. She worked enthusiastically, doorbelling, mailing, answering phones. It was a good time. Anne Marie was back in her home territory, and she had an exciting job. She was young and lovely and was at the center of a whirlwind of activity. And she hoped that if Tom Carper was elected, she might have a job on his staff. Her childhood friend, Jackie Binnersley, and her roommate, Bronwyn Puller, invited Anne to move in with them. But a month before she did, Nan died. It was anguishing for her to lose the grandmother who had taken her mother's place. Tom Carper was elected to the Delaware governorship in 1992 and was inaugurated in January of 1993. Anne Marie went with him to the governor's offices in Wilmington, where she became his scheduling secretary. It was a fascinating and challenging job, meant for a young woman who could keep track of dozens of details at once and still greet visitors with her wonderful smile. The world should have been Anne Marie's oyster, but the ghosts of her past had come back to haunt her. She felt vulnerable and sad, especially since Nan was gone. A part of her was still the little girl whose mother was dead and whose father raged at her that she wasn't good enough, that she was ugly and fat. It didn't seem to matter what was reflected in the mirror. Anne Marie believed that she was much too heavy, even though, at 5 foot 10 inches, she weighed around 140 pounds, a perfect weight. When she could maintain rigid order in her surroundings and not give in to her hunger pangs, she was better able to quell the flurries of panic that sometimes washed over her. Anne Marie recognized that she needed help. She found a psychologist named Bob Connor who listened to her, accepted her, and understood her pain. And she gradually began to make progress. After 5 months of counseling, she sometimes laughed with Bob because he was a little chubby and he was encouraging her to eat more, but only in a very gentle way. Tom Capano's place in the hierarchy of Delaware business and politics would become more and more entrenched during the 80s. Despite his affair with Debbie McIntyre, he stayed at Morris, James, Hitchens, and Williams for 8 years. There was no reason not to. He and Debbie had agreed that it would hurt too many people if anyone got even the slightest hint of their true relationship. He was confident that no one knew about Debbie. Their affair continued on a regular basis. She and Tom spoke on the phone every day, often several times a day, and they met once a week on Wednesday nights because that was the night that her children were with their father. If anyone had asked her at that point if she loved Tom, Debbie would probably have found it difficult to come up with an answer. She tried not to think about it, but she admitted to herself that she was growing emotionally dependent upon him. Any woman in her situation probably would have been. Tom was there for her as no one else had ever been. Although she wasn't planning a future with Tom, Debbie was stunned when he told her that Kay was pregnant again. "I was very upset. I wasn't planning to ever have more children," she said, "and I guess I just assumed that he wouldn't either." Debbie had occasionally asked Tom if he was still sexually intimate with Kay, because she could not understand how he could be as close as he was with her and maintain a sex life within his marriage. "I felt if you were having sexual relations with someone, you were expressing your love for someone." He didn't believe that. He told me that sex could be, sometimes, sport. Tom's third daughter, Jenny, was born in November of 1983, only 1 month after Debbie's marriage ended. Less than 2 years later, in August of 1985, Kay would give birth to their fourth daughter, Alexandra. Tom never seemed to mind that he hadn't had a son, and he characterized his daughters as the most important part of my life. Nothing else comes close. If Tom's third child came as a shock to Debbie, Kay's fourth pregnancy hurt her deeply. Tom told me that he couldn't stop with an uneven number, so he had to have 4 children. He couldn't understand why I was upset. Tom rarely had his picture taken at family gatherings without a tiny girl in his arms. All of his and Kay's daughters were extremely pretty, with high, rounded foreheads, heart-shaped faces, and huge brown eyes. Even though her divorce meant she was no longer one of the wives who came to parties thrown by her ex-husband's and Tom's law firm, Debbie and Kay Capano maintained their friendship. Debbie genuinely liked Kay and admired her. They never discussed Tom. Kay never talked about her personal life anyway, although Debbie always had. Now, of course, she could not. Her personal life was Tom. But in her mind, he was somehow a different Tom than the man who was Kay's husband. By this time, he was such a necessary part of Debbie's world that she could not walk away from him. As it was, when he was with her, it was for such a small percentage of his time. Whenever she felt guilty, she was able to tell herself that she wasn't really hurting his wife. Kay had his name, his children, and shared Tom's life. Debbie was someone no one was ever going to know about. In late 1984, Tom accepted an offer to work for the city of Wilmington as city solicitor. His new job in the public sector wasn't particularly exciting and meant a substantial salary deduction. He ran the law department for the city and supervised a dozen attorneys and an equal number of support staff. His office was responsible for prosecutions in Wilmington Municipal Court and for defending any claims that might be made against the city. Most of the cases his department prosecuted were only misdemeanors, but Tom tried to appear in court every few weeks, taking an active role, just to have fun. He planned to stay on as city solicitor for only 2 years and then return to his law firm. After 2 years, however, Mayor Dan Frawley offered him another city job, one with considerable cachet. He accepted it and became chief of staff of the mayor of Wilmington. In effect, Tom would be running the inner workings of the city. While Frawley set policy and did the public things that all mayors do, Tom was in charge of every department: public works, zoning, fire, police. Every morning the chief of police had to call me, he said, and report on what incidents had occurred the night before. Even though his position as chief of staff meant that he had tremendous power and respect in Wilmington, and that his name appeared regularly in the media, Tom got less pay than he received as a partner in a law firm. Still, he had committed himself to Mayor Frawley and promised to stay for 2 years as his chief of staff. Tom seemed to have everything: a wife, 4 daughters, a beautiful home, a church where he was considered one of the staunchest supporters of the young, the elderly, and the poor, and arguably the most influential position in city government. He had grown a modest beard that made him look almost professorial, and he wore glasses now. Kay worked as a nurse practitioner for a group of pediatricians, and Tom frowned on that. Their house wasn't as organized as he would have liked, and he hated the clutter of their busy lives. His mother had always stayed at home and confined herself to taking care of her family, and that was the way it should be, at least in Tom's opinion. As the girls grew older and were enrolled in Catholic school, there was always so much to do and so many places to go. The younger 3 were natural athletes, and Tom made a point of dropping in on their games, if only briefly. He had so many demands on his time, and yet, as the pressures grew, he seemed only to become more adept at his personal balancing act. Marguerite still counted on him for all of her business affairs, and there had been innumerable problems with his youngest brother, Jerry. Jerry and his friends were experimenting with marijuana and numerous other drugs. He was expelled from Archmere Academy for a drug-related matter in his sophomore year, then transferred to Brandywine High, but he was expelled from there, too, allegedly for dealing drugs. "And so I had to step in and handle it," Tom said. "I hired who I thought was the best criminal defense attorney in town, and we went to family court expecting it to be a first offense, but they didn't fool around with it. And much to everybody's shock, we had a very strange judge. He was sentenced to Ferris School." Tom managed to get his brother out of what was basically a reform school by agreeing to intensive psychological counseling for Jerry. The family soon saw that it probably wasn't going to make a difference in Jerry's behavior, but they hung in there anyway. Jerry was family. Aside from their intense physical bond, Tom felt that Debbie needed him to advise her on her problems at work and with her family. He always got along with women, and he prided himself on understanding their vulnerabilities and their frailties. Gradually, Tom had made himself indispensable to Debbie's well-being, although she might have been startled to realize that. In September of 1985, Debbie found a wonderful old house, bought it, and moved in with her daughter and son. She had always had a real talent for decorating, and her new house was cozy and tasteful. It was also within a few blocks of Tom and Kay's house, but it was surrounded by high bushes and tall trees. As outrageously dangerous as it seemed, Tom was able to visit her without being observed. Debbie's house was a haven for him, he told her, amid the many voices that needed something from him, the many hands tugging on his sleeve. Debbie had been born into one of Wilmington's wealthiest families and was beneficiary of a trust fund, which meant she didn't have to work. But when her son Steve was 3.5 years old, a friend asked her if she would like to work at Tatnall, a private school where she had spent most of her own school years. Her friend was developing an extended daycare program there, and she thought Debbie had the skills to help her do it. "I said, 'Sure,'" Debbie recalled. "I could take my children with me because they would be in school there, and the job was for school days only. It was a really easy job going in, and I got paid $5 an hour, but it was a job, and it worked for me." Even so, Debbie was going through a very difficult time. She was always aware of being a single parent when she was surrounded by couples who shared the responsibility of raising their children. "I was very guilt-ridden," she said, "because I continued to have this relationship with Tom Capano, whom I had fallen in love with." She hadn't expected that to happen, but she had never had an affair before, and she had fallen into the same emotional trap as legions of women before her. Even though her marriage had ended, Debbie never allowed Tom to come to her home when her children were there, only on Wednesday nights. She spent most of her evenings alone. Still, their daily phone calls made her feel part of Tom's life. It seemed to her that they shared confidences about all the important parts of their lives. He knew all of her secrets, and she believed she knew all of his. Tom was a moody man, Debbie had discovered, and she had always tried to be accommodating to him, to avoid upsetting him in any way. That was how she had dealt with every man who had ever been important to her. "I never rocked the boat," she said. "I wanted to please him because I wanted his praise and I wanted him to love me. I thought that was the way it was. I was so afraid if I angered him he would leave." His pleading and persuasive courtship was far behind them now, and once Debbie had capitulated, Tom was very sure that she would always be there, waiting for him. They had a tremendously powerful sex life. In this, too, Debbie always tried to please Tom. If she didn't, she was terrified that he would go away. She agreed to install a massive mirror opposite her bed and found a secure hiding place for the sex toys and gadgets and the videos that seemed to stimulate him. And she managed to repress his depiction of lovemaking as mere sport. He was too tender and too kind for her to ever believe that she meant nothing to him but a game won once again. In January 1990, Delaware Governor Michael Castle had made Tom an offer that rather surprised him because he was a lifelong Democrat and Castle was a Republican. It was the position of Castle's chief counsel. The job paid about half of what Tom could have made at the law firms that had tendered job offers. But it was an honor to be asked to advise a governor on complicated legal issues. Tom Capano, not yet 40, now had an enviable reputation not only in Wilmington, but in the whole state of Delaware. The Attorney General's office was responsible for defending the state in all matters, but as Castle's chief counsel, Tom would be called upon to advise the governor on the constitutionality of all pending legislation. The prestige factor alone was more than enough to make up for any diminution of his salary. And of course, Tom shared in the legacy his father had left for his sons. He would never hurt for money. He could well afford to accept Castle's offer. For some reason, Tom always played down his wealth, although he was probably worth $4 million or more by the early 90s. He and Kay still lived in their sprawling bishop's residence, but they didn't have a beach house as his brothers and sister did. They drove utilitarian vehicles rather than high-priced trophy cars, but of course, their daughters all went to private schools and money was not a problem. While Tom's new job was very demanding, he was also helping his brothers get out of various legal scrapes, both personal and business. It was probably predictable that he would develop some physical manifestation of the stress he lived under. In 1991, he was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis. His gut bled. And yet there was no doubt at all that Tom relished his role as the governor's advisor, his family's clean-up man and shining example, the father of 4 lovely girls, husband to Kay, and lover-advisor to Debbie, just as he appeared almost to enjoy being the put-upon martyr, the man who had every right in the world to occasionally demonstrate a mercurial temperament with his women. People expected too goddamn much of him, often treated him badly, at least in his eyes, and didn't give him the allowances he deserved with the heavy load he carried. Tom stayed with Governor Castle until 1992. He had always wanted to run for political office himself. He thought he would make a good Attorney General for the state of Delaware. But he talked it over with some of the stronger Democrats, among them the Friels, who told him to forget it. He was carrying too much family baggage on his back. His brother's shenanigans would surely come back to haunt him if he ran for the highest law enforcement office in Delaware. Between his 3 brothers, the Republicans could dredge up everything from graft to drugs to rape and kidnapping charges, and he shouldn't think they wouldn't. One Republican wag told Tom his campaign slogan would have to be Tom Capano, the other Capano. Moreover, despite his success in public office, Tom was not a natural politician. He had little talent for glad-handing and working a crowd. The thought of shaking hands with strangers and kissing babies actually scared him a little. Rather, his forte was in quiet, behind-the-scenes mediation. People loved Tom in private. He seemed to lose color and verve in the spotlight. He was just a little too plodding, a little prissy on details and regulations. Tom decided not to run for office after all, and then he accepted a partnership at the law firm of Saul, Ewing, Remick, and Saul, the bond counsel for the state of Delaware and the city of Wilmington. He would run the public finance department. Setting the city and state bonds was very detailed work, but they were mostly multi-million-dollar deals, and the meticulous work paid well. Tom Capano had polished his knack for friendship and for drawing people to him over the years. He was a highly skilled negotiator and mediator. He knew people so well, knew what they wanted and what they needed. He knew the law and the law's weaknesses. He had used his charm and his intelligence, buoyed by his political connections, to get all three of his brothers out of tight spots. And he had boundless confidence in his own ability to make things happen the way he wanted them to happen. Anne Marie Fahey started her new job with Governor Tom Carper right after he was inaugurated in January of 1993. She and Sue Campbell Mast, Carper's executive assistant, would be the lions at the gate that all visitors would have to pass before they reached the inner sanctum of Carper's private offices. The two women had desks 5 feet apart. Sue would answer the governor's direct phone line, and Anne Marie would field all the other calls. She was now at the very center of what was happening in Delaware, an essential part of the government of her state. Anne Marie would make a number of women friends in this new job, including Sue, Jill Morrison, and Siobhan Sullivan. Anne Marie and Jill rapidly became particularly good friends. They were both in their mid-20s, and Jill had moved to an apartment a block from the house Anne Marie shared with Jackie and Bronwyn, so it was easy for them all to get together. Anne Marie and Jill got in the habit of having lunch together almost every day, and they went shopping together at the malls, walked when the weather was good, and often worked out at the machines at the Y. They also shared some of the perks that came with working in the governor's office, lots of free tickets to events or fundraisers. While some of the functions turned out to be deadly boring, they weren't put off, and they were game to try almost anything they had tickets for. Neither was seriously involved romantically, and they never knew whom they might meet. Jill was with Anne Marie on April 26, 1993, the night she first met Tom Capano. It was at a fundraiser for the Women's Democratic Club. There were about 150 people there, many of them attorneys. Kay Capano had bought a ticket in her own name, but she wasn't able to attend, so she sent Tom to represent their family. He moved easily through the crowd, chatting with old friends and others he had worked with in city and state government. He was 43, handsome in his subdued way with his expressive eyes and perfectly trimmed beard. As a younger man, when his hair was very dark, he had a smoldering look about him, but now he looked much more benevolent, even though he didn't smile much. Jill and Anne Marie didn't know a lot of people there, but it was a good party with interesting speakers and a great buffet. They chatted with each other and tried to mingle with the crowd in as unself-conscious a way as possible. It was at the end of the evening, Jill remembered. She spotted Mr. Capano and recognized him and approached him and introduced herself and said she thought that he might know her sister, Kathleen. Then she introduced me, and we had a little chit-chat, a friendly first-time meeting someone conversation. Tom was clearly a lot older than the two young women, at least 15 years older. But he was very pleasant as he and Anne Marie talked about mutual friends. They found that they knew many of the same people, and of course, they had both been close to the Friel family for more than 20 years, Tom through politics, and Anne Marie because the Friels had always been good to her family. And they were both staunch Democrats. Tom talked to both Anne Marie and Jill as if they were the only people there, giving them his full attention, and that was flattering, because he was an important figure in the Democratic Party in Wilmington, and they were virtual newcomers. Tom's position at Saul Ewing brought him to the governor's office in the Carver State Building occasionally, and after that night he often paused at Anne Marie's desk to exchange a few words. Jill Morrison was aware that Anne Marie had lunch with him once in a while over the late spring and summer of 1993. Anne Marie was just a very friendly person, Jill recalled, and she explained that she was friends with him and said they would have good conversations and that he relied on her advice. That's the way she was, so I found nothing odd at that point. Sometime in the autumn of that year, Anne Marie told Jill she was going out to dinner with Tom. She mentioned it offhandedly, as if it was a last-minute invitation. She asked to borrow a raincoat since the night had turned chilly and she hadn't worn a coat to work that day. Somehow, going out to dinner with a man seemed more like a date than just having lunch during a work-day. The next day, Jill's curiosity got the better of her, and she asked Anne Marie how her dinner date had gone. She told me about the restaurant, and that it was a nice evening, that Mr. Capano had ordered the food for her. I asked her, "Did he kiss you?" And she said, "Yes." Jill was a little surprised at Anne Marie's answer. She didn't question her, but she wondered what kind of relationship Anne Marie had, or contemplated having, with a married man so much older. She and Jill were only 27. Tom was about to turn 44. Even so, she referred to him as Tommy, a name he apparently preferred. She always called him that. Jill knew her friend well enough to know that she wouldn't find out any more than Annie wanted to tell. Anne Marie certainly had no exclusive arrangement with him. She had other dates, with men closer to her own age. She could be dramatic sometimes, and impossibly romantic, but it was clear to anyone who knew Annie well that she yearned to be in love, to be married, to have children of her own. Men so often disappointed Anne Marie, or maybe it was that she shot herself in the foot because of the way she seemed to fear rejection. As beautiful as she was, she didn't see herself that way. If a man promised to call and didn't, she was convinced he would never call again, certain that she had said or done something to scare him off. And all the time she was absolutely lovely, with a figure both lush and angular, with her full breasts and long arms and legs. Her eyes were wide and blue under heavy brows, and she had such thick, curly hair that it tumbled heavily down around her face. Her complexion was pure Irish, freckled skin that was suffused with pink washes when she felt emotion or embarrassment. She seemed so happy and so confident, but she was as vulnerable as a wildflower growing on a freeway. One night in the fall of 1993, Jackie Binnersley came home about 8 after working out at the gym. She was startled to see Anne Marie sitting on the couch in their living room with a man. Jackie recognized him but would never have expected to find him in her own living room. He was well known around Wilmington. What surprised Jackie the most was the intimate way Annie was sitting with him on the couch. They were drinking wine, and a bottle of Rosemont Merlot, Anne Marie's favorite, sat on the coffee table. They were facing each other, Jackie said. As soon as I walked in, I detected something. I just felt uneasy. Body language tells a lot. You could tell just by the way they were sitting that there was some contact there. Jackie knew who Tom Capano was, and she knew he was married and had children. It seemed totally out of character for Anne Marie to be sitting there with him drinking red wine. She wasn't promiscuous at all, Jackie would recall. She was very reserved, conservative, never had guys over to the house, but that night she had her cleavage showing. It was an awkward moment, and Jackie apologized for intruding. Anne Marie quickly recovered her composure and introduced Jackie to Tom. After he left, Jackie confronted Anne Marie. "What's going on?" she asked bluntly. "Why is this guy here? He's a married man. Why is he over here drinking a bottle of wine?" "Oh, Jackie," Anne Marie said, "we're just friends." Jackie never totally bought that explanation, although Anne Marie tried to convince her that there was nothing the least romantic about her being with Tom Capano. They had a work relationship, and she couldn't not talk to him. Tom continued to drop over to their little house, although neither Jackie nor Bronwyn wanted to encourage that. He made them uneasy. He was so smooth and relaxed. Too smooth. Something made them want to protect Annie. Jackie had known Annie since they were both 12, and she wanted something better for her than a married man who came calling with presents but never seemed to take her out. For a while, Tom was a regular visitor at their house, and he called Annie often, too. And when Jackie and Bronwyn went away for a weekend, they knew that Tom visited Annie in their absence. Once Jackie came home to see them leaving Anne Marie's bedroom, but Tom just looked her in the eyes with a slight smile. She didn't care what Anne Marie did in her private life, but she didn't want her to get hurt. Abruptly, Tom's visits stopped, and Jackie and Bronwyn were relieved when they didn't see him for several weeks. But he was back again around Christmas 1993. Anne Marie still talked about him a lot and spoke of seeing him at work. It was obvious she was intrigued by him. Jackie knew that Anne Marie had always been drawn to men with a little edge to them, and Tom had that. But her friends hoped devoutly that he was only a fleeting fancy. Although she kept it to herself, there was a lot going on in Anne Marie's life. Some good things, and some frightening to her. Her conscience nattered at her about the secrets she was keeping from her family. She was involved with a totally unacceptable and unavailable man. She wasn't sure whether she would be, by definition, an adulteress or a fornicator. But both were forbidden by the Catholic Church, and her religion was as important to her as her family was. On her 28th birthday, January 27, 1994, Anne Marie gave her heart away to the man she trusted to take care of it. "I have fallen in love with a very special person," she told her diary, "but no one else, whose name I choose to leave anonymous. We know who each other are. It happened the night of my 28th birthday. We have built an everlasting friendship. I feel free around him, and like he says, he makes my heart smile. He deserves some happiness in his life, and it makes me feel good to know that I can provide him with such happiness. Who knows if anything serious will ever happen between the two of us? I only know what I dream." Tom Capano insinuated himself into Anne Marie's life like a bindweed, whose heart-shaped leaves look so innocuous at first, but which wraps its runners around whatever it selects until it nearly strangles its host. He wanted to know every detail of what went on in her life. Few women experienced the kind of rapt attention he paid her, encouraging her to share her problems and her triumphs with him. Still, she was tremendously conflicted over her infatuation with him. She told her diary in March 1994 that she and Thomas had had lunch on Friday, but that, "We have problems because he has a wife and children also. I don't want to be in love, but I can't help it. By God, please don't judge me." She continued to see her therapist, Bob Connor, who sensed Anne Marie's inner struggles and started her on a low dose of Prozac in an attempt to counteract her tremendous sense of social isolation, her hypersensitivity, and her obsession about her weight. But rather than easing her internal stress, Prozac only gave her headaches. She might well have headaches. She wasn't eating enough to keep a bird alive. "No news on weight loss," she wrote in her diary. "I am stuck at 135 pounds, and it's pissing me off. I can't starve myself any more than I already am. I suppose I should be thankful that I have not gained any weight either. I still avoid situations where there is food involved." On March 24th, Tom Capano made an offer to Anne Marie. The words scrawled across the page of her diary sound almost childish. "My boyfriend, Thomas, asked me today if I wanted to be a girlfriend and live alone, and he would pay rent for my room. I need to think. I love him, but he has 4 children, girls, and a wife. I will be a silent girlfriend. Oh, my God." Tom Capano may have sensed that he had not won over Anne Marie's housemates and felt their coolness when he dropped in. Or perhaps he liked the idea of having a mistress who would be alone somewhere in a room that he paid for, a young woman waiting for him to visit. But Anne Marie refused his offer. She wanted to stay with Jackie and Bronwyn. Anne Marie, like most of her friends, lived from paycheck to paycheck, with the end of the month often looking pretty lean. There always seemed to be something unexpected she needed to pay for, and she loved clothes. Anne Marie had gone through school wearing hand-me-downs and making do with what she could afford on a waitress's salary. Now she attended so many functions where women wore wonderful clothes, and she longed for them herself. The first spring she was secretly seeing Tom, Anne Marie went shopping with Jill Morrison to find a dress to wear to a family wedding. Anne Marie tried on a pale peach linen dress that suited her perfectly, but when she and Jill looked at the price tag, they gasped. It was way beyond Anne Marie's means. About a week after the wedding, Jill recalled, I asked Anne Marie, "What did you end up wearing?" And she said, "The peach linen dress." She explained that Mr. Capano purchased it for her. Anne Marie had begun an emotional roller coaster ride. On April 22nd, Tom invited her to his house to eat. She did not tell her diary if they were alone or if he had somehow managed to make her appear a casual business acquaintance. She only wrote, "My friend and I went to his house to eat. What a house! He enchants me. During the weekend my thoughts are devoted to Thomas. I am afraid because I am in love with a man who has a family. I need to realize that our relationship will never be anything other than a secret." On April 26th, Tom came to Anne Marie's house to have dinner, and afterward he told her gently that she deserved to have a man without children, a man who had a lot of time to spend with her, because she was very special and deserved much more. She was bereft when he said that they could not go on seeing each other. As she watched from her window as he got into his car and drove away, probably, she thought, for the last time, she blamed herself, as she always blamed herself when someone left her behind. Anne Marie grieved for 2 days, and then Tom was back, calling to tell her that he loved her and could not stay away from her. They agreed to keep seeing each other. Bob Connor had known about Anne Marie's eating disorder for some time, but she had never really admitted it to him, and he was waiting for her to bring it up. On this Thursday, the same day she and Tom had agreed to continue their affair, she confessed her obsession with food to Connor. "I cried a lot, as well as informed him of my eating disorder. I realize how poor of an eater I've become, and that it's not healthy. However, it feels great every time I get on the scale if the needle has decreased from before. My ideal weight is 125. I can do it. I now weigh 133, 8 more pounds. I could easily do that in a week. I also feel that my world is so out of control, and the only thing I can control is my food intake." That April of 1994, when Tom told Anne Marie that he wanted to continue seeing her, he was hardly a man alone. Not only did he have a wife, but Debbie McIntyre had been his mistress for almost 12 years. Tom had made Debbie understand that his marriage was unhappy, but divorce wasn't even a consideration. "I'm miserable in my marriage," he told her in a soft, hopeless voice. "But I can't leave my kids. You know that, Deb." Of course she did. From the way Tom described his situation, she pictured him living a life of quiet desperation. Kay was a truly nice person, but she and Tom were so different, and Debbie had seen for herself how he doted on his girls. It would break Tom's heart to have to walk away from his 4 daughters. In all the years of their relationship, Debbie had never once given Tom an ultimatum or told him she wanted to end their affair. She was so afraid that he would leave her, and she could not imagine her life without him. 2 or 3 times Tom had alluded to some woman, a secretary at his office, she believed, who had taken too much for granted, pushed too hard. Debbie thought that relationship had gone on a year or 2 before she came into Tom's life. She recalled her ex-husband saying something about Tom's having trouble over a woman. It hadn't mattered to her then, and she hadn't listened closely, but she knew Tom was like quicksilver. If anyone tried to trap him, he would be gone. And she could not have borne that. One bleak October, he had left her for several weeks, but he had come back. Debbie had made her peace with the way her life had turned out. "I finally came to some level of happiness," she said, thinking, "Look at all the good he's brought me. Look at how he's made me feel about myself. He's always there for me." If she and Tom were not meant to be together as a couple free to walk in the bright sunlight of public awareness, at least she knew she was special to him. And from the time she was a very little girl, all Debbie had ever longed for was to be special to someone. One of the topics that raised Tom's ire was Tatnall's school. Debbie was very efficient, worked long hours, and took pride in her work at Tatnall. But Tom often pointed out that she worked too much overtime and got too little pay and respect. He told her that she was always letting people walk all over her. "You are everybody's doormat," he said. "You're right," Debbie would agree. "I do let people walk on me." It became a self-fulfilling prophecy for her. Every time he told her she was too wishy-washy, she felt weaker, and her achievements seemed less important. "And he treated me like a doormat," Debbie recalled. "He admitted it. He said, 'Sometimes I treat you like a doormat. I don't mean to, Debbie. You know that, but every once in a while I do.'" In truth, he almost always treated her that way. As much as she loved him and depended on him, Debbie often had the feeling she wasn't smart enough, attractive enough, or worldly enough. Even though she did her best to anticipate his moods, she often irritated Tom because she had guessed wrong about what her response should be. 12 years should have made her a little confident in their relationship, but she never was. Tom told Debbie often that she shouldn't be waiting around for him. She needed to have a life of her own, and she should be seeing other men. He suggested that she go to bars and pick up men, and he seemed to have no jealousy about any physical relationship that might ensue. Rather, he told her, he would love to hear about what she did with other men. When he talked like that, Debbie felt sick. It was the ultimate rejection. He didn't want her, and he was ready to palm her off on other men. Worse, he wanted the details. She tried to tell herself that he didn't really mean it. But he did. There had been incidents that she tried never to think of. Sometime in the late 80s, after they had been together for several years, Tom encouraged Debbie to accept a date with a former classmate who was in town from New England. "I would do what he wanted to compromise what was best for me lots of times," she said ruefully. This was one of those times. At Tom's instigation, Debbie invited the man home, and there was a sexual encounter, again following Tom's instructions. Indeed, he was watching from the window. She didn't understand why he would want to watch her with another man, or her own acquiescence in his voyeuristic fantasy. She tried to forget it had ever happened. About 5 years later, Tom set up another situation designed to end in a ménage à trois. Debbie had been surprised when Tom showed up at her house with Keith Brady in tow one evening. Keith was the married attorney who had replaced him as advisor to Governor Castle, 4 years younger than Tom and a tall, handsome man with black hair. Tom had confided in Keith about his own extramarital affairs, telling him particularly about Debbie and describing her as a wonderful person I care very much about. Tom and Keith had been golfing. They had had some drinks at the country club, and Tom poured several more at Debbie's house. It was an encounter orchestrated by Tom. At some point, he signaled to Debbie, and they moved to another room where they made love. And then Tom asked her to approach Keith and to do what was necessary to draw him into a sexual encounter. She didn't want to do it, but like an automaton, Debbie did as Tom asked. At Tom's insistence, Debbie performed oral sex on his friend, but Keith was as embarrassed as she was and failed to get an erection. It was a humiliating incident that would come back to haunt both of them. They tried to pretend nothing had ever happened between them, but Tom knew. It gave him a little more power over both of them. Tom's sexual appetites had always been, at the least, unusual. and Debbie had always tried to accommodate him. They were very open with each other, and she felt somewhat secure in knowing that, for him, she was the female in his life, and that she pleased him. After so many years, Tom and Debbie still spoke on the phone a couple of times a day, and they were together on Wednesday nights. They couldn't be seen together in Wilmington, but Tom took her to dinner in restaurants in Little Italy in Philadelphia. His favorite was a place called Villa de Roma. We never ran into anyone we knew, she recalled. It was our spot. It was very small, but the food was good, and I loved going there. Tom was obsessed with hiding their relationship, and Debbie thought it was because of his prominence in city government and because he wanted to protect Kay and his girls. Every time they met accidentally in Wilmington, they had to pretend. As far as Debbie knew, even Tom's brothers had no idea that he was involved with her. She had no idea that Tom was in the first stages of an affair with a woman 17 years younger than she was, and maybe that had something to do with the clandestine nature of their relationship, too. It had never even occurred to her that there might be any other woman in his life besides Kay. Debbie believed that she and Tom had achieved such a degree of intimacy that they were almost closer than a married couple. However cruel he might be when he was in a mood, she could always take comfort in the knowledge that Tom had chosen her to have an affair with out of all the women he encountered. He might get angry with her, but he always came back. Anne Marie was seeing Bob Connor for psychological counseling every week that spring of 1994, although she didn't want anyone to know. For that matter, few who knew her would ever have believed that she needed any therapy. She was consummately professional at her job, fun to be around, and she looked great. Her laughter often bounced off the walls of the governor's outer office. It sounded like the laughter of a woman without a trouble in the world. Bob Connor summed up his sessions with Anne Marie in scribbled notes. The same themes popped up again and again: codependency issues, turns to conflict to avoid depression, emotionally fragile, feels powerless, self-esteem issues, struggling with deeply held fear of abandonment, sense of aloneness, but with a core of unlovedness, so frightened of hurting others, fear of rejection. But Anne Marie had a great deal of inner strength, and she was making progress. With Bob Connor, whom she trusted completely, she was learning ways to assert herself, beginning to believe that she was a good person, a smart person, and that she deserved to be happy and to be loved. She wanted so much to be loved. There were a lot of changes in store for Anne Marie that spring of 1994. Bronwyn was going back to New Zealand, and Jackie was getting married in July, so that meant the end of their sharing a house. But it was more than that for Anne Marie. She was losing another home. She had no choice but to look for an apartment that she could afford on her own. As the summer approached, it would become clear that Anne Marie was seriously questioning her relationship with Tom. Her Catholic faith was very important to her. Her family's approval meant everything, and being with Tom went against those things. Still, she wasn't confident to just be herself, alone. Her diary was full of entries about other men, men who were free to date her. Although she was 27, she sounded more like a teenager when she wrote about the men in her life. She had begun dating late, and she needed approval more than most women. Mature in her career, Anne Marie was 16 in her heart. On June 11th, 1994, her brother Robert arranged a double date. He and his wife, Susan, along with Anne Marie and Mike Hines, a man Robert worked with. Anne Marie felt the blind date had worked out very well. In a little over a week she wrote, "I think I'm falling for him real fast. I see myself marrying him." Of course it was much too soon. And the P.S. revealed more about how frightened she really was of not being good enough, of being alone, of being unloved. P.S. My weight is 129. I have a serious problem, but right now I am not able to confront it." A week later, Anne Marie wrote of a wonderful evening with Mike at the beach, a Saturday night with a romantic stroll home. "But," she wrote, "he said he would talk to me tomorrow, and I never heard from him. He never called me Sunday nor Monday. So of course now I think he's blowing me off and does not want to see me any more." Mike Hines eventually called her, and they went out again. But she questioned every comment, every phone call that didn't come or came too late. She was sure he wanted to dump her, but was afraid to because he worked with her brother. When Anne Marie forced a premature confrontation on what Mike's feelings and intentions were only after a month of fairly casual dating, he was polite and sincere and probably spooked. She did not mention another date with him in her diary. That summer, Anne Marie and her brother Brian went on a trip to Ireland on the little money Nan had left them when she died. They felt the best way to honor her memory would be to visit her homeland. They found the pub that Nan had owned, and they met a cousin who looked just like her. Surrounded by relatives, Anne Marie felt totally at home, and it was like a balm to her soul. When she returned to Bob Connor's office on August 9th, Anne Marie was happier than he had ever known her to be. She found her own cozy little apartment where she could afford the rent all by herself. Her trip to Ireland had allowed her to step out of her life for 2 weeks, and he could see that her image of herself was much more positive. Her fingers crossed. It looked as if Annie was beginning to emerge from a long, lonely tunnel. When nothing worked out with Mike Hines, Anne Marie had begun seeing Tom again. She told some of her friends part of the truth about her relationship with him, others very little, but she confided completely in Kim Horstman. Kim knew about Annie's problem with eating, and she knew about the men in her life. That summer of 1994, Annie told Kim she was involved with Tom Capano, not just for lunches and an occasional dinner date, but in a romantic affair. She told her that Tom treated her like a princess, that she could tell him all of her secrets, and that he bought her gifts and took her out to wonderful places. "I think she kind of thought of him maybe as a father figure," Kim recalled, that she could share a lot with him. If anyone needed a father figure, it was Anne Marie. But she was so torn. She told Kim about the guilt that was eating her up. It was a very difficult situation for her because he was married with 4 children, Kim said. And Annie is a Catholic, and committing adultery is something that is against our religion. It was a very difficult struggle for her. Like Anne Marie's other good friends, Jill Morrison was worried about her. By the autumn of 1994, Anne Marie was distressingly thin. When they went out to lunch now, Jill would order a good-sized sandwich, while Anne Marie said she wasn't hungry and nibbled on a pretzel and sipped ice water. In December, they were grocery shopping together, and Jill glanced from her cart to Anne Marie's with a sinking feeling. "I had a big basket full of food, and all she had was fruit, and I told her I was very worried about her weight." For once, when Jill brought it up, Anne Marie didn't try to avoid a discussion about her weight. Jill couldn't hold back her tears when she looked at Anne Marie in the bright store lights, and she touched her arm and said, "I can't watch you kill yourself like this." Anne Marie had tears in her eyes, too, and promised, "Don't worry about me. I'll stick around for a long time." Once again, the fall had been a difficult time for Anne Marie. Her glorious weeks in Ireland seemed remote now. She had put forth some ideas at work and felt they weren't taken seriously. She had asked for a raise, which was unbelievably difficult for her, and she was mortified when she didn't get it, even though it was because of the state's budget allocations and not because she wasn't doing a good job. In her next session, she told Bob Connor, "Annie's not going anywhere." She was characteristically angry at herself, as always, feeling it was her fault that she didn't have enough confidence to explore other options. Most of all, Anne Marie was still gripped by such a pervasive sense of loneliness. It was as if any moment everyone she counted on could abandon her. When Connor asked her who might desert her, Anne Marie finally talked a little bit about a lawyer she was seeing, but she was very cautious about revealing much. She didn't tell him the man was married. She was too ashamed. During December of 1994, Anne Marie accepted intellectually that she could not have Tom. But emotionally, she feared she could not leave him either. She visited her sisters' and brothers' homes with their Christmas decorations, their rosy babies, and she wanted that for herself. Then, of course, felt guilty for her envy. But Anne Marie knew she could sand off the hurtful edges of her Christmas feelings and the old memories that came rushing back when she saw Bob Connor during their January sessions. Finally, she had come to understand that most people had their areas of anxiety and were frightened sometimes. She wasn't a freak, and she wasn't a hopeless case. She believed she could find a way to be free and healthy and deserving of happiness. Bob Connor used role-playing and cognitive therapy with Anne Marie. They could not change the past. There was no gain in harping on old hurts, and she understood that. But she could learn to shut off the thoughts that led back inevitably to her childhood and her feelings of helplessness. Going into 1995, Anne Marie was fighting as hard as she could. Unfortunately, Anne Marie and Bob Connor would only have 2 more sessions. On January 5th, 1995, they talked about Christmas dinner and the rage over her brother Mark's alcoholism and sadness about Nan and her mother that Anne Marie felt. 12 days later, on January 17th, 1995, Connor's last scribbled entry in Anne Marie's case file read, "Road less traveled issues with self-love." They planned to meet again at 5 p.m. on January 24th. But Connor called Anne Marie earlier that afternoon and asked if he could reschedule for the next day. He had had a patient who was in crisis and he wanted to give him Anne Marie's time slot. Of course she said yes. There had been times when she was panicked and needed to talk. At 6 a.m. on January 25th, Brian Fahey's phone rang and he fumbled sleepily to grab it. He recognized Anne Marie's voice, but she was crying so hard that he could barely make out what she was saying, and then he understood. Bob Connor was dead. His office had called Anne Marie to cancel her appointment. He had been coming home from his appointment the night before when a drunk driver crossed the center line and hit his car head-on. A very real force for good in Anne Marie's and many others' lives was gone. She had counted on Connor since 1992 to help her work her way out of her anxiety and depression. She loved him like a father or a big brother, and she had trusted him completely. She was grieving for him, and because she was Anne Marie, she blamed herself for his death. If I hadn't said it was okay to postpone my session, she sobbed, he wouldn't have been out on that road so late. He would have been in his office at 5 with me, as he always was, and he would have just gone home like always. Of course, that was her own circuitous reasoning, her leap to feel guilt over someone else's pain, and she knew it, too. But it was so hard to accept that Bob Connor was gone. So hard for her to accept that nothing she had done had killed him, and nothing she might have done could have saved him. After Bob Connor died, Anne Marie was left floating without a net. She tried to find another counselor, but it wasn't like changing mechanics or even dentists. It had taken her so long to feel absolutely safe with a therapist, and she could not simply switch her allegiance and her secrets to someone else. But while she was trying to find another therapist, she needed someone to confide in, and she had someone, Tom Capano. Over the past year, Anne Marie had managed to distance herself from Tom for short periods, but when she was alone, he always seemed to be there, waiting. Anne Marie still knew no more about Debbie McIntyre than Debbie knew about her, and that was nothing at all. And she didn't know what Kay Capano was really like. She only knew about Tom's life as it was channeled through his brain, spun, and pronounced. 4 days after St. Valentine's Day, Anne Marie received a phone call from Tom. It was a Saturday, and he mentioned that he was having a party for Buddy Friel at a friend's house, and they were going to Buddy's bar afterward. He didn't invite her, but he didn't tell her to stay away either. Anne Marie went to Buddy's bar that night at midnight, taking Jill and Jackie along. Tom was there, but he was with Kay, something she hadn't expected. Anne Marie was shocked when Tom shot her a look full of anger. He had never been angry with her, but then she had never surprised him when he was sitting with his wife. Tom had always orchestrated their meetings, and he had not suggested that she go to Buddy's party or his bar. Feeling his rage, Anne Marie left with her friends. Naively, she had thought she could sit across the room from Tom without making him uncomfortable. But obviously she had. Worse, she had seen him with Kay and had been forced to recognize that this was a man who was definitely not free. He had a very pretty wife, who didn't look at all like the cold woman he had described. Tom had appeared to be having a good time with the people he was with, and the memory of the expression of absolute disgust on his face when he looked at her haunted Anne Marie. Now that he had Anne Marie emotionally tethered to him, Tom had the power to hurt her, and he did. After her faux pas at Buddy's bar, he didn't call her on either Sunday or Monday. When she called him late Monday afternoon, he was cold and eager to get off the phone. "I have a very busy week," he said abruptly, "and everything in my life is wrong, and my life sucks." He was clearly demonstrating to her what would happen if she ever again encroached on his real life. He may have enjoyed the panic he created in Anne Marie when he suddenly stopped calling her, and as he spoke to her in a cold, annoyed voice when she called him. And of course she did. She kept calling. Tom allowed Anne Marie to twist in the wind, ignoring her calls. She berated herself for all manner of inconsiderate things she must have done. After 10 agonizing days, Tom finally called her and told her that he needed to speak with her. His message gave her hope. Tom grudgingly agreed to meet with Anne Marie to talk about why he felt they had no future. It was a scene that would have qualified him to write soap opera scripts, but he knew that Anne Marie was easy prey. He told her that the problem was that his feelings for her were so strong that he was jealous whenever other men said anything about her. He kissed her, held her, and shed a tear or two before he said he needed to let her go, for her own sake, for her future. When he forced himself to walk away, he must have known that his scenario had worked. It always had. "My life doesn't exist without Thomas," Anne Marie wrote in her diary. "He deserves happiness. He does not deserve to be miserable. I'll wait forever. He's a wonderful, kind, caring, generous, sensitive man who deserves to be showered with the same kind of generosity he gives. I want to be that person." She had no glimmer of what that would mean. Anne Marie's friends saw a change in their get-togethers that spring of 1995. It was subtle at first, but they could not help but notice how nearly impossible it was to make plans with her. She would cancel at the last minute or show up late. One night, Jill was at Anne Marie's apartment when Tom phoned. When she got off the phone, Jill recalled, she said, "I'm really sorry to have to ask you to do this, but I need to ask you to leave." And I couldn't believe I was being asked to leave, and I said, "Why?" And she said Mr. Capano had called and he was very upset and needed someone to talk to. Jill reached for her purse and stood up to leave. There was nothing else to do. Tom's problems evidently came first. It seemed that Tom was always getting in the way. It was almost as if he didn't want her to have a good time with her friends. One night, Jill was surprised to hear Anne Marie tell her that she had a job interview scheduled the next day with Louis Capano. Tom had arranged it. The following night, Jill and Anne Marie met for a drink, and Jill asked how the interview had gone. Anne Marie didn't seem at all excited about it. Rather, she sipped at her drink with a bleak look on her face. Finally, she looked up at Jill and said quietly, "I think he wants to control me." "Who? Louis?" "No, Tom. If I took the job, it would be Tom who was controlling where I worked and where I lived, everything." Jill had said so many times over the last few months, "I think Tom's in love with you," and Anne Marie had always shaken her head and smiled. Now Jill figured love had nothing to do with it. Annie was always doing things that other people wanted her to do, giving up little pieces of herself to make other people happy. But there was something almost scary about Tom Capano. After their drink, they split up so they could go home and change for a dressy affair they were attending. Jill was supposed to pick Anne Marie up, but when she called to say she was on her way, Anne Marie didn't answer the phone. "I kept calling," Jill said, "and it got to a point where I was angry, like we had plans. But I was concerned, too, and I called every 15 minutes. And then, despite Anne Marie's protestations that she would not let Tom Capano run her life, Jill knew what had happened. She knew that Annie was with him. Despite her chafing at the invisible bonds that went with seeing Tom, Anne Marie stayed with him. In her view, she was the only thing that kept him from falling into a pit of despair, and she couldn't desert him. If he was sometimes possessive and unreasonable, she blamed it on the burdens he carried. She had made a pledge to be there for him, and she honored it. While the world saw Tom as powerful and capable, she knew that he was a lonely man full of pain. He conveyed that to her often enough, whenever she did something he disapproved of. There were many things that Tom didn't like. He hated her stuffy little apartment and reminded her often that she could have a lovely apartment for free if she had only accepted Louis's job offer. He told her how to dress. Tom didn't like to have her wear clothing that was too red, too bright, too tight, too short. "You look like a whore when you dress like that," he said frequently. Too late, she realized she had told him too much about herself. He knew she thought her legs were too big, and that she hated having large breasts. He knew she starved herself when she was frightened, and he knew all about her family, her searing memories of childhood, her work at the governor's office, and all the secret things she worried about. He could use them against her if he wanted. Tom particularly disapproved of Anne Marie's friends, and failed to see why she felt it necessary to spend so much time with them. Didn't he take her out to wonderful places that made evenings out with the girls pale by comparison? And of course he did. They went to Philadelphia for meals at the finest restaurants. As always, he selected the wine and the entree, claiming he was hopeless at figuring percentages, an odd deficiency in a bond lawyer. He routinely slid the check across the table to Anne Marie so that she could calculate the tip. He let her sign his name to the credit card slip. Anne Marie's overwhelming concern about her weight continued. It was impossible for her to enjoy food, no matter how much it cost. Going out to eat was stressful for her, but Tom enjoyed dining out in fine restaurants, so, of course, that was what they did. Tom kept Anne Marie continually off balance. When he was pleased with her, he listened sympathetically as she spoke of her fears and insecurities, and he told her how wonderful she was. He offered her a world without any anxieties, but when she displeased him, he could be as cold as death. Tom did his best to maintain links to Anne Marie's girlfriends. If he couldn't locate her or was worried about some aspect of their relationship, he was quick to call Jackie, Kim, Ginny, Jill, or any other of her friends to glean information. She was such a private person that it sometimes set Anne Marie's teeth on edge to know he was doing that. In July, Tom discovered a new way to keep in touch with Anne Marie. He began to send email through the computer system at Saul Ewing Remick & Saul to her desk at the governor's office. His first try took 6 days to draw a response, but finally Anne Marie sent back a short reply. He sent her trivia questions, and she answered, usually correctly. It was all very light on the surface, unless she failed to respond as quickly as he liked. Along with his calls, his surprise drop-ins at her apartment, and their dates, his email helped Tom to keep track of Anne Marie. Tom had no idea that email had any life beyond the immediate time it was sent and retrieved. He knew virtually nothing about computers. At first, Anne Marie hadn't realized that Tom was manipulating her emotions as if she were a puppet. But as much of a romantic as she was also very bright. She had begun to see a frightening pattern. Tom had done so many nice things for her, but there always seemed to be a payback. The biggest payback was her loss of freedom and being aware that she could not make even a simple plan to do something with her friends without Tom's entering into it. In the summer of 1995, she pondered more and more often about what her life would be like without him. But even as she did, she felt disloyal, torn between gratitude for all he had done for her and her own need not to be controlled. Even so, when Tom told Anne Marie he was taking her on a vacation in August of 1995, she tentatively agreed to go. He had chosen a luxury resort in Virginia called the Homestead. The Homestead is the kind of place I always wanted to go, Tom recalled. But my kids are beach people. It's something I had wanted to do, but also to be with her, alone, and away from everything for 4 days. We went there to work on our relationship. Tom remembered that they had had an idyllic time together. He said he had taught Anne Marie how to play golf, and that they had massages every day and strolled around the grounds. On the drive back from Virginia, Anne Marie carefully pointed out how many things they differed on. It began with something as prosaic as the fact that she liked Pepsi and Tom drank Coca-Cola. She began to write down their differences, calling it the Coke-Pepsi list. He thought it was all in good fun, and it may have been. It also may have been a very subtle and safe way for Anne Marie to show Tom how ill-suited they were for each other. In retrospect, she was probably trying to ease out of the hold Tom had on her. The list covered everything, from food preferences and sleep habits to him being Italian and her Irish. She was a Gen Xer and he was a baby boomer. Money bored him, and she was very conscious of every penny. For 3 pages, Anne Marie wrote down their differences, and somewhere hidden within the dozens of unimportant things, she noted very important things. Tom's memory of the trip as being idyllic warred with what Anne Marie told Kim Horstman. She said it was a disaster, Kim recalled. They had fought for most of the trip, and Anne Marie said she had just wanted to have it over with and get home. It wasn't too long after that trip when Tom told Anne Marie that he was thinking seriously about leaving Kay. She was horrified. She knew she could not live with the responsibility of taking a man away from his wife. She was having enough trouble with her Catholic guilt about being involved with a married man. But mostly, she didn't want to be with him any longer. He would put so many walls around her that she could never get out. In one of her moments of strength, Anne Marie told Tom that he had to make up his mind whether or not to divorce his wife based purely on what he wanted. He was not to consider her as a part of the equation. If he left Kay, she warned, it couldn't be because of her. He always nodded, but she wondered if he really heard what she was saying. Tom was now living in Louis's mansion. He had left Kay. He asked Anne Marie to stay with him for a few days while Louis was away. Why she agreed, only she knew. She may have viewed it as a way to talk with him and to somehow extricate herself gently from their relationship. Being with Tom was like being in a carnival house of mirrors. Things kept changing. Just when she thought she was perceiving something one way, the light shifted and it became something else. And what seemed to be an exit or an open space was really only a cramped hallway with no way out. Tom had, indeed, left his wife. Kay and their 4 daughters had been living alone in the bishop's residence since September 1995. After 23 years of marriage, he had walked out. Since Kay never discussed problems in her marriage, friends could only speculate about why she and Tom had separated. While he looked for a house to rent, Tom lived for a month in a wing of Louis's mansion. He visited his daughters regularly, and if Tom and Kay had any angry discussions, they had them in private. Tom's world went on as it always had, only he had more freedom to come and go. He still saw Anne Marie, and he still saw Debbie. It had been many years since Debbie had had any hope that she and Tom might be together as man and wife. He hadn't told her that he was leaving Kay, not until a few days before he actually left, and she was amazed and happy when he did. Their relationship had continued since 1982, with daily phone calls and physical intimacy at least one night a week, and sometimes more often. Debbie loved Tom. She had loved him for a very long time. She was in her mid-40s in 1995, although she hardly looked it. She was still trim and athletic and very attractive. She, and Anne Marie, and Kay too, for that matter, were physically 3 completely different types. Debbie had short blonde hair and was tiny. Anne Marie had long brown hair and stood close to 6 feet tall. And Kay was somewhere in between them in height, with olive skin and dark eyes and hair. All 3 were pretty, intelligent, and had good figures. They were all Catholic. But though they looked nothing alike, they all had something very important in common. Each was principally concerned with making other people happy before she thought of herself. The 3 women whom Tom encircled had all grown up in homes where alcohol caused problems that made children walk softly and try at great lengths to please and to appease. Had Tom known that? Or had he just accidentally homed in on women who would sacrifice themselves to make him happy? When he left Kay, Debbie said, he told me that he needed 18 months to be a bachelor, so he wouldn't embarrass Kay by marrying again right away. But then we would get married. That was one of the happiest times of my life. After being alone for a dozen years, waiting in the shadows of Tom's life, Debbie felt secure now in the knowledge that they were going to be together forever. She had waited for him this long. Another year and a half would be a cakewalk. September 1995 was a watershed point for a number of people in Wilmington. Governor Tom Carper, who had no idea that Anne Marie was involved with one of the lights of the Democratic Party, was about to play Cupid. Carper, who was a contemporary of Tom Capano, had met a young man in the spring who seemed the perfect match for Anne Marie. The governor went up to Mike Scanlon and asked him if he was single. When he said yes, Carper asked him if he was interested in meeting a nice young lady. They both forgot about the discussion for a few months, until Carper had occasion to send a business letter to Scanlon. On the bottom of the letter, he jotted down Anne Marie's name and phone number. Tom Carper cared a great deal for Anne Marie, and he approved of Mike Scanlon as a person. He had checked Mike out before he broached the subject with Anne Marie. Mike, 30, was a senior executive vice president of the MBNA America Bank, the massive Delaware-based credit card company. He was in charge of community relations and responsible for MBNA's grants to charitable organizations. Mike was Irish and Catholic, one of 7 children, and grew up in Bristol, Rhode Island. He was 6 feet 2 inches tall and handsome, with a wide smile. He was a nice guy who owned his own home, made more than $100,000 a year, and he was still single. After Governor Carper told Mike about Anne Marie, and even though he wasn't any more enthusiastic about blind dates than she was, it was finally arranged that they would meet on Friday, September 15th, at O'Friel's Irish Pub. They sat together and talked, but it was like being under a magnifying glass with everybody at O'Friel's watching, knowing they were meeting for the first time. Their conversation felt stilted and awkward, and Anne Marie had that old sinking feeling that the man she was with wasn't interested in her. She called her brother Brian later and told him she had really liked Mike Scanlon and found him attractive, but felt she'd been brushed off. She hadn't. 8 days later they had a real date and got along fine without an audience studying them. And by October, Anne Marie's calendar was full of dates with Mike. Her entry for the 15th read, "First night with Mike." And that night marked the end of a long, hurtful relationship and the beginning of one that she had longed for most of her life. Anne Marie didn't mean that they had spent that night together, but this was clearly the beginning of a love match. The governor had guessed right. Anne Marie and Mike could not have been better suited. She took him to visit her family, and he fit in as if he'd always known them. Everyone was happy for Anne Marie and Mike. Almost everyone. It was October 1995, and soon after he and Kay separated, Tom had gone looking for a house to rent. He found one within easy walking distance of the home he had shared with his wife and 4 daughters. For that matter, the red-brick 2-story house was very close to Debbie's house, and only a 3 to 5 minute drive from Anne Marie's apartment. Tom signed a 6-month lease and agreed to pay rent of $2,000 a month for the unfurnished place. The house had been freshly painted a month or so before, and it had a double garage, 5 bedrooms, and 5 bathrooms, so that Christy, Katie, Jenny, and Alex could each have their own room. Living all alone may have seemed a little strange to Tom after being married for 23 years, but he intended that his daughters would stay over with him at least one night every weekend, and he planned to have visits from both Debbie and Anne Marie, although, certainly, on different nights. He didn't want his daughters to be hurt by the separation, and he figured having them with him on weekends would help them all remain close. Their friends would be welcome, too. Tom thought of himself as a buddy and a counselor to all of the kids. Now, more than ever, he would have to choreograph the comings and goings of his visitors. He couldn't risk having his daughters show up when Anne Marie was there or when Debbie was visiting. It was all a matter of timing, and Tom had always been methodical about scheduling his life. As for the family home, Tom dropped into the house almost every day. walking in unannounced as if he still lived there. Even Debbie told him she didn't think that was fair to Kay. "I wouldn't blame her for changing the locks," she said. "I own that house," Tom answered. "I can go there any time I want." By September 1995, Anne Marie was a long way from being in love with Tom. She had been disenchanted with him before September, but now Anne Marie had met Mike Scanlon, and she remembered what normal dating could be like. Without realizing what a Pandora's box she was opening, Anne Marie told Tom that she didn't want to see him any longer, except on a platonic basis. Tom did not take it well. He would not accept it at first. Then he raged at her that he had broken up his home and left his wife, all for her. And now that he had done it, she was telling him she didn't want him? How could she be so cruel? It was no use arguing with Tom, or pointing out that she had told him he must never consider her as any part of his decisions about his marriage, but he hadn't listened. Anne Marie confided in Kim Horstman once again, telling her that Tom was obsessive about her. He was calling her 15 to 20 times a day, leaving messages on her answering machine that she had to talk with him. Why wasn't she returning his calls? It was vital that they get together to work out their problems. And then there was his email. Whenever she turned on her computer, Tom's email rolled down the screen. She hadn't told Tom about Mike Scanlon, but with his connections all over Newcastle County, he had a way of finding out things. On December 4th, Anne Marie flew to Puerto Rico for a week-long legislative convention. While there, she became ill and fainted. Doctors weren't able to diagnose what was wrong with her. It may have been the heat or bad food. Or it may have been that she was living with such dread that Tom would approach Mike and tell him terrible things about her, and that she was barely eating. When she returned from Puerto Rico on the 11th, Anne Marie plunged into a whirl of activities. Her calendar noted birthdays, showers, weddings, and of course babysitting for her siblings' youngsters. She and Mike had a dinner together at the Columbus Inn, a wonderful restaurant in a structure in Wilmington that seemed little changed over centuries. Mike had no idea what she was going through. She didn't want to tell him about Tom, and she made excuses about why she had fainted in Puerto Rico, fearful that Mike would find her anorexia disgusting. Finally, because he was so worried about her fainting, she fudged and told him that the doctors couldn't figure out why she was losing weight, that they thought it might be stress or fatigue. On Sunday, December 18th, Anne Marie and Mike went on a Christmas tour to see the lights and decorations in Wilmington. Afterward, she helped him decorate his home for Christmas, and they trimmed the tree with his brother. Because Mike was going to Rhode Island for Christmas, they had an early celebration. A photograph from that night shows them together on a love seat next to a miniature Christmas village. They looked like a couple, with Anne Marie holding their presents in her lap, and Mike laughing, his eyes shut against the flash of the camera. It was easy to picture them together in Mike's house for many Christmases to come. Mike left for Rhode Island on the 22nd and told Anne Marie he'd be back on the 30th, in plenty of time to take her out on New Year's Eve. Not only did she have a date, it was with the man she truly wanted to be with. Tom had been working on her, of course, warning her away from Mike. He told her that Mike was a nerd, and he was amazed that she would even be interested in him. He hinted that he might have to tell Mike that she wasn't available, that she belonged to him, and if he did so, it would be for her own good, since she apparently didn't have enough sense to know what was best for her. That sent a chill through Anne Marie. Even imagining a confrontation between Mike and Tom made her sick to her stomach. Tom would make their relationship sound dirty, and he would paint her as such a sinner and loose woman that Mike would run for the nearest exit. Face it, he would make her out to be a slut and a whore, his favorite words for her when he was angry. It should have been a wonderful time, but Anne Marie was always looking over her shoulder and waiting for the phone to ring. Tom, who had always been so in control, was losing it, or seemed to be. He threatened suicide if Anne Marie didn't come back to him. One night he came up the back stairs to her apartment and burst in when she opened the door. Breathing heavily, he stomped around and gathered up everything he had ever given her. A television, clothes, records, even a jar of mayonnaise. "I don't want another man watching the TV I gave you," he said, "or seeing you in clothes that I gave you, so I'm taking it all back." In the end, he relented and returned his gifts. But it was an awful fight. It was only one of many scenes. One night Tom drove her home and refused to let Anne Marie get out of his car until she agreed to talk to him. When she tried to reach for the door, he grabbed her around the neck. He didn't hurt her, and she wasn't afraid of him physically, but it showed that he was out of control. Her life had become a back-and-forth, secret tug-of-war. Another night, Tom drove Anne Marie into the garage at his house on North Grant Avenue and shut the doors behind them. He would not let her go until she agreed to discuss their relationship. She had always been claustrophobic, and she felt suffocated in closed places. Locked in Tom's garage, she began to panic, but he was obdurate. When he finally opened the doors, she was sick to her stomach. There would be more scenes like that, and then Tom would send Anne Marie long, almost childlike email, as if everything between them was still all right. His very reversal was chilling. In November, Tom had begun dating one of the legal secretaries in his firm. Susan Louth was 32, a great-looking blonde, according to one of Tom's attorney friends, and they were having a rollicking, passionate affair. They had a lot of private jokes, and he often took her to the Villa de Roma in Philadelphia for dinner. It was the same restaurant that Debbie considered their special place, but the management was very discreet. Susan knew that Tom dated other women, and he seemed to relish the fact that she dated other men. Oddly, he didn't obsess about her. She didn't want a man she could count on. Tom was what she termed a challenge, and that's what I like in a relationship. Tom took Susan to his mother's house and introduced her to Marguerite. Thereafter, when her mother referred to Susan, she called her that slutty little girl, which Tom and Susan found hilarious. When he sent Susan notes, Tom addressed them to "Dear Slutty Little Girl." In late 1995, Tom was still threatening suicide, promising marriage to Debbie, jumping into bed with Susan, doing business as usual at Saul Ewing, and considering new conquests. And he was still trying to buy Anne Marie. Tom's money had always gotten him what he wanted. He persuaded Anne Marie to go for a drive and took her to a 10-room house. He offered to buy it for her if she would come back to him. No one who hadn't been without a home could ever imagine what pretty houses meant to Anne Marie. She often wrote in her diary about her friends' wonderful houses. A home of her own was the ultimate in security and serenity for her. Tom also tried to buy her a Lexus, knowing that she had trouble with her Jetta. She looked at him, appalled. He found out that Anne Marie and Kim Horstman were hoping to go to Spain together after Christmas, and that was a trip he could approve of. It would get Anne Marie out of Wilmington and away from Mike Scanlon. Mike worried him, and Tom not only cruised by Anne Marie's house to check on her, but also started driving by Mike's house, and he was furious when he saw Anne Marie's green Jetta in the driveway late at night. He called to let her know every time he saw her car at Mike's. He was particularly angry that she parked in the driveway and not in the street. He demanded to know if she was having sex with Mike. When she told him she wasn't, that placated him, but only a little. Tom emailed Anne Marie and suggested that he give her a plane ticket to Spain for Christmas. Moreover, he would make reservations for her at hotels, arrange everything. On December 21st, 1995, Tom went ahead and bought Anne Marie a first-class ticket one way to Madrid. It cost $1,235.95. He was amazed when she refused to take it. Very reluctantly, he took it back and turned it into his credit card company for credit. Tom tried another tack. He told Anne Marie that he had gone to the parish priest at St. Anthony's, where they both attended church, and confessed that he was having an affair with her. She was humiliated, Kim said. She felt she could never go back to her church again because the priest knew she was having an affair with him. She felt that she had to escape. The obsessiveness of it was weighing very heavily on her shoulders, and sometimes she said, "I feel like I have to move out of the state to get away from him." But all the while, she knew she couldn't go. She had her family, her job, her friends, and she had Mike Scanlon. She told her friends that for the first time since she had broken up with Paul Columbus in 1988, she had met someone with whom she felt there was a potential for marriage, and she was scared to death that Tom was going to find some way to ruin that for her. Anne Marie moved into 1996 apprehensively. Her friends and family knew that she was happy with Mike. Her very close friends knew that she dreaded that Tom would destroy her new love. They also knew that she was hiding something else from Mike, her eating disorder. She realized that she had to tell him about that soon, but she hoped she would never have to admit to Mike that she had slept with Tom. The physical side of Anne Marie's relationship with Mike was not nearly as intimate as it had been with Tom, and that was okay with her. Mike's restraint was a sign that he cared about her and took his Catholicism seriously, but they kissed and hugged and held hands all the time. Meanwhile, Tom would not leave her alone, and Anne Marie's way of dealing with him was appeasement. He had been so angry when she refused to accept the ticket to Madrid, although how in hell was she supposed to come home again with a one-way ticket? She didn't dare show him the side of her that was angry, too, and desperate to be free of him. By January, she decided that the best way to get away from Tom would be in small increments. If she could slip out of his life without fanfare, it just might work. Even though Tom had become very demanding about wanting to see her, Anne Marie tried to diffuse that by having what was basically an email relationship. She became very adept at finding excuses to avoid meeting him in person. Her head was filled with Mike, not Tom. Anne Marie's 30th birthday, on January 27th, was fast approaching. She had mixed emotions about that. She was still single and still childless, and 30 was a watershed. It didn't matter that, in the 90s, women were marrying later and having children later. If she had to turn 30, at least she would be doing it with great fanfare. First, Kathleen was having a surprise birthday for her. It wouldn't be much of a surprise because Anne Marie knew about it, although she didn't let on to Kathleen. In fact, she would be celebrating with her family and friends a night early because her actual birthday fell on the date of one of the biggest events in Wilmington's social season, the Grand Gala Ball. And almost in awe of her luck, Anne Marie had confided to her sister that she would be going with Mike. The Grand Gala was a wondrous affair that drew the creme de la creme of society, from the DuPonts on down. Even though tickets sold for as much as $500, they weren't easy to come by. Anne Marie felt like Cinderella, wearing the perfect dress, a long black gown that showed off her beautiful eyes and complexion. She would attend the Grand Gala with a perfect man. It would be the most unforgettable night of her life, and a way to bury, at last, the residual memories of that poor, lonely little girl in a cold house, rolled into a ball under a table to avoid the wrath of her drunken father. The birthday party turned out wonderfully. Anne Marie did an obligatory whoop of feigned surprise when she walked in to see all her family and friends. Tom, of course, hadn't been invited. She was in a great mood, really happy, Mike recalled. That was her night. and so was the next. It seemed that Anne Marie was almost too happy. The grand gala was black tie, and Jill Morrison had been in on the final selection of Anne Marie's dress and shoes. She went by Anne Marie's apartment early on Saturday evening, the 27th, to wish her a happy birthday, and was shocked to find her very upset and angry. "I wish you wouldn't tell Tom Capano what I'm doing," she said. "What are you talking about?" "He knows I'm going to the grand gala with Mike, and he's been calling me all day." Jill admitted that she had let it slip, maybe even subconsciously, to show Tom that he didn't own Anne Marie. She was sorry that she had. While Jill was in Anne Marie's apartment, the phone rang continually. During that short time, there were 6 calls from Tom, and Anne Marie told Jill that he said he could find a date and come to the grand gala. She was terrified that he would expose their relationship not only to Mike, but to the crowd. That would leave her lovely evening, her life itself, in ashes. The next day, Anne Marie told Jill that it had been the most wonderful night of her life, not because Tom stayed away. Anne Marie later confided to her therapist that Tom had come to the Hotel DuPont. When she left Mike to go to the ladies' room, he was waiting in a small anteroom. He grabbed her arm and pulled her in, but she broke away from him and said she would not allow him to spoil her night. She was back at Mike's side, her heart pounding, but her smile steady, before he had time to miss her. Tom had had no date for the grand gala. Appearing at the hotel was simply his way of showing Anne Marie that he always knew where she was and who she was with. Even so, that night at the ball would remain one of her most precious memories. People had teased Mike and asked him where he found the model he was dancing with, and for once, Anne Marie had believed she was beautiful. She and Mike agreed that they would date each other exclusively. They weren't engaged, or engaged to be engaged, but they were going steady. Tom's email to Anne continued unabated, with one excuse or another for why he needed to see her. His daughter Katie's friends were throwing a surprise birthday party for her at his house. What should he serve? Would she have dinner with him on Saturday, Sunday? Where had she been when he called at 10 p.m.? Could they watch their favorite show, NYPD Blue, together, or even over the phone together? Wasn't she tired of doing her laundry at Kathleen's? She could do it at his house. During the first part of February, Anne Marie answered his email very carefully. "I'm not sure what I'm doing tonight. I may go out with some friends," or "I have to babysit all day tomorrow," or "I am supposed to have nachos and beer with my running partners at the gym this Thursday night after we work out." On February 7th, Anne Marie ended her email to Tom with what for her would have been agonizing frankness. "Tommy, I meant what I said on Sunday night about right now only being able to offer you my friendship, and if you cannot deal with that, then I understand. I'm still very much confused, and I am trying to work out a lot of personal things on my own. Annie." One night, Anne Marie saw Tom driving by her apartment, slowing down the black Jeep Cherokee and looking up at her windows. It seemed as if he was always somewhere, just out of the sweep of her eyes. She was having nightmares about him. He was calling her at all hours, and she let the phone ring and ring until her answering system picked it up. Her tension showed in her email response to him on February 12th. "Tommy, you scared me this weekend, starting with Friday and all the calls you placed. It really freaks me out when you call every half hour. I truly understand how fragile you are these days, and I feel the same way. But when you keep calling that way, it makes me turn the other way, and quite frankly shut down. I'm sorry that I'm nothing but a constant disappointment to you these days. It is not fair to you. I have an idea of what I need to do. I just cannot bring myself to start the process." Anne Marie was telling him that she had seen him driving by, but in an oblique way. Tom must have gotten the message, as there was no email between them for several weeks. They had come to a crossroads in their relationship. It was the first freedom Anne Marie had had for a long time from Tom's calls, visits, and messages. However, he wasn't quite finished. On Wednesday, February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2 men ordered a dozen roses for Anne Marie Fahey. The first to arrive were from Mike Scanlon, and she was delighted to get them. The second floral box was from Tom Capano. She didn't want them. Despite Ginny Columbus's cries of protest, Anne Marie dumped them into her wastebasket. March passed without any calls or messages from Tom. Anne Marie felt cautiously optimistic. With the help of a new therapist, Dr. Michelle Sullivan, she began to feel stronger. Ideally, in her view, she would be with Mike forever, and Tom would no longer trail her and threaten her. And, perhaps most important to her, he wouldn't feel sad that she no longer loved him. Mike still knew nothing at all about Tom Capano, and Anne Marie still hoped devoutly that he never would. Around Easter in 1996, Anne Marie believed that she was finally free of Tom's influence and was strong enough to fight whatever battles might come her way. She had confided to her friends that she hoped to marry Mike. She talked about what kind of wedding she would like to her friend Jennifer. Had Mike mentioned marriage? Jennifer asked. Anne Marie said he hadn't, but they were getting closer all the time. On Easter Sunday, April 7th, 1996, Anne Marie wrote in her diary, "I have finally brought closure to Tom Capano. What a controlling, manipulative, insecure, jealous maniac. Now I look back on that aspect of my life, I realize just how vulnerable I had become. It hurts me when I think about that year. For 1 whole year, I allowed someone to take control of every decision in my life. Bob Connor's death hurt me, affected me more than anything. I have been fortunate enough to find another therapist, Michelle Sullivan. No one will ever take the place of Bob, but she's pretty damn close. 5 weeks ago, I was diagnosed with bulimia. My current weight is 125 pounds. Pretty skinny, but I want more." Anne Marie was still sick, but her mind was straight and her perceptions were dead on. Once she accepted herself and the fact that a woman 5 feet 10 inches tall was underweight at 125 pounds, she could regain her physical health too. She was going to make it. And then, through devices that no one would understand for a long time, perhaps never, Tom Capano reappeared in Anne Marie's life. She had never told anyone what had happened to make her shut him out in February, nor did she immediately explain to her friends why she had let him back in. Indeed, many of them did not know he was back. The torrent of email between Tom's office and the governor's office began again on April 24th, heavily weighted on Tom's end of the line. He initiated these new contacts by telling Anne Marie of a catastrophe in his life. Anne Marie knew that Tom's daughters meant everything to him, and when he called her to say that Katie, his second daughter, was going to have brain surgery, her heart broke for him. She couldn't hang up on him when he was dealing with such terrible news. Tom was very strong, but he could not live if he lost one of his girls to a brain tumor. He told Anne Marie that he needed her, just as a friend, to get through his agony over Katie's illness. He asked her if she would go to the hospital with him to see Katie. Instantly, Anne Marie was wary. Perhaps Tom knew what her reaction would be. She told him she could not go to the hospital with him. It wasn't her place to be there. It was Kay's place. And she felt angry and manipulated that he would ask her. She reported to Dr. Sullivan that she had been able to say no to Tom about the hospital visit. She had run into Tom's girls now and again, and Tom had always introduced her as an old friend, but she didn't know any of them well enough to visit in the hospital. If Anne Marie had gone to see Katie, however, Tom's lie would have been found out. Katie wasn't having brain surgery. She had only fainted during a basketball game. Of course, Anne Marie didn't know that, but she was suspicious. She wondered if Tom was using a story about his daughter to get to her. However, it worked. He and Anne Marie were talking again. And that was what Anne Marie had always hoped for, that she and Tom could be friends. It had been months since they had had a physical relationship. She never intended to have sex with him again. It was hard to believe she ever had. They were soon exchanging dumb email again with trivia questions. That was safe enough. It wasn't long before Tom began to call more and more often to ask questions again about Anne Marie's health, her financial situation, her friends, her life. He knew she was still seeing Mike, and she told him, very cautiously, about some of the places they went. When she mentioned that a rock had put a crack in her windshield, he was very concerned and warned her that it was dangerous. He insisted she get bids on replacing it. When Anne Marie found out that a new windshield would cost $460.55, Tom sent her an envelope by messenger, and when she opened it, a handful of brand-new, crisp bills fluttered to the floor. As the accompanying note suggested, it looked like Monopoly money. She didn't want to keep it, but she finally did after Tom sent her an email the next day regarding the Monopoly money. Remember, it's not a gift, it's only a loan. Tom rarely spent his own money without a payback in mind. Anne Marie insisted on paying him back in kind, writing him checks whenever she could. Then Tom began to contact Kim and Siobhan and some of Anne Marie's other friends to ask about her. She had always hated that. Her pride made her furious to think that he was discussing her problems behind her back. It didn't matter to Tom. He was back in Anne Marie's life, and once he got his foot in the door, he was confident that she would see that Mike Scanlon wasn't for her, and that he was. Tom's email continued in a steady stream, written in such a light and witty style that an outsider might never see the control creeping in. Her replies were equally light-hearted and casual. She was handling Tom well, she thought. She might even be able to have dinner with him and not have to worry that he would misunderstand. "Hey," Tom emailed on May 3rd. "It's 2:30 and I ain't heard from you, so I was wondering what was up. Please give me a call or email me when you get a chance. Is there a good time to call you? Hope you're having a good day, but my guess is you're not. Think mussels in a white sauce." Most of Tom's email had a line or two about menus, restaurants, eating. He would not let up about food, mentioning it so often that Anne Marie almost gagged. He continually asked her to go out to dinner with him at one or another of the restaurants where they had once dined. It made her sick to think of it. Anne Marie tried to convey to Tom what she had learned from Dr. Sullivan. "Tommy, I know you want to feed me, but believe it or not, it's not the right answer. I have learned through Michelle and a lot of reading that the more someone tries to get you to eat, the less interested and more determined you become to do just the opposite. For the first time, I am afraid that I am killing myself. I'm ready to tackle this problem I have. I know all you want to do is help, and it's greatly appreciated, but I also need some time alone to work out a lot of stuff." Tom would not give her any time alone. He sent presents. He sent food packages, which she swept into the wastebasket of her office. He made dinner reservations for them for Memorial Day weekend, even after Anne Marie told him she was going away for the holiday. Her replies to Tom's messages were one sentence long, and for her, worded strongly. Dr. Sullivan was helping her to say no and stick to it. Tom was having a busy spring. Only a man as organized as he was could have arranged so deftly so many pieces in the mosaic of his life. He never let a day go by without some contact with Anne Marie. Nor did he miss speaking to Debbie every day. Her problems were a little different from Anne Marie's, but she, too, needed him to see what was best for her. He felt that the Tatnall School continued to ask too much of Debbie. She was often on the job from very early in the morning until far into the evening. Mike and Anne Marie had plans to spend some time in Falmouth, Massachusetts over the Memorial Day weekend, May 25th to 27th. It would be their first real trip together. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best of trips for Anne Marie. She didn't feel well. She had come to a point where it was almost impossible for her to eat, and she was getting weaker despite Dr. Sullivan's careful monitoring of her electrolytes. Sullivan knew that Anne Marie was taking as many as 15 laxatives a day, and there was a very real danger that she could have a heart attack. Anne Marie was under siege. With so many forces attacking her, it was hard for her to fight. She was in love with Mike and afraid of losing him. She was afraid to start eating because she thought she would soon be obese, and she was fearful that she might die because she couldn't eat. But most of all, Tom was haunting her again, despite her many attempts to keep things platonic between them. He had never meant it when he said they would only be friends. Returning to her job after her trip to Cape Cod, Anne Marie learned from her friend, Siobhan Sullivan, that Tom had been looking for her over the long weekend. She was very upset. "He's fucking stalking me," she said angrily. Siobhan tried to calm her down. "Anne Marie, that's a crime. There's a law against that. You can get protection." "No," Anne Marie sighed. "I can handle it. I just have to end it with Tom." She confessed to Siobhan that she had been afraid that Tom might have been waiting for her at her house to confront her and Mike when they got back from New England. She had made the mistake of telling him she was going to Cape Cod for Memorial Day, but she hadn't told him exactly where she was going or with whom. Tom had obviously figured out that she had gone away with Mike. On June 12th, Anne Marie fainted in her office. She didn't want to call Mike to take her back to her apartment. That would mean she would have had to explain how serious her eating problem was. She didn't want him to know. She wanted to be well before she ever admitted all of it to him. Instead, Anne Marie called Tom and asked if he would drive her home. He was close by, and he knew about her problems. He came immediately, scooped her up, and took her to her apartment. For him, it was a triumph and another beachhead. He told Kim later that he had held Anne Marie in his arms as she lay collapsed on her kitchen floor, and that he had forced Gatorade into her to bring up her electrolytes. Maybe he did. He thrived when he was in charge. It was his forte. And if he was called upon for matters dealing with life and death, so much the better. Anne Marie insisted on returning to work that afternoon, despite Tom's objections. She had had a moment of true awakening. She realized that she had come close to death as the cramps and nausea of severe potassium loss hit her. More than at any other time, she had chosen to live. Tom had made up his mind that he was going to bring Anne Marie back to him, completely. When she had called him on June 12th, chosen him to be the man she summoned in a real emergency, he felt sure it was a sign that he had triumphed over Mike Scanlon. Scanlon didn't know what she was struggling with. He didn't know about her financial worries, or that he, Tom, stepped in often to bail her out. He didn't have the history with her that Tom had. Tom wasn't even convinced that Anne Marie had given herself sexually to Scanlon. So he was puzzled about why she still dated him. But lately, there was so little that Tom could get Anne Marie to accept from him. She would not take the money he offered. She explained that she had cut up her credit cards and did not want to be in further debt. She even wrote checks to pay him back the money he had already given her, although he refused to cash them. She assured him that she was trying very, very hard to get better, and pleaded with him to let her do it in her own way. On Thursday morning, June 27th, Tom emailed her. "I just hope you know that all I want to do is help in any way I can." He invited her to go to dinner that night with him in Philadelphia. He knew she wasn't going to work on Friday. She told him she was taking the day off to be kind to herself. If Anne Marie would call or email him back, He vowed he would make it such a perfect night that she would forget all about Michael Scanlon. As the officers from the Wilmington Police Department and the Delaware State Police looked around Anne Marie's tiny apartment in the wee hours of Sunday, June 30th, they had only the information they could glean from her sister, her boyfriend, and her other friends. They were hampered by the absence of some vital details. If she had planned to accept Tom's email dinner invitation, Anne Marie had told no one. It was clear that sometime between Thursday afternoon when she left work and Saturday night when Mike and her family went to her apartment and checked on her, Anne Marie had disappeared. Anne Marie was the person responsible for organizing the details of the life of the governor of Delaware. If she was truly missing, it might be because of something that involved the state of Delaware. This was not a missing persons report that would routinely be put on hold until a missing adult had been gone for 48 hours. This might very well be something else entirely, something that could impact the security of the top office in the state. After they had listened to Anne Marie's phone messages, the state and local investigators searched the rooms of her small third-floor apartment. They talked to the landlady. They looked at the green 1995 Volkswagen Jetta parked across the street where Anne Marie usually left it. It was nearly 3 a.m. before Jill Morrison and Ginny Columbus, almost reluctantly, handed Lieutenant Mark Daniels several sheets of what appeared to be a law firm's stationery, which Kathleen had found earlier that evening in Anne Marie's drawers. His eyes scanned down the pages, and then he handed them silently to Detective Bob Donovan. Both men recognized the name on the law firm's letterhead, Tom Capano. He had once been Donovan's boss's boss. For that matter, he had also been Daniel's boss's legal advisor. City, county, state, everyone knew him. He was a straight shooter, a long-time and well-respected public servant. The letters had a dictatorial tone to them, and had apparently been sent along with cash or checks. Either the missing woman was his mistress, or he wanted her to be his mistress, or he was the most generous guy in Wilmington. The investigators couldn't ask Anne Marie what the letters meant, or what her connection to Tom Capano was. She was missing. The first thing they needed to do then, after they checked out her apartment thoroughly, was to contact Tom Capano. Kathleen told the detectives that Anne Marie had been seeing a therapist, Dr. Michelle Sullivan. Perhaps she might know something that would help. Used to late-night emergency calls, Sullivan answered on the second ring. She had seen Anne Marie at this session on Wednesday evening. Asked if Anne Marie knew Tom Capano, Sullivan confirmed that she did, and without violating her doctor-patient ethics, told them that Anne Marie had an ongoing relationship with him. By 3:30 a.m., detectives Bob Donovan, Elmer Harris, Mark Daniels, and Steve Montague were driving through the dark, winding streets of the Kentmere Park neighborhood looking for Tom's house. It was Sunday morning, and the affluent residents along North Grant Avenue all seemed to be asleep. Like its neighbors, the red brick house at 2302 North Grant was dark. The quartet of detectives knocked on the door and waited. They knocked again and heard sounds of someone coming to the door. Tom Capano, wearing a robe, opened the door and stared at them. He didn't seem particularly startled to see them, or particularly welcoming. They identified themselves, and he looked at them sleepily, then asked them to step inside. Capano led the detectives through the foyer to a living room beyond, and gestured for them to sit down on the white leather couch that dominated the room. "Are you aware about why we want to talk with you?" Mark Daniels asked. "Yes, I am aware," Tom nodded. "I've spoken to one of Anne Marie's friends, and I understand that you're looking for her." "Do you know where she is?" Tom shook his head. "I don't. I haven't seen her since, either Wednesday, maybe Thursday night. We had dinner at a restaurant in Philadelphia. That was the Panorama. And we left there and came back to Wilmington, to my house. this house. Tom said he had picked up Anne Marie in front of her apartment sometime between 6:15 and 6:30 that night. She had been wearing a light-colored floral print dress, as he recalled. They had driven to Philadelphia in his Jeep Grand Cherokee, eaten a pleasant dinner. He said he had paid with a credit card and that, as usual, Anne Marie calculated the tip for him and signed the check. Afterward, they had come back to his house, but only briefly. I went inside to get some things for her. Food, rice, bananas, spinach, soup, and I had a gift for her. I can't remember now if I'd left it in the house or if it was in my car. Tom said that he had then driven Anne Marie to her apartment, but that he recalled that when they pulled up, she had gone ahead. I had forgotten something in the Jeep and had to go back and get it. She opened the gift, but I don't think she took it completely out of the box. He remembered carrying the food upstairs for her and putting it on her kitchen counter. Oh, and she asked me to check her air conditioner. I did, and it was working fine, he said. I think I used the bathroom, too. He explained that he had only stayed a few minutes and then left for home. I was back here by about 10. Did you stop anywhere on the way? Donovan asked. I think I stopped at the Getty gas station on Lovering to get a pack of cigarettes. Have you talked to Miss Fahey since then? Daniels asked. No, Tom said. I haven't. Do you have any idea where she might be? Anne Marie is very airheaded, unpredictable, he said, half smiling. I think she's probably just run off someplace and she'll be back to work on Monday. She'll come walking in right on time. Asked to describe his relationship with Anne Marie, Tom told the detectives that he and Anne Marie had once been involved sexually, but that they now had only a very close friendship. We haven't done anything sexual for the past 6 months, he explained. She has psychological problems. She's been on medication, just having a hard time dealing with it all. I've spent a lot of time helping her with her psychological problems. Asked if he thought Anne Marie might be suicidal, Tom told the detectives that she had talked a lot about committing suicide with pills in the past. You give Miss Fahey a lot of gifts? Donovan asked. Lately, I've regularly been giving her food. I've given her money, and I recently gave her some Cézanne prints. Mr. Capano, Mark Daniels asked suddenly, can you tell us whether or not Anne Marie is in this house at the moment? No, he said, she is not. If you knew where she was, and if she had just gone away, and she told you that she didn't want anyone to know where she was, would you tell us? No, I'd respect her confidence. When Donovan and Daniels explained that Anne Marie was officially a missing person, whose family was terribly concerned, and no one knew if she was in danger or needed help or what might have happened to her, Tom changed his mind. Well, under those circumstances I would tell you, but I don't know where she is, and so I can't tell you. They had been talking in a very polite, if edgy fashion for half an hour. Now the detectives asked if they might take a look around the house, and Tom shook his head. My daughters are asleep upstairs, he said. This isn't a good time. He explained that he didn't want to frighten his 4 girls with strange men clomping through the house, aiming flashlights at them. They acquiesced, but said that they would be back later the same morning. Tom Capano had been cooperative, up to a point. They hadn't seen his daughters, but they took his word that the girls were in the house, sleeping upstairs. They didn't have a search warrant or any probable cause to get a search warrant. Moreover, they didn't know Anne Marie Fahey, and they couldn't form an opinion on whether she was, as Tom Capano had just said, an airhead who probably just had gone away for the weekend without telling anybody. They did know that Tom Capano had a solid reputation in Wilmington, and that there had never been a breath of scandal about him. His brothers, yes, but not Tom. Tom was the good Capano. When the investigators returned to the Grant Avenue house later that morning, their knocks on the front door went unanswered. They went back several times over the next few hours and found no one home. Puzzled and a little annoyed that Tom Capano seemed to be deliberately avoiding them, they went looking for him. As they passed Kay Capano's house for the 6th or 7th time, Bob Donovan spotted Tom coming out of the garage area. They walked up to him, and this time Tom was far more agitated than he had been the night before. He responded to their questions in short sentences, telling them that he was upset with himself for having said so much when they had awakened him hours before. He felt that he had betrayed Anne Marie's privacy by telling the police about their affair. They asked to see his house, and Tom agreed, but not happily. He followed them as they drove to his house. It was not a formal search. It was only a walk-through. But he seemed to resent the idea of detectives peering into his rooms, and he wouldn't give them permission to open drawers or look into his closets. Tom's house was immaculate. It was very clean, very orderly, Bob Donovan recalled. But Anne Marie Fahey wasn't there, nor was there any indication that anything untoward might have happened there. On Monday morning, everyone in the governor's office waited nervously. Anne Marie was almost always the first to get to work, but she wasn't there at 7, or 7:30, or 8. They didn't really expect her to be, as much as they hoped they were wrong. Now, Anne Marie gazed from the front page of the Wilmington News Journal, her photograph visible through the window of every newspaper vending machine along the downtown streets. A beautiful girl with huge eyes and soft lips. One of the Faheys' earliest decisions was to get word out to the public so that everyone would look for Anne Marie. Because she was the governor's secretary, and because she was beautiful, wire services were quick to pick up the story of Anne Marie's disappearance. The police had already done a door-to-door canvass of the houses around Anne Marie's apartment. Several of her friends recalled that Anne Marie had planned to spend Friday getting a pedicure and other beauty treatments at the Michael Christopher Design Salon, and then go to the Valley Garden Park with a good book. It was possible she had spent Thursday night in her apartment, gone to the salon, and then encountered someone in the park the next day. But a check with the staff at the salon brought the information that Anne Marie had not shown up for her appointment, nor had she called to cancel. A massive search of Valley Garden Park was conducted, but yielded nothing. Michelle Sullivan talked to the police again and told them that she feared Anne Marie had been abducted. She recalled a remark Anne Marie had made once during a session. It had seemed out of context, but now she wished she had pursued it further. Anne Marie said that she was afraid that someone might kidnap her. Who would do this? Sullivan had asked. Probably a third party. What do you mean? That someone would hire a third party? Yeah. Who would do that? Tom Capano. It was apparent to the detectives who were looking for her that Anne Marie had been worried about a number of things, and most of them could be linked to Tom Capano. But why would she think he would have her kidnapped? And had he? They couldn't ask him at the moment. Since Sunday afternoon, he had made himself unavailable to them. On July 1st, Mark Daniels had driven to the Ristorante Panorama in Philadelphia and asked to speak to the server who had been on duty on June 27th. It was fairly easy to establish from a credit card receipt that Tom Capano and a companion had eaten there that night. The server, Jacqueline Danzak, was shown photographs of Tom and Anne Marie and was able to make a positive identification. They didn't speak to each other at all, Danzak remembered. This man, the gentleman, ordered everything for the woman without even consulting her. They started off with cocktails, they had a 3-course meal, I sold the special to the woman. She had swordfish. The gentleman had veal or chicken. Aside from their not speaking, Danzak noted that the woman was somber. She looked haggard and gaunt. Her hair was unkempt. She was very thin. They had barely touched their food, she reported. They picked at it. I had to wrap it up. The visa receipt showed that Thomas J. Capano had begun to run a tab at 7:10 p.m., and the final amount was run through the credit card machine at 9:12. The couple would have left shortly after 9:15, although Danzak said she hadn't actually seen them go. But she had remembered them even after they left because their demeanor was so odd. The woman looked so unhappy, and the man seemed so bossy to her. So far, Tom Capano's story of that Thursday evening seemed to be completely accurate. The doggy bags from Anne Marie's refrigerator were from the Ristorante Panorama. Everything indicated that she had come home from Philadelphia, gone up to her apartment with Tom, who carried the doggy bags and the gift, the taupe-colored pantsuit, upstairs for her, and then left. By the end of the day, rumors were already circulating that Anne Marie had last been seen dining with a prominent Wilmington attorney in Philadelphia just before she vanished. Sometime on that Tuesday, Debbie McIntyre got a call at work from Tom. "I have something very shocking to tell you," he began. "You'd better sit down." Automatically, Debbie sank to her chair, ready for what must surely be bad news. "Do you recall reading about a woman who was missing?" "I think I saw something in the paper." "You heard that she was last seen having dinner with a prominent attorney?" Debbie waited, her heart suddenly thudding. "That was me." "Oh, no," she breathed. "I'm a suspect in her disappearance," Tom said. "I've hired Charlie Oberly to represent me. I wanted to call you now because I'm going down to Stone Harbor a day early for the 4th. "Who is this woman?" Debbie asked, puzzled. "Her name's Anne Marie Fahey. I'll call you later tonight and we'll talk about it." Debbie was stunned. What had Tom been doing with a woman who had disappeared? For that matter, what had he been doing having dinner with another woman without even mentioning it to her? It was as if the earth had opened up beneath her feet and everything in Debbie's world had begun to slide in. She would have bet money that Tom had no secrets from her, not about women. She had bet her life on him for 14 years. Tom was still talking. He said that Charlie Oberly wanted to speak to her and would phone later that evening. Charlie Oberly was a respected attorney in Wilmington and had once been the Delaware State Attorney General. He was a good friend of Tom's. When Oberly called Debbie, he asked her if she had spoken with Tom on the previous Thursday night and during the day on Friday. That was simple enough to answer. Tom had said he had a meeting with his law firm in Philadelphia on Thursday night, and she had spoken to him on the phone a couple of times after 10, the first time she thought was during ER, and again later. She had seen Tom early Friday morning and talked to him on the phone a few times during the day, and he had spent Friday night with her. Oberly listened to her timetable, but he didn't give her much information. She needed to talk to Tom. At 9:30 Tuesday evening, Tom called her from his mother's house in Stone Harbor. By this time, Debbie had had too many hours to think, and she was very upset. As soon as she heard Tom's voice, she said, "Who is this Anne Marie Fahey?" "I've been seeing her." "When?" "Up until September of last year, but it's over." "Are you in love with her?" "I did fall in love with her," Tom said. "But it's over, Debbie." She could scarcely believe that Tom had been involved with another woman and never once mentioned it to her. "How can you tell me you love me?" she asked. "I do." "I know she's a lot younger," Debbie said. "I can't compete with someone who's 30 years old." "She had so many problems," he said. "I was so good to her. She was so mentally ill, Debbie, and she attached herself to me, and I knew I had to unload her." "How long, Tom? How long did you see her?" "About 3 years." 3 Years? Tom kept insisting that she had nothing to feel bad about now, since he was no longer in love with Anne Marie Fahey. He didn't seem to understand why she was so emotional. But Debbie was so distraught that, for once, she couldn't hide her real feelings. She felt betrayed, and she felt a fool for never once suspecting him. Tom said that he was sorry that he ever had to tell her about Anne Marie, but since it was probably going to hit the news any minute, he wanted her to know the truth first. Of course, he had no idea what had happened to her. She was such a ditzy girl that he could never tell what she might do next. She could be any of a dozen places. "Are there others?" Debbie asked. "One other," he replied quietly. And then he said that he had been seeing Susan Louth since November. "Why didn't you tell me?" Debbie cried. "How could you let me believe that I was the only woman in your life?" "I didn't want to hurt your feelings." "My feelings?" Debbie felt as though she had no breath left in her body. "Don't you know that lying to me is worse than that?" She was absolutely devastated. It wasn't that she believed even for a second that he could have done anything to the girl. Tom wouldn't hurt anyone. Debbie's pain came from his cheating on her and telling her lies. Finally, she told him that she could take anything as long as they were truthful with each other. "No more lies, please," she said. "Okay? If there is somebody else, please tell me. I'd rather know than have it this way." Tom promised. "So I thought everything was fine and wonderful," Debbie recalled. "From that point on, I never knew there was anyone else. I believed him." Tom had been anxious to get away from Wilmington for the 4th of July holiday because he didn't particularly want to talk to any more detectives until he and Charlie Oberly established some ground rules. Although he had evinced interest in helping them find out what had happened to Anne Marie, he was not about to have them declare open season on his personal affairs. There were aspects of his life and his family's life that were none of their business. His whole family would be at the shore for the long holiday weekend, and he suggested to Debbie that she might want to get away for a while, too. The press was going to have a field day with this thing. He had to tell Kay, too. He wanted her to round up the girls and head for the shore as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would probably have reporters and police making their lives miserable. Tom's name did hit the papers on July 3rd, although the coverage was more subdued than it might have been. Anne Marie Fahey was last seen by Wilmington attorney and political insider Thomas J. Capano when the two had dinner Thursday night in Philadelphia, according to friends and sources close to the investigation. Police said they do not consider Fahey's dinner companion to be a suspect and said he had been cooperative with investigators. It was the first breath of scandal ever to touch Tom, and everyone who knew him was surprised. But he was separated from his wife, and there was no indication in the article of what his relationship with Anne Marie might have been. It wasn't a crime to take a pretty woman out to dinner. On July 2nd, Lieutenant Mark Daniels got a phone call from Lisa D'Amico, who worked at Michael Christopher Designs. D'Amico told him that she was the one who always cut Anne Marie's hair. The two had become confidants, and Anne Marie had shared intimate secrets with her. While she hadn't shown up for her appointment on June 28th, D'Amico remembered their conversation during Anne Marie's last appointment. She had been happy and excited about being with Mike Scanlon. But she said that Tom Capano was crazy and that he scared her, D'Amico told Daniels. She wanted to stop seeing him, and they were always getting into arguments about it. He kept giving her stuff. He'd wait for her outside her apartment, and she wouldn't let him in. Anne Marie had told D'Amico that Capano had gone crazy, had grabbed her, accusing her of ruining his life. She said that she was going to tell him that they no longer had any relationship, even though she was frightened that he might harm her. At 43, Eric Alpert had been an FBI special agent for 14 years. On Tuesday, July 2nd, he had called Bob Donovan at Wilmington Police Headquarters and asked, "Is there anything we can do to help?" There was. Donovan said that the police were hoping to get pen registers on phone lines of people closely connected to Anne Marie Fahey. The devices note the time, date, and numbers called from designated phones. To obtain pen registers, the U.S. Attorney's Office would have to participate. Another man who worked for the federal government had offered assistance to the local investigators, too. He was becoming the prime mover in solving the seemingly impenetrable puzzle of Anne Marie's disappearance, but he came aboard with little fanfare. Assistant U.S. Attorney Colm Connolly was only 32 when he was tapped to investigate what would become the biggest case of his career. Colm and Tom's brother, Jerry, had attended Catholic prep school at the same time and played on the junior varsity soccer team together. Connolly had a B.A. degree from Notre Dame and an M.A. from the London School of Economics. His law degree was from Duke, with honors. Appointed to be an assistant U.S. attorney when he was in his mid-20s, Colm Connolly brought a remarkable combination of intellect and intuitive skill to the job. Now Connolly and Donovan, along with Eric Alpert, were entertaining an investigation that would consume them, not for weeks or months, but for years. It wasn't going to be easy, and they had an idea going in that it might take a while, but they were determined to find out where Anne Marie had gone. The pen registers would be their first strategy. At Alpert's request, Connolly filed papers with the U.S. District Court outlining why his office believed there was reason to monitor Tom Capano's phones. It was enough. Pen registers were connected to Tom Capano's phones. Connolly also asked for a toll-back edit, which would allow the government investigators to scan back to see whom Tom Capano might have called for the last 15 days, during the vital time period between June 27th and June 30th, and thereafter. Pen registers would show both local and long-distance calls. Still, at this point there wasn't a full-scale federal investigation. Connolly and Alpert discussed whether it might not be helpful to the Fahey case if they were to look into financial records, credit card billings, gas receipts, and other records that would reveal the comings and goings of Tom Capano. Obtaining such documents was routine in federal investigations, but they would need subpoenas. And if they found enough in Capano's financial records to warrant it, Connolly could ask for a federal grand jury investigation. But once such a probe began, federal law would forbid them from sharing what they found with anyone but each other and the Wilmington Police Department. That would mean that the Deputy State Attorney General, Ferris Wharton, would be out of the loop, and so would the Fahey family and Anne Marie's friends. As much as they might want to discuss the case, Connolly and Alpert and Donovan, who would be the point man from the Wilmington Police Department, could not. If Tom's affair with Anne Marie was fast becoming public knowledge, his relationship with Debbie McIntyre remained a secret. Moreover, on his instructions, Debbie was out of town visiting one of her brothers. But Tom had always chosen women as his confidants. And on July 15th and 19th, he called Kim Horstman, talking to her as if they were long-time trusted friends. Tom explored any number of theories about Anne Marie's disappearance with Kim. Kim was writing it all down, and her notes were precise. He told me that the first possible scenario was that Annie comes home. The second is that Annie is found, we find her body, and that the evidence around the body will lead the police in the right direction. And 3, she's never found, and come Labor Day, the police are going to be getting a lot of pressure from the governor's office to indict somebody. At that point, Tom said that he would be the fall guy. He told Kim there were rumors flying around, and one was that Anne Marie had had an affair with Governor Carper. He wondered if perhaps that was true. Kim was amazed. She knew nothing of the kind had ever happened. Tom also told her about a state trooper who had harassed Annie, and a neighbor who had been paying attention to her. He mentioned a man Annie had worked with 5 years before. Kim sensed that he was reading from some kind of script as he made certain points over and over. Indeed, he called her back 4 days later and asked to review their last conversation. Tom stressed that he had been so good to Annie, helping her with money, being sure that he ordered extra food at restaurants so she would have doggy bags at home. And when he steered the conversation for the umpteenth time to the night of June 27th, Kim felt as though he was drilling her on the sequence of events. In his call on the 19th, Tom Capano asked her what she was doing for the weekend, and when she told him she was going to the shore, he said, "That's funny. I was going to invite you to spend the weekend at the shore with me." Kim didn't know what to say, and then she hurriedly explained that she was busy both days. "Why don't you go to work late on Monday," he suggested, "and come here Monday morning, and we will put our heads together and try to come up with where she is." "All right," she lied. "I'll call you when I get to the shore." She didn't call him. There was something frightening about him. Kim was Annie's closest friend. She had known about her affair with Tom Capano, and had seen it change from warmth and trust to possession and anxiety. Now she was certain of one thing. She didn't want to spend a minute alone with Tom Capano. Tom apparently had no real comprehension of the forces that were gathering to investigate his relationship with Anne Marie. When he should have been looking over his shoulder at the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office, he was still planning how he would deal with the Wilmington police. Unless he could make the ground rules, he was extraordinarily reluctant to get into an interrogation session with local investigators, partly because he knew it wouldn't just be with city police. It would also be with the Delaware State Police and the Executive Security Unit. The search for Anne Marie had spread, it seemed, over half the eastern seaboard. The national media were hovering already. Inside Edition, Unsolved Mysteries, and the New York Times had contacted one principal or another in the case and asked for interviews. Although Tom would insist that he had tremendous respect for the Wilmington Police Department, in reality, those who knew him said that Tom counted on the Wilmington police to bungle the investigation. He figured that everything would die down by the end of summer and he could get on with his life. By mid-July, Kathleen, Kevin, Mark, Robert, and Brian probably knew in their hearts that Annie wasn't coming back. If she was alive, she would not have stayed away for more than a month. She would have found some way to come home or to get word to them. Mike Scanlon was officially on vacation, but he was really looking for Anne Marie. He was with her family every day, and they all took some comfort from one another. None of them knew that the federal government was investigating Anne Marie's disappearance. It might have made her family and friends feel more hopeful, but it was vital at the moment to keep the participation of the U.S. Attorney's Office under wraps. Tom didn't know either, and until an actual federal grand jury investigation might begin, Ferris Wharton knew only that it was a possibility. He finally told the press that Tom Capano and his attorneys would not submit to any further talks with the police. "We can't talk to Capano unless he agrees to talk," Wharton said. On July 18th, Colum Connolly and Eric Alpert, representing the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI, invited the Wilmington police to join them in a grand jury investigation of Anne Marie's disappearance. Once the Wilmington police signed letters signifying that they wanted to participate, the police were no longer allowed to share information with anyone. The letters were signed, and now the police had, indeed, made a federal case out of it. On July 25th, Connolly, Donovan, and Alpert had not one particle of physical evidence, but they suspected it was not a kidnapping case, but a murder case they were striving to build against Tom Capano. They believed they had a motive, the oldest motive in the world: jealousy, possessiveness, maybe revenge. But they had no body, They had no eyewitnesses. They had no blood. They had no weapon. They had no crime scene. They didn't even have signs of a struggle. Indeed, they were faced with an almost impossible task. Suspicion and innuendo and all the gut feelings in the world were not enough to get an arrest warrant, much less a conviction. The three investigators had little money and less manpower. They were it. And they were motivated by the picture of a young woman whose absence had broken a lot of hearts, and the challenge presented by an arrogant and powerful suspect who was thumbing his nose in the face of the law. Bob Donovan talked again to Lisa D'Amico, who told them that Tom Capano had once grabbed Anne Marie by the neck and called her a slut and a bitch. He interviewed Jill Morrison and heard the horrific details of Anne Marie's struggle to escape from Tom over a period of almost a year, leading up to the night she vanished. The government team learned that Anne Marie had been desperate, frightened, but resolute about extricating herself from Tom's grip. And what they were hearing in their interviews sounded nothing at all like the relationship that Tom had described to them. On July 26th, Connolly and Alpert were poring over copies of Tom's credit card bills when one in particular caught their attention. On June 29th, 2 days after Anne Marie disappeared, Tom had made a purchase totaling $308.99 at the Wallpaper Warehouse. That struck them as a little odd. Why would a man who was only renting a house buy wallpaper? They asked a few questions and learned that the Wallpaper Warehouse also did business as Air Base Carpets. Alpert drove to the warehouse and learned that on June 29th, Tom had purchased an oriental rug and pad. It was not an expensive rug, more of a knockoff of the real thing, dark green with various colors in the design. Alpert also learned that several months earlier, on September 30th, 1995, Tom Capano had purchased a room-sized remnant from a roll of looped-weave beige Berber carpet. The store was even able to give Alpert the name of the man who had purchased the bulk of the roll. The man turned out to be the owner of a bed and breakfast who was more than happy to supply the investigators with a small piece of the carpet from what he had left over. Whether the fibers in that beige carpet would be needed for comparison, no one knew, but it was bagged into evidence, just in case. They were getting a little lucky. They were now able to put two pieces of their investigative puzzle side by side. Donovan had also spoken with Ruth Boylan, the woman who cleaned Tom's house every other Monday. She told Donovan that she was concerned about something that seemed a little peculiar. She said she had let herself in as usual on July 22nd and had begun to clean. But when she moved into the great room off the kitchen, she was surprised. The room was changed. How? Donovan asked. Well, for one thing, the sofa was missing, and the carpet had been taken up, and there was an area rug there. This had puzzled her because the carpet was practically brand new and in perfect condition. So was the sofa. It had been sitting right there 4 weeks ago, kind of crosswise in the room facing the TV set, and now it was gone. What color was the sofa? Kind of a deep rose with a pineapple print or motif, all the same color. Mrs. Boylan said she had stood looking at the room, shaking her head. Neither the couch nor the rug had a worn spot or a stain on them. Now she said the room was rearranged, with the TV flat against one wall and 2 reclining chairs facing it. The rug didn't cover nearly what the carpet had. She wondered whose idea it was to change the room, because it had been nicer the way it was before. The 3-man investigative team had a feeling that something had happened in that room off Tom's kitchen that he wanted to conceal. The couch that had been there was gone, and he had replaced the carpet with a cheap rug. Why? Alpert talked once more with Michelle Sullivan, who told him she could not imagine that Anne Marie would have gone willingly to Tom's house on the night of June 27th. The only reason I can think of that Anne Marie even went to dinner with him that night would have been to break off their relationship. The investigative team had been convinced for weeks that whatever had happened to Anne Marie had not occurred in her apartment. But they had needed something to put on an affidavit to show cause why a search warrant should be granted for Tom's house. Now they had that. The first crack in the seemingly impervious wall that Tom and his attorneys had thrown up was the credit card charge at Air Base Carpets. That, along with the missing carpet and sofa, and the statements of Anne Marie's friends and her psychologist, gave them their probable cause. They didn't doubt that Anne Marie had been scared to death of Tom Capano and of what he might do next. None of the three men who had taken on the quest of finding her believed that she had gone willingly to Tom's house, but they did believe that she had gone there. If Tom would not come to the investigators, then they would go to him, or rather, to the house where he lived. Eric Alpert drew up an affidavit listing the reasons for a federal search warrant that would allow the FBI team and Wilmington police to thoroughly search the brick house on North Grant Avenue. Once they had the search warrant in hand, Tom could not refuse them entrance. Federal Magistrate Mary Pat Trussell approved the warrant, which was immediately sealed. The FBI trains special teams to carry out searches, teams skilled in retrieving and preserving evidence. They were authorized to search both the North Grant Avenue house and Kay Capano's Chevrolet Suburban, the vehicle that Kay told the investigators Tom had borrowed early on June 28th because he would have the girls with him for the weekend. An evidence response team from the Baltimore FBI office was on hand at 8:15 the morning of July 31st, 1996. 2 evidence vans parked in the driveway at Tom's house. At least 24 expert searchers were ready to check every room, corner, and closet. Tom was present to accept the search warrant, but he soon left. When the 3 special agents began work on Kay's Suburban, they found 2 plaid blankets in the rear compartment. These were taken into evidence, along with sweepings from the floor and seats. All of it would be hand-carried to the evidence lab so that the chain of evidence would be unbroken. When they were finished, the searchers didn't know if they had hit the jackpot or not, but they had gleaned dozens of hairs and fibers. Back at Grant Avenue, the FBI searchers, Wilmington police officers, and Delaware state troopers swarmed over Tom's rental house and his 1993 Jeep Cherokee. Kathleen Jennings and Bartholomew J. Dalton, 2 of the attorneys on the growing staff of lawyers who represented Tom, stood by to observe the search. Agents and police moved over the somewhat ragged yard. They dug 9 holes, prodded the lawn with metal poles in spots that seemed too high or too low, and then moved a metal detector slowly over the grass. 2 black Labradors, necro-search dogs, had been brought in and their handlers led them around the property. The dogs, trained to detect the odor of decomposition, showed no interest. The human searchers found nothing. The day promised to be hot and sultry, but crowded. By 10:30, word of the search had gone out to radio, television, and newspaper reporters. It was an awkward search, with reporters peering at the officers and agents over the backyard fence. The FBI searchers tried to ignore their audience, shaking their heads as one reporter or another called out a question. A television station's helicopter circled overhead. Eric Alpert had indicated in his affidavit that the investigative team would be looking for weapons, tools, and body parts, which could be taken literally or could mean blood. They didn't expect to find a pool of blood or a large stain. If such a thing had ever been in Tom's house, it was long gone. What the searchers hoped for was a speck so small that it might have been missed. They could not risk spraying with luminol, or leucomalachite green, or other chemicals that might reveal where large areas of blood had been cleaned up. It might also destroy the blood for DNA testing. Special Agent Linda Harrison, a 16-year veteran with the FBI, was responsible for searching the great room off the kitchen where the housekeeper had said that Tom had recently changed the furnishings. Squinting, Harrison used her own eyes to sweep the room for blood spots. She found them, or thought she had. Tiny, isolated, dark brown flecks. The one on the baseboard was only 2 millimeters wide, but large enough to do a presumptive test that showed it was blood from some source. She found another tiny speck on the metal cover at the bottom of the radiator on the wall where the TV stood, but she dared not use any of it for testing. With cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, she lifted the dried blood, and then allowed the swabs to air dry before she packaged them in brown envelopes and gave them to another agent who was photographing the room and the brown spots. Only after photographs of the specks were enlarged would other microscopic dots show up in a faint spray pattern around the ones that could be seen with the naked eye. The paint on the walls looked fresh, in case the room had been painted since June 27th. The agents sawed out squares of wallboard for testing in the lab. If this was blood, would it match Anne Marie's DNA? At the moment, it was a moot question. They had yet to find anything they could use to determine her DNA profile. Her own passion for cleanliness had defeated them every time. There had been no blood in her apartment, and nothing from which they could extract DNA. Her toothbrush was free of saliva. Her hairbrush had no hairs wound round the bristles. Even the inside of her hats had no strands of her beautiful hair caught there. Now that the FBI search team had found what they knew in their guts was human blood, somehow they would have to find Anne Marie's DNA. There had to be a way. They also found blood flecks in Tom's laundry room and on the door there. And there was something else that might or might not have been vital to the investigation. There were many, many cleaning compounds and bleaching agents, far more than in most households, especially a bachelor's household. Several could be used to remove blood stains. One, Carbona, was specifically meant for that purpose. That might be significant, but lots of people had Carbona cleaners in their cupboards. A murmur went through the wilting reporters who waited stoically in the afternoon sun. The FBI team was carrying out a toilet. What could that mean? The search team hoped to find evidence caught in the trap. Obviously, this was not going to be a slam-dunk case, where everything came together like clockwork. At the end of the day, none of the searchers knew if the bits of hair and fiber, the minuscule dark brown speckles, the vacuum cleaners, the blood spot removers, the mops, the small axe with fibers attached, the broken fireplace poker, or any of the other items they carried away in the 2 vans were going to make any difference at all in an investigation already 5 weeks old. Time and the FBI crime lab would tell. On August 1st, the News Journal had long articles about the FBI search of Tom Capano's house, but there was more. Somehow the Wilmington paper had gotten access to Anne Marie's diary and printed sections of it all over the front page. For a woman who guarded her privacy so carefully, it was, perhaps, a final cruelty. If Anne Marie was out there alive somewhere, she would be destroyed to see all her secret thoughts revealed for readers to digest along with their morning coffee and rolls. Very soon, other area papers picked up the story. Everything she had written about Tom, and about Mike, was no longer secret. All of her hopes and dreams and disappointments, her essence, corroded by printer's ink. It was galling for the men building the case. They hadn't released anything about the investigation, but people were talking to insistent reporters, and so, much that the investigators had tried to keep hidden for the good of the probe was coming from other sources. None of her siblings were angry with Anne Marie because she hadn't told them everything about her life. They would not have judged her. They would have helped her get free of Tom, Now it might be far too late. But still, they paid the rent on her little apartment, and one or the other of them waited there for her to return. If they let her apartment go, it was like saying she was never coming home at all. Debbie McIntyre's reaction to what was happening to Tom was predictable for a woman who had been programmed to be submissive for almost 2 decades. She figuratively put her hands over her ears and eyes to shut out what she could not deal with. And Tom had told her not to read the newspapers, assuring her, "They're full of lies and they'll just upset you." As always, she had obeyed. The crack in Tom Capano's armor gradually opened wider. Little by little, the federal investigation was gaining momentum. Tips were coming in, and one of the initially most promising came from an employee of the Capano and Sons construction company. On July 1st, Sean Taylor had been puzzled by a message from a fellow employee telling him to have the dumpsters emptied at the family firm at 105 Folk Road. Taylor remarked to Louis's son, Louis Capano III, that it wasn't the regular day for emptying the dumpsters. They were still half empty. The younger Capano called his father on his cell phone to ask him why. Louis told him to get off the cell phone at once and not discuss the matter over the phone. Their curiosity aroused, the 2 young men peered into the dumpsters, but they saw nothing but trash there. All the bins were barely half full. Still, in line with Louis's orders, calls were made to a Wilmington waste disposal company, and the dumpsters were emptied. When word of their premature removal trickled down to the investigation team, their first thought was that Anne Marie's body might have been in one of those dumpsters. If not her body, then there was the matter of the missing couch and carpet from the great room at Tom's house. Cops often like to joke about their profession, saying, "It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it." The investigative team's next search was a truly dirty job. For 5 days, from August 12th through 16th, Bob Donovan, Eric Alpert, FBI evidence teams, and Wilmington police officers spent their days at the dumps and landfill where the dumpsters might have been emptied. But by now, huge bulldozers with metal treads had gone back and forth over the garbage, crushing it before it was buried. The investigators had to agree that any further searching was useless. The tollback edits on Anne Marie's and Tom's phones had been completed, and all the calls Tom was currently dialing out were being printed on the pen register. Connolly began to chart a timeline. Only one call had initiated from Anne Marie's phone on the evening of Thursday, June 27th. At 11:52 p.m., someone had hit *69 to see who the most recent caller had been. That call was from Mike Scanlon, who had phoned from a friend's house to invite Anne Marie to join them. Phone records and her answering system showed that Mike's call had been at 9:45. Who was in Anne Marie's apartment at 11:52? Tom had made numerous calls on that vital night and the day after. At 12:05, he had checked his voicemail at Saul Ewing. He had made 2 calls to Debbie McIntyre, one a *69. On Friday, he had called Debbie several times, beginning early in the morning. He had also called her from Stone Harbor, later in the morning. Tom didn't stay another night in the brick house on North Grant Avenue. He told his friends and family that he couldn't live there anymore, not with the memories of cops and FBI agents overrunning the place. If there were other memories that disturbed him, he didn't speak of them. He vacated the premises as of September 30th, 1996, but in reality, he moved in with Louis the night the search warrant was executed, and later, he moved in with his mother. There was plenty of room in the big house on Weldon Road where he'd grown up, and Marguerite was glad to have him. The search warrants, however, kept coming. On August 23rd, 8 weeks after Anne Marie Fahey had vanished, Tom was forced to submit to a search warrant that asked for samplers of his blood and his body hair. Tom had no idea how much of his personal business Colm Connolly, Bob Donovan, and Eric Alpert already knew. In checking Tom's banking transactions, Connolly saw that Tom had cashed checks on 2 consecutive days for $8,000 and $9,000. It appeared that Tom might be structuring, a tactic drug dealers or anyone who wanted to hide money from the IRS often used. Any withdrawal of over $10,000 required that a CTR, a currency transaction report, be filed. Either Tom had been preparing to launder money by deliberately structuring, or he had reason to stockpile it. His credit card statements indicated that he had shopped at Happy Harry's drugstore on Sunday, June 30th. What he had purchased was not stipulated, but Alpert and Donovan showed a clerk the bill, and he described a man who sounded like Tom. He had been looking for a cleaner that would remove blood stains. The clerk said he had recommended one of the Carbona cleaners, and the customer bought it. The FBI lab had determined that the dark brown specks on the baseboard in the great room of the Grant Avenue house were human blood, and there was enough of it for a sampler to compare with a known DNA profile. But the investigators had still been unable to find any of Anne Marie's blood. It was desperately important to find a sample. Looking over her day planner, Eric Alpert saw something that had so far escaped notice. Anne Marie had jotted down blood bank. Her family said that she had been a regular blood donor, and a search of her email confirmed that she had given blood in April. Blood banks usually extract and save plasma, Alpert said, and plasma won't work for DNA testing. But sometimes the plasma isn't as pure as it might be. We figured if we could trace that plasma, we might be able to use it for comparison purposes. It was better than wading through the city dump for almost a week, but it was almost as frustrating. The Blood Bank of Delaware's records did verify that Anne Marie had donated blood. A unit number, unique to her, was assigned to her that would stay with her blood or plasma. But where was that blood now? Alpert found that the red cells had been shipped to a hospital. The rest of it had been used for fresh frozen plasma. But the plasma wasn't even in the country. It was on its way to the Swiss Red Cross, somewhere on a ship in the Atlantic Ocean. At the government's request, Chris Hancock arranged to retrieve Anne Marie's plasma, and it came back, still frozen. Now it was up to the FBI lab to see if it matched the spots found in the great room in Tom Capano's house. Tom, Debbie, Ruth Boylan, and Susan Louth were all excluded absolutely as the source of the blood in the great room. But the FBI lab found that there was only one chance in 11,000 that anyone other than Anne Marie Fahey had lost that blood. So we had that blood match in late August 1996, Connolly said, but we didn't announce it. We waited 6 months to make it public. There had not been enough blood, certainly, to prove that Anne Marie was dead. How much might have been on the missing carpet and couch, no one would ever know. But the FBI lab had found another match. Not blood, but fibers. The carpet samples that Bob Donovan had retrieved from the bed and breakfast owner matched beige carpet fibers vacuumed from Kay Capano's Suburban. Under a scanning electron microscope that enlarged the samples exponentially, it was apparent that they had come from the same source. Someone had used Kay's SUV to transport the missing carpet. Although they still had a long way to go, Colm Connolly was confident that he had enough evidence to move forward. He sent Tom's lawyers a letter on August 5th, notifying them that their client was under investigation by a federal grand jury. On August 29th, 1996, Colm Connolly was the prosecutor in the first grand jury session in the Capano case, questioning a number of reluctant witnesses who would appear only under subpoena. The first 6 witnesses summoned included Louis Capano, Jr., his son Louis Capano III, and employees of the family construction company. Louis stayed in the grand jury room for an hour and a half and left without making any comment to reporters. Connolly encountered Tom for the first time on September 10, 1996, after he subpoenaed his 16-year-old daughter, Christy, to appear before the grand jury. Tom had been telling friends that the blood spots found in the great room could be traced to either Christy or his daughter Katie, but he was infuriated that Connolly had called Christy as a witness. For a moment, the two men faced each other in the hall, Connolly's face bland and Tom's suffused with rage. "He got about 1.5 feet away from me," Connolly recalled, looked me in the eye and said, "I hope you can sleep at night." Connolly said nothing. He walked away, but the gauntlet had been thrown down. Tom Capano was a father prepared to fight fiercely to protect his daughter. Or was he protecting himself? When she took the stand, Christy Capano refused to answer Connolly's questions and now faced contempt of court charges. Debbie McIntyre had been seeing Tom clandestinely for 14.5 years and openly for 1. Tom suggested that it would be prudent for them to say their romantic relationship had begun after he separated from Kay. That would protect Kay's feelings, and besides, the feds were already poking around his private life enough. There was no need to give in to their salacious curiosity. As always, Debbie did what Tom requested. She had no desire for everyone to know that she and Tom had been intimate since 1981. When Bob Donovan interviewed her on July 23rd, she told him what she remembered, save for the fact that she classified Tom as only a very good friend whom she had known for 20 years. If she remembered things that frightened her, the memory never even got up to the surface of her mind before she buried it. One of the memories that would loom large with the investigating team when they discovered it was a favor Debbie had done for Tom. She had buried that recollection deeper than all the rest. "I honestly never thought about the gun," she would recall. "I never connected buying the gun for Tom with Anne Marie Fahey until a long time later." Sometime very early in the spring of 1996, Tom had phoned to ask Debbie to do something very special for him, something very important. He wouldn't tell her what it was, so she hadn't said either yes or no. But sometime in April, Tom asked her again, and this time specified what the task was. He wanted her to buy a gun for him. "Why?" she asked, mystified. "Somebody is trying to extort me," he explained. "I'm not going to use it. I just want to threaten this person. I'll give it back to you." She told him she didn't want a gun in the house. But Tom said that he was concerned about her, a single mother living alone. He pointed out that crime rates were up, and that it would be wise for her to have a gun handy, just in case. "I told him I didn't want to do it," Debbie recalled. But Tom begged her, telling her he really needed her to buy the gun. He didn't say why he couldn't buy it himself, or anything about who was extorting him, beyond saying it was a man. "I won't use it," Tom said. "You know I'm afraid of guns, but I need it to scare this guy off." At length, Debbie had agreed to do it. And as he always did, Tom gave her detailed instructions. "He told me to go to the sports authority," she said, "and go to the hunting section. I was supposed to walk in the front door and turn to the left." She did that. But when she asked for a gun, Debbie made the mistake of saying she was buying it for a friend. The salesman told her that was against the law. She could not transfer a firearm to someone else. Embarrassed, she left the store. Surprisingly, Tom wasn't angry. He just said, "Fine, don't worry about it." A month or so later, he asked her again to purchase a gun for him. "I'm afraid to do that, Tom," she said. "I can't transfer a firearm to somebody else. It's against the law." "Don't be ridiculous," he said. "People do it all the time. It's nothing you should worry about." He was so good at making her feel foolish, and he pooh-poohed her reservations until she finally said yes. The next day, May 13th, Tom picked Debbie up in front of Tatnall School and drove her to a little gun store out on Route 13. He waited in the car while she went in. She was very nervous, but this time she knew what to say. She asked to see a small weapon suitable for self-defense. The salesman showed her a few guns, and she chose a Beretta .22 caliber revolver. She paid $180 for it and, at the salesman's suggestion, purchased a box of bullets. He cautioned her about transferring the gun, and she signed a form saying that she would not. That worried her, but Tom's displeasure worried her more. "I was afraid Tom would get mad if I didn't do what he wanted me to," she recalled a long time later. "I was always afraid he would get so angry that he would leave me." Back in Tom's Jeep Cherokee, Debbie told him how concerned she was about breaking the law. Again he laughed and told her not to be ridiculous. Tom put the gun and the bullets behind the back seat of his Cherokee and took Debbie to a nearby restaurant for a BLT and a glass of iced tea. It was all so normal. He drove her back to Tatnall in time for the afternoon session, thanked her profusely for helping him out, and drove away. Debbie had never seen that gun again. For a long time she worried because she had broken the law, but then she put it out of her mind, just as she had put so many things that worried her out of her mind, back in recesses she seldom visited. Debbie McIntyre testified before the federal grand jury on September 10th, giving them the same information she gave Connolly, Donovan, and Alpert. No one asked her about a gun, and she certainly didn't mention one. On a conscious level, Debbie had never connected the gun she purchased to the disappearance of Anne Marie. She still believed Tom's characterization of the Fahey girl as an unpredictable airhead who had likely left town without any explanation to anyone. Autumn came to Delaware as swiftly as every season does, without any warning. The sweet, pungent smell of burning leaves filled the chill air, and summer was only a memory. Anne Marie, who had disappeared during the first week of summer, was still missing. Kathleen had finally packed up everything in her apartment, and her brothers moved it into storage. Tom's rental house sat empty. The new tenants weren't moving in until December 1st, and the owners of the house gave Anne Marie's family permission to visit the house they believed was the last place their sister had been alive. They had never had a chance to say goodbye. They moved quietly through the empty rooms, saying little, their faces solemn. That fall, as more secret grand jury sessions were held, Wilmington and Philadelphia papers sued to have the affidavits for search warrants in the Fahey case unsealed. With a more pressing need, the Fahey family begged to know what was happening in the probe. On November 11th, Colm Connolly appeared to be giving in to media pressure when he agreed that there was no longer any need to keep the affidavits sealed. He was unperturbed about having the public learn of the growing evidence and information that painted Capano as something less than the beleaguered innocent he purported to be. Connolly had caught the defense off guard. They had argued to see the documents, but privately. The last thing Tom wanted was to have the whole world know what cause the government had to invade his privacy and his home. His attorneys filed to block their release, delaying the Faheys' chance to see them. While the tug-of-war over unsealing the affidavits went on, the grand jury continued to meet. Connolly, Alpert, and Donovan were relentless in their search for the truth, the intensity of which Tom Capano could never have imagined. If he was innocent of harming Anne Marie Fahey, that would come out as the people in their lives marched into the grand jury room in the Federal Building and answered Connolly's questions. If he had destroyed her, that would come out too. There were those, like Tom's sister Marion and her husband Lee Ramuno, who stood by Tom without flinching. But there were others, like Kim Horstman, Jill Morrison, Ginny Columbus, and Jackie Steinhoff, who remembered a friend they had cherished, a friend caught in a net not of her own making. Although there were no hurrahs from the three men who were quietly tracking Tom Capano, things were beginning to happen behind their wall of silence. Not everyone in Wilmington found Tom the good Capano. An informant had come forward, an informant who could never be identified. Indeed, the manner in which the investigators found a remarkable document could never be revealed, and even the assumption that it was one individual who came to them may not be true. When any of the three was asked how they found the timeline pages, a shade fell over his eyes. "I can't tell you that," one said. "I can only say that none of the names mentioned in connection with that discovery is correct." But suddenly, in November 1996, Eric Alpert asked for a search warrant for the office of one of Tom Capano's law partners. The attorney himself had no idea of what was hidden there between the volumes on one of his bookshelves. He got a telephone call from the U.S. Attorney's Office to say that federal officers were on their way over, instructing him to disturb nothing. He had no inclination to do so anyway. How the papers got to their hiding place would remain as cryptic as the way the investigative team found out they were there. Special Agent Kevin Shannon reached deftly into the bookcase and extracted 10 sheets of paper. There was no date on the pages, but the times jotted down in Tom Capano's handwriting were obviously a day in his life, a significant day. 6:30, Jerry. 7 o'clock, K. 7:15, track. 7:45, DM. 8 o'clock, Lewis, ? 8:30, calls. 8:45, Lewis. ? Mac machine. 9:15 to 10:30, drive to SH. 10:30 to 11 o'clock, wait for Jerry. 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, Marion's. 12 o'clock to 12:30, Mom's. 12:30, Jerry. 12:30 to 1:30, lunch with Jerry. 1:30 to 3 o'clock, view property, discuss price and CI sale. 3 o'clock, Jerry leaves. 3:30, Tom leaves. 5 o'clock, dump love seat. 5:30, 17th Street, dinner. 11 o'clock, leave kids. Back in Connolly's office, all three of the investigators studied the timeline. It covered 17.5 hours of a day, and it didn't look like a simple roster of errands to do. Surely they could identify the date through the process of elimination. It probably wouldn't be before June 27th. And it didn't match what Debbie had told them about when she had seen Tom on Thursday the 27th. Friday the 28th was a better bet. She had seen Tom on the morning of the 28th at the running track, and then not again until after 11 that night. The most galvanizing item on the list was dump love seat. They'd already established that Louis Capano had ordered the dumpsters at his construction company emptied on July 1st, when they were half full. And Tom had bought the new rug on June 29th. That wasn't on his list. No, the most obvious date was Friday, June 28th. and Tom had clearly kept this list as a reminder to himself about where he was supposed to be on that day, right down to half-hour segments. He must have known his house would be searched, and probably expected a search of his office as well, so he had hidden his crib sheet in someone else's office. On the following sheets of paper, Tom had made notes to refresh his memory. It seemed very important that he be able to recall whom he had spoken to on June 28th and what their knowledge of his private life was. He had called someone to decline a golf date that afternoon. He had called Deputy Attorney General Keith Brady to make plans to meet for happy hour that evening. Under the Brady notes, Tom wrote, "Knew of relationship with Anne Marie. Knew I had concluded she was a head case." He also noted that Brady had helped him move carpets into his house in October. The rest of the notes Tom had hidden were chilling remembrances of Anne Marie. His reminders to himself focused on several elements: her instability, her incompetence at handling money, her family problems, and how she told him her innermost thoughts. It was clear he also wanted to have an explanation ready if ever her blood was found in his house. On Tuesday, June 18th, Tom wrote, "Called for AMF, and Ginny said she had gone home because of a problem. AMF, later same day, advised that trip home was necessitated by blood stains on clothing from heavy menstrual flow." There were more pages, details of dates, discussions, and phone calls with Anne Marie. Tom had obviously been totally obsessed with her and all the minutiae of her life. But he denigrated her and her family. His perception was that her siblings were not treating her well. Indeed, he jotted down negative comments about how almost everyone in Anne Marie's life was treating her badly and driving her crazy. Everyone but Tom. For June 27th, Tom had written, "Appointment with doctor. Don't like him. Expensive. $55 for 20 minutes. Offer ticket to hair event. I had 12. She chooses Panorama instead. Reservation for 7 o'clock. Call at 6:25 from office to advise on way. Very depressed." From Jacqueline Danzak's description of the unhappy woman she waited on, Anne Marie hadn't wanted to be at the Panorama with Tom. She hadn't eaten anything and had seemed miserable. When had she told him she no longer wanted to see him? Not as a lover, and not even as a friend. In his Jeep Cherokee going home? At her own apartment? Or during what the 3 investigators believed were the very last moments of her life, in the great room off Tom's kitchen? Some kind of providence had given them a timeline. All they had to do was follow it back, decipher what Tom's abbreviations meant, and find the evidence that might be connected to the entries he had hidden so carefully. They had worked long hours of overtime, and they had been lucky. Would fortune continue to smile upon them? On January 3rd, 1997, the affidavit that Eric Alpert had prepared 5 months before as he sought a search warrant for Tom's house was released to the public. Dozens of facts and theories filled the news journal's pages, and few of them burnished Tom's reputation as a devoted family man and a kind and concerned friend. Nor did the headline, "Evidence Points to Capano." As of course, the evidence did. The explicit coverage caught Tom's attorneys off guard, and they asked for time to respond. U.S. Attorney Greg Sleet, Connolly's boss, refused to comment on one of the few aspects of the case that the public didn't know: the test results on blood spots. The government had known for months they matched Anne Marie's DNA, but that information wasn't in the affidavit, and they were under no obligation to reveal this intelligence. Now, for the first time, Debbie McIntyre's name appeared in conjunction with Tom's. It was only a 2-sentence notation, almost hidden in column after column of details. On June 28, 1996, at 12:30 a.m., *69 was also dialed from Capano's phone. This retrieved a call from 47-year-old Debbie McIntyre, a Tatnall School director and Capano friend who lives on Delaware Avenue. Tom had assured Debbie that there was nothing to worry about, that things were almost back to normal, but in fact, the investigation was just beginning to move into a higher gear. Tom Capano hired a second high-profile attorney. Joseph A. Hurley had recently made news in another sensational case. He represented 18-year-old Brian Peterson, the wealthy teenager who, with his girlfriend, Amy Grossberg, pleaded guilty in Wilmington to killing their newborn son and disposing of his body in a Comfort Inn motel dumpster in Newark, Delaware. The grand jury probe continued, and the investigation swept in wider and wider circles. Tom's health deteriorated as the grand jury investigation lumbered on. The stress of the investigation had aggravated his colitis. He had been seeing a psychiatrist for a feeling of impending disaster since August, and was prescribed various anti-anxiety medications, Wellbutrin, Paxil, and Xanax, in an effort to calm his nerves. Whatever Tom had done during the day after Anne Marie vanished, he had apparently spent much of it with his brother Jerry. In their strategy sessions, Connolly, Donovan, and Alpert had come to believe that the missing components of the case probably rested deep in the bosom of the Capano family. They had learned the Capano credo: family was family. Louis, Joey, and Jerry all had reason to revere their older brother, none more than Jerry. Tom had bailed them all out of trouble, and now, perhaps it had been their turn. Jerry Capano's name had stood out in the timeline Tom wrote for Friday, June 28, 1996. His name appeared opposite 5 items, and for 9:15 to 10:30, Tom had written Drive to S.H. S.H. had to be Stone Harbor. Jerry had a house and a boat there. Of all the Capano family, he was the one who spent the most time at Stone Harbor. Joey wasn't mentioned in Tom's notes, but the trio of investigators suspected that Jerry and Louis might well have fallen on their swords to protect Tom, as long as their swords weren't too sharp. Both of them had a great deal to lose, and they were vulnerable, Jerry perhaps more than Louis. With the first-year anniversary of Anne Marie's disappearance near at hand, it was obvious that some pressure had to be exerted on Jerry and Louis. They were clearly not willing to talk without some incentive. Of course, there wouldn't be any way to lean on either of them unless they had Achilles' heels when it came to the law. Louis had had trouble in the past with illegal campaign contributions and bribery of public officials, and his financial dealings were very intricate when it came to the IRS. A multimillionaire, he was a brilliant real estate and construction entrepreneur, but he had been known to grease the wheels when it came to zoning and building permits. Tom's diplomacy and connections had allowed Louis to walk away with few repercussions, but he probably had been left with some anxiety about the government's interest in his business dealings. Louis was called back before the grand jury and asked countless questions. Both his business and personal life were suffering. All unwittingly, his wife and his son, his only child, had become involved in the aftermath of Anne Marie's disappearance. If Louis was stonewalling the government to protect Tom, he was also putting his immediate family at risk. Jerry Capano's activities were even more suspect. His drug use was common knowledge. Some of his close friends had prison records, and Jerry collected weapons the way some men accumulate baseball cards. Any one of these preferences could have put him and those around him in jeopardy with the law. Intelligence said that Jerry was still the spoiled kid in the Capano family, the bad little boy. In his cups, he had ruined many a holiday and reduced his mother to tears. When he wasn't drinking or drugging, Jerry was likable, but he wasn't smooth and he wasn't brilliant. His judgment had never been very good, and he had the Capano instinct to look after his own. Jerry looked like the weakest link in the chain the family had erected to protect Tom. Maybe Tom had drawn Jerry into his own dark plan because he knew that more than anyone else his little brother was malleable. Given Jerry's proclivities, Connolly and Alpert contacted the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency. Diane Iredella, an ATF agent, and her husband, Doug, a Wilmington police detective, joined the investigation. Both of the agencies they worked for had had reason to look suspiciously at Jerry's activities. Now, because Tom Capano was under suspicion, the rest of his family were drawn into the probe. The feds would watch Jerry's activities and apply pressure if he broke any laws. On the night of Wednesday, October 8, 1997, there was a loud knocking at the door of the beautiful Wilmington home of Jerry and his wife Michelle. A federal search warrant was about to be executed. The warrant specified that authorities had reason to suspect that they would find evidence of 3 crimes: possession of cocaine, distribution of cocaine or possession with intent to distribute, and possession of a firearm by a drug user. The ATF agents did not come away empty-handed. In an unlocked gun safe in one of the children's bedrooms, they found 10 shotguns, 4 rifles, 4 revolvers, and 8 illegal explosive devices. They located 2 more revolvers and another shotgun in the dining room. They also verified Jerry's possession of drugs. Field testing established that there was cocaine in his truck and a baggie with cocaine in the laundry room cupboard, along with a rolled-up dollar bill and a credit card with powder residue on the washing machine. There was marijuana in the laundry room and in a tool chest in the garage. A guest, Jerry's business partner, had both cocaine and marijuana on his person. Carrying out the search warrant verified that Jerry had broken the law that forbids a drug user to possess guns. He couldn't have looked more guilty of the crimes they suspected unless he had had white powder clinging to his nose and a bandolier around his chest. Even so, Jerry could find legal arguments that would tend to cut down the sentence he would receive. He could claim, at least half-truthfully, that he used the weapons for lawful hunting and sporting, and that he collected them as a hobby. A conviction on such a gun charge could bring him about 6 months in jail. And in point of fact, the raid had not unearthed much weight in the illegal drugs found. A week later, however, the federal agents raided Ed Del Colo's house and found another gun. Del Colo was Jerry's best friend, but he was also a convicted felon. And convicted felons are not permitted to own guns. A check of the serial numbers showed that Jerry had purchased the gun for Ed. He had broken another federal law. He had not only transferred guns, he had purchased them for a convicted felon. Furthermore, he could not argue that all the guns he'd ever possessed were for lawful hunting and sporting purposes. Now Jerry was looking at 3 years or more in prison. A week later, the Division of Family Services began an investigation of Jerry and Michelle's suitability as parents. Authorities were concerned that their children, both toddlers, were living surrounded by guns and drugs. Sometime earlier, Tom had stepped in to help Jerry and said he should consult an attorney, even telling his little brother whom to call. Jerry did, and his lawyers suggested that the federal agents were raiding his home solely to force him to implicate his brother in a murder investigation. Jerry's attorney called Connolly often now, asking if Jerry should come in for questioning. "We kept saying we're not ready for him yet. We acted as if we weren't that anxious to talk to him," Connolly said. "We said, we're not going to bring him in, to borrow a line from The Godfather, until we had an offer he couldn't refuse." And then, like the first pebbles of a massive rock slide, it began. All of the digging at the underpinning of the Capanos had weakened the family loyalty that heretofore had overridden everything. Loyalty, usually an admirable trait, is not always a good thing, not when it is blind and when the object of that loyalty is undeserving. On Saturday, November 8th, 1997, and by agreement, a perspiring and nervous Jerry Capano appeared with his attorney Dan Lyons before the government probers in a secret location. Colum Connolly, Eric Alpert, and Bob Donovan had waited a long time to hear what Jerry had to say. As they questioned him, they had some idea of what they were about to hear. They had come to believe that Tom had been with Jerry on the day after Anne Marie Fahey vanished. One neighbor they talked to in Stone Harbor thought he had recognized Tom and Kay's Suburban parked around the corner for several hours in the middle of the day. They believed that Jerry might know where Anne Marie's body was, and if they were lucky, he might even be able to shed some light on what had driven Tom to commit murder. But they were unprepared for the whole story, a story that revealed the modus operandi of a man as cold as death itself. Jerry had not come forward with an open heart. Before he agreed to have his formal statement taped, he signed a plea bargain with the government that would give him 3 years probation and save him from prison. But he also asked for protection from prosecution for his sister Marion and her husband Lee Ramuno and his mother. He wasn't sure how many people in his family might be holding back information from the government. "Now," Connolly began, "isn't it true that sometime around February of 1996, your brother, Thomas Capano, asked you to borrow some money?" "Yes, he did. $8,000. "Did he tell you why he needed to borrow that money?" "Yes. He said that 2 people were extorting him, a girl and a guy." "Okay. And the girl, did he say that he had a relationship with her?" "No." "Did he describe her as crazy or anything?" "Yes." "Did he have any subsequent conversation with you in which he told you what this woman and her boyfriend were attempting to do to him?" "To ruin his career." Jerry explained that he lent Tom the $8,000 and that sometime between February and June, Tom had asked to borrow a gun. Jerry had first offered him a shotgun. "He told me he was afraid for his life, that he was afraid he was going to get beaten up by this girl's boyfriend if he didn't pay them the money." "Did he take a gun from you?" "Yes." "What kind of gun?" "It was a 10mm. Jerry said he had shown Tom how to use the handgun, which he had given to him unloaded. But when Tom gave it back to him sometime later, it hadn't been fired. It was in the same condition it had been when he'd taken it. "Now," Connolly asked, "during this conversation when he asked you to borrow a gun, isn't it true that he also asked you if you knew a person that could help him out? Didn't he ask you if you knew anybody who could break somebody's legs?" "Yes. I told him yes, that I might. I talked to a friend of mine, and nothing ever came out of it." "Now, isn't it also true that sometime between February 1996 and June 28, 1996, your brother Thomas told you that if this woman he had spoken about, hurt his kids, he was going to kill her?" "Yes, because she had threatened him several times about hurting the kids at the bus stop or doing something else to them." "Isn't it also true that during this time frame he made a request to you about using your boat? He said that if this girl or this guy hurt his kids and he killed them, could he use the boat? And I just blew it off because I didn't think he was serious. I just thought he was blowing off steam." "And that's why you never went to law enforcement authorities?" "That's right." Asked to recall the circumstances at 6 a.m. on June 28th, Jerry said he had walked out of his house that morning to find his brother's black Jeep parked in his driveway. Surprised, he had walked up to the passenger side window and peered in. Tom was sitting there, reading the morning paper. "What did your brother say to you?" "He said, 'Can you get a hold of the boat?'" "And what did you say?" "I said, 'Did you do it?'" "And by that, what did you mean?" "He'd either killed the girl or the guy who was threatening to hurt his kids." "And what did your brother Thomas say in response?" "He nodded." Did he ask if you could help him? Yes, he did. I told him I didn't want to get involved, that I had a beautiful wife and kids and a great life, and I didn't want to ruin my life. What did he say? He said, "Don't leave me cold, don't leave me flat, I need you, bro." Stuff like that. Tom had suggested that he could use Jerry's boat by himself, but Jerry said he'd refused. Tom didn't know anything about boats. No way did he have the experience to do that. So Jerry had agreed to help Tom get rid of the body, the extortionist he had killed. They agreed to meet at Tom's house on North Grant Avenue. When you went into the garage at Grant Avenue, what did you see? I saw a cooler and a rolled-up rug. The rug had been long, Jerry recalled, about 3/4 the size of the garage, and the cooler was big. It looked to be about 4 feet long by 2 feet wide, Jerry said. Was there anything unusual about the cooler? There was a chain wrapped around the cooler. Jerry added that the chain looked new and had a lock on it. Jerry said that he and Tom had taken the cooler to his house in Stone Harbor, and from there onto his fishing boat, Summer Wind. He remembered that it was very heavy, and he heard ice rattling inside. A styrofoam cooler wouldn't have attracted much attention at the shore. Many fishermen use such coolers to keep fish on ice. And then Jerry said he had steered the boat out into the Atlantic Ocean. About how far out? Connolly asked. I would say about 70 miles, somewhere between 60 and 75 miles. I would have to look at the chart. How deep was the water there? 198 feet. What did your brother do? Lifted the cooler up and put it in the water. Did the cooler sink? No. What did you do with it because it wouldn't sink? Took my shark gun out and shot it once with a deer slug, and it still wouldn't sink. What did your brother do then? I maneuvered the boat back to where the cooler was floating. Did you help your brother move it next to the boat? Jerry firmly said no. He had turned the boat's motor off and told Tom he was on his own. Then he had walked to the front of the boat, given Tom 2 anchors, and turned his back on what was happening so that he didn't have to watch. I was telling him this was really wrong, Jerry offered. But were you able to determine what he was doing by the sounds? Connolly asked. Yes. Seems to me like he was opening up the cooler, fighting with the chain and the tide, and throwing up, and tying the anchors to something. Did you eventually turn around? When I asked him if he was finished. And then you turned around, and what did you see? I saw a foot sinking into the deep. And it was a human foot? Yes. Did you see anything besides the foot? Only a little bit of calf. Did you see any blood? A little blood coming out of the cooler. Did you know what was in the cooler? I assumed what was in it. What did you assume? I assumed it was one of these persons who had threatened to hurt his kids. Everyone in the room, including Jerry Capano, knew now who had been in that cooler, but no one said it aloud. Jerry said that he and Tom had taken the cooler apart while they were out in the ocean. They had thrown the top and bottom into the sea separately as they cruised back to Stone Harbor and then drove back to Wilmington. There, Tom had asked Jerry to help him move a sofa, a dark maroon sofa that was in the great room. Was there blood on the sofa? There was a stain. He said he had cleaned it. I said, "You better cut a piece out of it before you throw the sofa away." Then they broke the arm off the sofa so that it would look damaged enough to be discarded. They could see there was blood on the foam beneath, but they found very little had penetrated. Where was the blood on the couch? On the top right-hand side, about where somebody's shoulder would be. And they had put the damaged sofa in Kay's Suburban and taken it to the dumpster at Capano and Sons. All that remained at Tom's house, of whatever had happened, was the rolled-up carpet in the garage. Jerry had seen only the outside of that. He couldn't tell them what color it was, or if there were bloodstains on it. Jerry said that Tom had given him a story to tell if he was ever questioned. Once he left Tom, he wrote it down on a post-it and stuck it in his wallet so that he would remember. But in the end, he hadn't used it. He was telling the truth. The moment that Jerry Capano confessed that Tom had dumped a cooler in the Atlantic Ocean, Eric Alpert and Bob Donovan remembered an item on Tom's credit card bill. They had seen it when they were poring over the bills looking for charges that might be relevant. But it didn't seem particularly important that Tom had bought a styrofoam cooler at the Sports Authority on Saturday afternoon, April 20th, at 3:15, using his MasterCard. It was an Igloo 162-quart marine cooler, and it cost $194.84 with tax. At the time, they knew Tom had no boat. "I think it didn't mean too much then," Alpert recalled, "because we were looking for items around June 27th, and this was pretty remote in time. But now, the fact that Tom had bought a huge cooler no longer seemed remote or irrelevant." They had broken the back of the case, but there was little jubilation for Connolly, Donovan, and Alpert. The woman they had come to know better perhaps than anyone they had known in life had been carried out to sea and dumped in Mako Alley, where the sharks prowled. It was a horrible thought. They still didn't know how Anne Marie had died, but now it looked as if Tom Capano had not simply lost it in a burst of jealous rage. He had been carrying out a well-organized plan. He had apparently set up a scenario about extortionists way back in February, a good 4 months before Anne Marie vanished. All those months. Had Tom known what day he would kill her? Or had he kept his dark strategy in abeyance to use as a contingency plan? Would it have come into play at any point when he became convinced that he could no longer bend Anne Marie to his will and make her come back to him? For some reason, June 27th appeared to have been Tom Capano's day of decision. Bolstered with newfound confidence that she had the right to choose whom she would love, Anne Marie had, all unaware, convinced Tom she didn't want to be with him. The cooler was gone in the Atlantic Ocean. The couch was buried beneath hundreds of layers of garbage. Only the cruel game plan remained. Something Tom had surely never expected would be revealed. The house that Lou Capano had built so proudly was crumbling. 2 days after Jerry's confession, on Monday, November 10th, Louis Capano appeared with his attorney before the government probers at the same secret location. He, too, signed a plea agreement, admitting that he had lied to the grand jury out of his allegiance to Tom and his belief of his brother's innocence. Louis agreed to tell everything he knew about the death of Anne Marie Fahey and plead guilty to tampering with a witness in exchange for a sentence of 1 year's probation. Louis said he had no knowledge of what had happened until Tom called him on Sunday morning, June 30th, 1996, and asked him to come over. When he arrived at North Grant Avenue, Tom told him that the police had shown up in the middle of the night and that he was very upset. "He told me that he had had a relationship with Anne Marie Fahey," Louis said, "and that she was anorectic and bulimic and a troubled person, that he had stopped seeing her and he didn't want his wife, Kay, to find out about their relationship. He also told me that after he had dinner with her that evening, June 27th, they went back to his house. While he was upstairs using the bathroom, when he came down, she had slit her wrists and had gotten blood, a superficial amount of blood, on the sofa. Tom had explained that he and Jerry had gotten rid of the sofa in the company's dumpster on Folk Road and asked Louis to have it dumped. After the conversation with my brother, Louis said, I went up to the job. We had men working, and I was curious and looked in the dumpster behind the building. I saw what looked to be like a sofa turned upside down. He'd made a mental note to have the dumpster emptied, but it slipped his mind. It had not slipped Tom's mind. Louis said he had called on Monday morning to ask if it had been dumped yet. I told him no, Louis said, but that I would have them dumped. Did he tell you what had caused him some concern on Monday morning? Anne Marie Fahey had not shown up for work, Louis said. He was concerned that the police might start looking around and could get the dumpsters. At that point, Louis said he believed Tom to be innocent of any crime against Anne Marie Fahey. Tom had done a good job of convincing him she was a very disturbed and impetuous young woman who would show up in her own good time. Louis said that some time later he had asked Tom why the carpet in his great room was gone. Was that bloody too? He had told me he had disposed of some carpet at the Holiday Inn over in New Jersey. It was cut up and put into plastic bags. The Capanos happened to own that particular Holiday Inn, and Tom told Louis he had asked the manager to have their dumpsters emptied early, too. Did Tom tell you he had put other items besides a sofa in your dumpsters at 105 Folk Road? Yes. He told me that he put in some of Anne Marie Fahey's personal belongings and a gun. They might have known. Tom had been punctilious about erasing every sign that Anne Marie had ever been to his home, much less died there. He wouldn't have risked keeping a gun around. They had no idea what kind of gun it was. He had given the 10mm back to Jerry. But a check of gun sale records might turn up someone close to Tom, or even Tom himself, who had purchased a gun around the time Anne Marie disappeared. It would be a tedious process. But if someone had given his real name when he purchased a gun, they could find it. Louis recalled a conversation he had had with Tom prior to his own grand jury testimony on August 29, 1996. Tom had been living at Louis's Greenville mansion after he moved out of the blighted North Grant Avenue house. I was just getting out of the shower. It was the morning of my testimony, and he came in and basically asked me to provide him an alibi for Friday morning, to say that he had come to visit me on Friday, June 28th. Tom had suggested a script for Louis to follow, even though he would be committing perjury. I would say that he just put personal belongings in the dumpster because he didn't want his wife, Kay, to know he was having a relationship with Anne Marie Fahey. Did he say anything about the sofa? Connolly asked. He told me not to say it was in there. As Louis's statement continued, it became apparent that all three of Tom's brothers had some knowledge of what had happened to Anne Marie, and that they had covered up for him. Do you recall a conversation you had with your brother Joseph Capano in the winter of 1997? Connolly asked. It was a very brief conversation in Florida, at the pool. I just asked him if he had taken care of the anchor, and he told me that he had, meaning that he had replaced one of the anchors that was on my brother Jerry's boat. And how did you know anything about an anchor to ask this question of Joe? My brother Jerry told me that my brother Tom used an anchor on his boat to get rid of the cooler. Louis remembered walking in the street in front of Jerry's house in November 1996. Jerry had been unable to keep the ugly secret any longer, and he had confessed to Louis about how Tom had come to him looking for a gun, and anybody who could break somebody's bones. Louis continued haltingly. And he told me that he took my brother Tom out on a boat in Stone Harbor and disposed of Anne Marie Fahey's body. The government team warned both Jerry and Louis not to tell anyone that they had made statements about Anne Marie's murder. If Tom knew that his world was about to come down around him, there was no telling what he might do. He was a man with so many masks that even those closest to him seemed not to know him. He had threatened to commit suicide in the past. He certainly had the wherewithal to leave the country if he chose to run. The FBI put a 24-hour-a-day surveillance on Tom on November 10, 1997. Eric Alpert carried a radio tuned to the surveillance team's frequency with him all the time. Early on Wednesday morning, November 12th, his radio crackled. "Capano's at his brother Joey's house," the agent told him. "They're loading suitcases into his Jeep." Connolly was in the grand jury room, and Alpert paged him urgently. When Connolly was in the hallway, he told him that it looked as though Tom was going to make a run for it. He was in a car, heading toward Philadelphia. They agreed the time had come for an arrest. Connolly said it was important to stop Tom's vehicle before he crossed the Delaware state line into Pennsylvania. If he was arrested there, he would be taken before a magistrate and the whole process delayed. Alpert told the agents following Tom's Jeep Cherokee along I-95 to move in. He was apparently oblivious to the government cars that were tracking him. Tom was signaled over, and FBI agents surrounded his car and told him he was under arrest for the murder of Anne Marie. "I heard the sirens over the radio," Alpert recalled. "I knew they had him." And Tom was still in Delaware. The arresting agents reported that he had not resisted as they cuffed his hands in front of him. He appeared to be resigned, as if he was expecting to be arrested. Ironically, Tom hadn't been going anywhere. Casually dressed in a navy blue jogging suit, he was only driving Joey and his wife Joanne to the airport where they could catch a plane to Fort Lauderdale. He had planned to turn around and head home. He had promised Debbie that he would cook a steak dinner for her that night. "He said we'd have a really romantic evening," she remembered, "because I was leaving for Italy the next morning." Instead, she heard the news that Tom had been arrested. Tom was driven to the U.S. Attorney's office in custody before word flashed like a forest fire over the media's network. Almost immediately, reporters took up vantage points as close as they could get to the U.S. Attorney's office. Tom had aged in triple time over the 17 months since Anne Marie had vanished. The skin beneath his eyes was mottled and purple. But head held high, he seemed to ignore the cuffs on his wrists as if they had nothing to do with him. As he was led into the conference room, Tom's heart may have skipped a few beats. A 162-quart igloo cooler sat there. It wasn't the real cooler, but Connolly had had Bob Donovan shoot into the spot Jerry specified in his affidavit. An anchor and a lock and chain rested near the cooler. No one mentioned the items as Tom walked by. Colum Connolly hadn't really spoken to Tom since that day in September when they had first met in the hall outside the grand jury. Now he remembered what Tom had hissed at him that day. The day Tom was arrested, Connolly recalled, he was brought in here to a conference room and an agent sat with him. I went in to tell him that his attorneys would be coming shortly. I started to shut the door and then I opened it back up and I said, "By the way, Mr. Capano, I sleep very well at night." Tom let out a deep breath and put his head in his arms. For the moment, the arrogance that was such a central part of him had vanished. Tom was told that the government had statements taken from his brothers Louis and Jerry that described the way he had disposed of the body. "You believe them?" Tom said to no one in particular, incredulity in his voice. In answer, Connolly played the tapes of his brother's statements for Tom. He listened, stone-faced. Strobes flashed as Tom was led, still in handcuffs, to a van to be taken to Gander Hill, the prison over which he had once had authority, the prison he had helped build when he worked for Governor Castle. But now he would be only another inmate in a white uniform. He would spend his first night in the infirmary, standard for new prisoners. Tom would have to be in lockdown for his personal safety. Former cops, prosecutors, and public officials are never popular in prison. Alone in his cell, he would have fewer privileges than the inmates in the general population. Tom's attorneys, Charlie Oberly and Joe Hurley, told reporters that of course he would plead not guilty. They managed to suggest that it was utterly ridiculous that he had been arrested. But for the moment, the man who loved luxury and fine dining was nobody special. The cuisine on his first long day of captivity was hardly Villa de Roma or Toscana fare. Cereal and chipped beef for breakfast, Texas hash for lunch, and liver and onions for dinner. Just as there are said to be no atheists in foxholes, there are few professionals in law enforcement who will deny that they sometimes receive help from invisible allies, perhaps angels sent to Earth to avenge the cruelest crimes. Only a day after Tom Capano was arrested, the Wilmington investigators would receive a piece of physical evidence that no law of probability would have predicted. On November 13th, the media was filled with the details of Tom's arrest and Jerry's statement. Bob Donovan and Eric Alpert were sitting in Alpert's office when a secretary told Alpert there was someone calling about a cooler. "There was this guy on the phone," Alpert recalled. "I wasn't too enthused when he said his friend had found a cooler in the ocean more than a year earlier. But then I asked him if there was anything distinctive about it, and he said that it didn't have a lid when the guy found it. I motioned Donovan over at that point. And then the guy said, 'Well, it has a bullet hole in it.' That was all it took. Bob and I were out of the office and on our way to see the guy." If it was the cooler, it would have been a miracle. After a year and a half, the cooler they needed for trial should have been in Cuba, given the tides, the wind, and a dozen different variables. There was simply no way that a cooler discarded 70 miles out in the Atlantic Ocean could ever have drifted within a few miles of the Delaware shore. Alpert and Donovan didn't really believe that this could be the same cooler. The fishermen had found the cooler during the 4th of July weekend of 1996, 7 to 10 days from the time Tom Capano had reportedly dumped Anne Marie's body and the cooler far out at sea. He had patched the bullet holes and put a new lid on it, and had been using it ever since to hold the fish he caught. Alpert and Donovan took their unexpected treasure back to the evidence lab. It looked like any large styrofoam cooler, but it wasn't. Like almost everything else manufactured, it had marks of identification. They checked with the manufacturer, and using barcodes and date codes that were still on the cooler, they were able to track it right to the store where Tom Capano had purchased an Igloo cooler on April 20th, 2 months before Anne Marie had vanished. For a year and a half, the case against Tom Capano had seemed to go forward with agonizing slowness. Now it accelerated. On November 22, 1997, the Newcastle County Grand Jury indicted Tom Capano on state charges for the first-degree murder of Anne Marie Fahey. He was to be held without bail. 2 days before Christmas, Superior Court Judge William Swain Lee was appointed to the Capano case. Lee was much admired for his experience, brilliance, and common sense. Attorneys on both sides of the case were heartened. If anyone could maintain a sense of order and dignity in what would be the trial of the century in Delaware, it would be William Swain Lee. There was no way for the men building the case against Tom to know for certain how Anne Marie had died. The utensils and tools taken from Tom's house had tested negatively for human blood, refuting their original suspicions that, in a blind rage, he had beaten her to death. Jerry Capano said that the 10mm handgun he'd given to Tom in February 1996 had been returned, unused. And a tedious search through the receipts of gun sales in the state of Delaware for the first 6 months of 1996 had turned up no record of a firearm being sold to Tom Capano. However, there was a record of a gun sale to someone close to Tom. The investigators learned that Debbie McIntyre had bought a .22 caliber Beretta handgun on May 13th, 45 days before Anne Marie vanished. None of them believed for a moment that Debbie McIntyre had bought that gun for herself. But where was it now? On January 8, 1998, Tom Capano pleaded not guilty to charges of first-degree murder. His bail hearing, the proof-positive hearing, was set to begin in the first week of February. He and his lawyers concurred that Debbie McIntyre would be one of the best witnesses he could present. Tom knew she was scared to death to testify for him. He also knew she would do it. She would do anything for him. Or so he thought. When Connolly called Debbie in for questioning about the gun on January 28th, she at first lied and said that she had disposed of it since it made her nervous having it around the house. Then, as Debbie put it, the volcano erupted. There was a flash in my head halfway through that interview. I woke up and realized the position I was in because I loved Tom and believed him and trusted him. I was compromising myself, my safety, and that of my children. Tom needed Debbie at the hearing to reflect well on him. He was certain she was going to be his ticket out of Gander Hill. He wrote her on January 29th, January 30th, February 1st, and February 2nd, giving exhaustive instructions about what she should say at the hearing, what she should wear. It was his usual puppeteer routine, only more so. He might have saved himself the trouble. Debbie had hit the wall. It was not that she had stopped loving Tom. I wanted so much to believe him, she recalled, but there were things I had to question. Wednesday, February 4th, 1998 came and went, and Debbie was not at the bail hearing to testify for Tom. He was thunderstruck. Judge Lee's decision at the end of the proof-positive hearing went against Tom. He would continue to be held without bail, awaiting trial, which was tentatively set to start in October 1998. On February 27th, Debbie appeared before the prosecution team with her new attorney. She had fired her previous attorney, who had been hand-picked by Tom. Now she was ready to cooperate with the prosecution and answer all their questions truthfully. She also agreed to have a recording device attached to her phone. Henceforward, the prosecution would be privy to all of her correspondence and calls from Tom. When Tom learned of her betrayal, he tried to get a fellow prisoner to arrange for a burglary of Debbie's home. He wanted her to be so afraid and, at the same time, so aware of who was behind the burglary that she would never even think of cooperating further with the prosecutors. The prisoner turned informant, and Tom's plot was thwarted. But he didn't stop there. He next tried to coerce a longtime friend of his to become Debbie's surrogate lover. Tom had always believed that he fulfilled Debbie's sexual needs completely, and he suspected that she might be suffering from a kind of sexual starvation. If he could provide a surrogate lover, she might be more pliable. Tom's friend was appalled. When this crude ploy to win Debbie back failed, Tom set out on another scheme. If he could not be sure that she was part of his team, then he would have to make certain that she didn't play for the opposition. Unbelievably, from within prison, he tried to arrange hits on both Debbie and his brother Jerry. On August 31st, 1998, Tom was indicted on 3 counts of criminal solicitation, for the 2 murder plots against Debbie and Jerry, and the plot to burglarize Debbie's house. These 3 charges, if proven in a court of law, could result in a sentence of 13 years in prison. But you can pour only so much water into a vase, and if Tom was convicted of murder, the charges might be moot. It had been a long time coming, but finally, on October 6th, 1998, the trial would begin, first with jury selection and then in earnest. The cast of characters on the stand would change continually. The prosecution expected to call more than 100 witnesses, and the defense team hinted that it had almost as many. No one yet knew what Tom Capano's defense would be. As had been expected, jury selection took a very long time, almost 3 weeks. It was Monday, October 26th, before the actual trial began. The first morning came to an end with both sides finishing their opening statements. Joe O'Terry, on behalf of Tom's defense team, pulled a sensational rabbit out of his hat. The question was, could he make it hop? O'Terry promised to explain through testimony that Tom Capano had not murdered Anne Marie. Anne Marie Fahey died as a result of an outrageous, horrible, tragic accident, that only one other person who was there knows everything that happened that night. A buzz started in the courtroom. It was the first time that anyone suggested that Anne Marie had died in an accident. What accident? Where? Was Tom there? And who was the other person who had been present? Tom's defense team was merciless in its attempts to destroy the credibility of 2 of the prosecution's leading witnesses, namely, Tom's own brothers, Jerry and Louis. Before the prosecutors called their key witness, Debbie McIntyre, to the stand, they had to make a difficult decision. Keith Brady had been the Chief Deputy Attorney General of Delaware for 3 years. He was Ferris Wharton's superior and his friend. He was a good man, married with a family, but the information that Tom had induced Brady to participate in a ménage à trois with himself and Debbie was going to come out. There was no way to stop it. The prosecution understood now what absolute control Tom had maintained over Debbie, but it was a concept that was difficult to impart to a jury. By calling Keith Brady, they could show that Tom had offered Debbie up to Brady in what he hoped would turn into a sexual orgy. And even then, Debbie had followed his directions without question. Brady understood that the prosecution had no alternative but to question him, and that Connolly would do his best to get him on and off the stand as quickly as possible. But Joe O'Terry, for the defense, belabored the area of questioning in an attempt to embarrass Brady into giving details of other adulterous relationships he had been involved in and about which he had confided in to Tom. Although it was true that O'Terry was trying to save Tom Capano's life, his questions struck many in the gallery as crude and irrelevant. When Debbie was finally called to the stand, she was frightened, and yet there was relief in finally being able to tell her whole story. Then it was the defense's turn to question her and to drop their bombshell. Didn't you, in fact, first find out about Anne Marie Fahey not on July 22nd, but on June 27th and June 28th? No, Debbie answered. I never heard of Anne Marie Fahey until July 22nd. Didn't you go to 2302 Grant Avenue on June 28th with a firearm to visit Tom? No, I did not. You deny that you discharged the firearm at 2302 Grant Avenue on June 28th? I deny that I discharged. Are you absolutely certain about that? The courtroom broke into scattered gasps and murmurs. The defense was apparently accusing Debbie of Anne Marie's murder. Debbie looked down at Tom, but he would not meet her eyes. She realized then that he was quite willing to throw her away to save his own skin. I remember looking at him, Debbie said, and he finally looked up at me, and he knew what I was thinking. It's come to this, Tom, and here we are. Defense attorneys in homicide trials fight to keep their clients off the witness stand. Once the defendant finishes with the friendly questions of his own lawyers, he will face cross-examination. Any legal expert would have warned Tom not to testify, and his 4 attorneys did just that. but those who knew Tom would have bet money that he was going to do it. On December 16th, 1998, Tom rose from the defense table to take the witness stand. The jury was taken off guard. The mouths of 3 jurors actually dropped open. The court transcripts of Tom Capano talking about himself and blaming others for the crimes he was accused of would fill 9 transcript books. Books whose type had been reduced so that 4 pages could be printed on one. Tom gave his life's history, sparing no good deed he had done and emphasizing that he was not as wealthy as his brothers. After he had finished telling about his work with the church, the poor, the elderly, and small children, Tom pointed out how duplicitous Debbie McIntyre was and that she was not to be believed. Almost immediately thereafter, he set about smearing Anne Marie's image. As for the night of June 27th, Tom Capano maintained that he and Anne Marie had gone to his house after dinner and were watching TV. Debbie had called, wanting to come over. Tom told her no, that he had company. He returned to Anne Marie, who was getting ready to leave. "We were winding down the evening," Tom explained. "Well, next thing I knew, Debbie McIntyre was in the room. She must have entered the front door. She had a key to my house, and I had a key to her house. And she was pretty ballistic at the time. We didn't hear her come in because of the noise of the air conditioner. She was yelling as she got closer, and then I saw her standing more or less at the end of the love seat and yelling. She was yelling, 'Who's this? What is this all about? Is this why you couldn't see me?'" Tom testified that he had been caught between 2 angry women. "I was listening to Anne Marie saying, 'Capano, what the hell is this?' And I was turning to Anne Marie to try to explain, and Debbie was off the wall. She was not coherent. She was starting to cry, and she was saying, 'All these years I've waited for you,' and things that just didn't need to be said." "Tell the jury what happened next," Tom's attorney prompted. "Debbie shot Anne Marie," Tom said flatly, "and it was absolutely, positively, and certainly accidental." So there it was, the terrible accident. "I knew Anne Marie was dead. I chose not to call the paramedics or the police, but to protect myself and, to the extent I could, to protect Debbie." Then Tom said he had put Debbie in her car and sent her home. He would take care of what else had to be done. After 3 days of listening to Tom, everyone in the courtroom wondered how long it would take him to finish his seemingly interminable explanations. He had yet to give his version of the long ride to Stone Harbor and the trip on Jerry's boat to Mako Alley. Perhaps he thought if he was able to convince the jurors that Anne Marie's death was an accident, he could go home again and pick up his life. Finally, at 9:50 p.m. on Wednesday, January 13th, 1999, it was time for the jurors to retire to begin their deliberations. If Tom Capano should be found guilty, there would be another kind of trial. The jury would have to agree on a recommendation to Judge Lee about Tom's sentence, life in prison or death by lethal injection. Nobody expected a swift verdict. Thursday passed, and Friday. By Saturday, the crowds at the courthouse steps and across the street had grown bigger and bigger. It was Saturday night when word came. The jury had reached a verdict. However, it would take until Sunday morning for everyone involved to reassemble in the courthouse. There would be 14 hours between the jurors' unanimous decision and the moment they could announce what it was. At 10:01 a.m. on January 17th, 1999, the jury foreman read the verdict. Guilty as charged. The 6 armed guards behind Tom braced for his reaction, but he showed no emotion at all. He neither flinched nor turned to look at the jurors. Outside in the streets of Wilmington, there was a celebration, with whoops and clapping. But Colum Connolly told the crowd that this should not be a celebration. We don't have Anne Marie Fahey here. That's a loss that the Fahey family and all of Anne Marie's friends will never be compensated for. The penalty phase of Tom's trial began on January 20th, 1999. His family pleaded for him. Jerry and Louie wept on the witness stand as they begged for Tom's life. Tom himself had the right to speak on his own behalf. He could no longer argue his innocence. If he took the stand, he must stay within strict guidelines and beg for mercy. Tom blamed his situation on the duplicity of friends, of people he had helped who had deserted him. His words were a paean of self-pity. He did not admit that he had killed Anne Marie, and his remarks only reaffirmed that he was a human being whose main concern was himself, his image, his wants, his needs. When the jurors returned for the second time with a decision, the city of Wilmington held its breath. It was late on Thursday afternoon, January 29th, 1999. The jurors recommended by a vote of 10-2 that Tom Capano be put to death by lethal injection. Only once in Delaware history had a judge gone against a jury's recommendation of the death penalty. Now it was up to Judge William Swain Lee. On March 16th, 1999, Judge Lee was finally prepared to sentence Tom Capano. The selfishness, arrogance, and manipulativeness of Thomas Capano destroyed his own family as well as the Fahey family. He did not hesitate to use his family to commit or suborn perjury. His only remorse is for himself. Tom Capano is a malignant force from whom no one he deems disloyal or adversarial can be secure, even if he is incarcerated for the rest of his life. No one except the defendant will ever know exactly how or why Anne Marie Fahey died. Considering and weighing all the evidence, the verdict and the recommendation of the jury was just. And there, in the hushed courtroom, Judge William Swain Lee sentenced Tom Capano to die by lethal injection in the presence of 10 witnesses. His execution date was to be June 28, 1999, 3 years to the day from the time he threw Anne Marie's body into the Atlantic Ocean. There was an automatic appeal, and Tom Capano may well live several years in prison. Tom was, in every sense of the phrase, a man who had everything. But he wanted more than that. He wanted everything his way. And when he took a young woman's life because she would not submit to his will, he destroyed them both.
And Never Let Her Go. Thomas Capano, The Deadly Seducer, was written by Anne Rule and read by Melissa Leo. It was abridged for audio by Harold Schmidt. The recording engineer was Terry Hogan, with editing and post-production by Common Mode, Paul Fowley, technical director. The mix engineer was Rick Bradley. The associate producer was Sally Hurst. The director was Karen Perlman. And Never Let Her Go. Thomas Capano, The Deadly Seducer, was produced by Susan Perrin. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Anne Rule's Bitter Harvest, A Woman's Fury, A Mother's Sacrifice. Read by Mary Beth Hurt. Everything She Ever Wanted. Read by Betty Buckley. And If You Really Loved Me. Read by the author. And Never Let Her Go. Thomas Capano, The Deadly Seducer, is also available in hardcover from Simon & Schuster.